I don't know what rule that is, but that's rule number 1.01. Yeah.
So Hakima,
Subsection B.
who do you think the biggest purveyors of racial identity politics are?
White women.
You don't think it's the Al Sharptons of the world?
No, definitely not good. They don't react to like you don't have anything. What they called? Can I finish? Can I finish? Like when you're just a Republican, the MAGA was around acting like this is what happened. They bring up race and DEI about every issue. They make everything about race. They would act like it's the other section is really them, and that's really bringing up every section, everything.
Well, you know what's
Wait,
interesting?
hold on. Is that Monica? Wait, is that Monica Scarlet? Is that Monica?
Yeah, it's Monica.
The name of the real
Wait, this is Roger. Wait, this is Roger. Wait, I have to moderate her. Okay.
You know, Roger is in here, but I just gotta say, Scarlett's voice, even though it's not the name Monica, is so, pleasant and wonderful to hear that. Like, it just warms my heart to hear such a beautiful person's beautiful voice on this app. But I did want to say something about Pete Buttigieg. He's actually what you call an LGBTQ DEI, because don't forget, it's not just about black women and black men and Hispanics and Asians. It's about homosexuals getting preferential job placement because they enjoy anal play or oral play with the same sex. Does that sound to you like a DEI disqualifier in the Trump administration?
I am so glad I decided to keep the phone on while I'm in the middle of the freaking store, John.
Butt sex, butt fucking.
I mean, Hakima, you don't think people should get appointments in the... Oh, he left.
See, y'all ran out the last black man on the app. God damn it, guys. Well, it looks like we have a brown man at the bottom. Hussein, would you care to chime in? This room is a white male. I'm just
Neither and why. Half black, half white, half Arab, so I like
say like
white
you
brother.
said half black. Howard, so we should have half black. Welcome to the game.
Wait, is Arab Caucasian?
Hold on, talk. What part of Arab are you? Like, where are you from? I'm quarter Arab from Yemen. Oh, okay, cool. I was just making, because it just really frustrates me when I hear people say they're Arab and they're like, I'm Jordanian.
Wait, are you
It's
white?
really nice.
Are you white?
I'm not, but people from like Iraq and Syria will be like, I'm Arab.
Hussein, you know, you claim
They abbreviate, but that's
that you're white. Is Arab white? Like according to the U.S. Census or college?
No, I said quarter and quarter, so.
A quarter white. What is white though? Like that's Arab?
No, that's half. The other quarter is. Well, no, he's asking like you're white Italian, like British.
Oh, Italian. You're Italian. The only reason I was asking is because Northern Africans are technically considered Caucasian, I believe.
Arabs.
No, for college applications in the census, if you are a North African,
East African. Yeah, because we Caucasian, you said because people in the Caucasus. But my grandmother said her mother was probably from Napoli. Yeah, like hot dog.
Well, that's interesting, because my mother, like her mother, her father, her grandfather, like the mother's side, and the grandfather's side, he was a Jewish grandfather that had a Jewish grandmother with and the grandfather was a grandfather.
I don't had a question. You want to ask me a question, so go ahead. What was your question?
No, I was actually just opening up the stage for you, sir, in case you had anything to say. So the mic is yours, go ahead.
Yeah, nice mulatto too. I just came in the room
have.
Okay, sorry.
God.
No, when someone else defines or describes you, do you get annoyed or irritated? I find myself when people speak for me or describe me without my permission, I'm like, you don't, well,
Say no boy. No.
Oh, John is here. Hi, John.
Hey Sauda, كيف حالك حبيبتي?
How are you?
I'm good. Are these racist, ignorant, N-word using pederast and Tourette syndrome sufferers here keeping you company, beautiful?
Mr. Anderson is
You're pedophobic. Rabbi, there was a whole room about you yesterday. Dr. Mojo, the positive vibration, he was roasting you. He was claiming that you're one of the dumbest people on the
I
app.
was defending Rabbi.
Yeah, Lou Jiz was really defending you. I know, it doesn't matter. Yeah, nobody cares. What's up, Sada?
Were you streaming that?
Yeah, you could go and find it. Yeah, you could watch it.
Which one is it on?
Good luck. Just find it if you can.
This nigger doesn't even know. It's Roger Cuckold. Oh, Roger Cuckold. He's still obsessed with you.
Well, yeah, he wrote his last big run.
That's so wild.
I said that you actually may have more in common with him than you think because your opinions on Islam probably align with his.
He's a pro Israel science guy. He's been a moment come on just okay, let's not laugh. That's right.
David, how many martinis have you had so far tonight?
No, he drinks box wine.
Really? You drink box wine, David?
It's better than Miller High Life and more shit.
I'm using grapefruit juice too now.
Oh, grapefruit, he's moving up in the world. He's grapefruit juice.
It's really a refreshing little drink.
Plus, what does Roger know about Islam? The nigger he doesn't even know how both works.
That's a good question. Like,
T-Robs, have you ever drinking the Irish whiskey called Tullamadu? So how are you guys?
You know what's funny? Actually, make a joke.
Good joke, David. Take the pacifier out of your mouth.
That's actually not funny, but go ahead, sorry.
I find it to be such a waste of time, respectfully.
I respectfully agree with Robot. I don't do it big.
We don't do it big,
Amazing.
The officer you leave was very I just want to fucking maggot.
Rabbi, what do you Rico?
Rabbi, are you excited that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to take all of Gaza and destroy Hamas?
He's supposed to not make us any money. He's an accountant.
I think he will make us a lot of money. I always trusted BB and he never failed me personally. I don't know why, no, I trust him.
Trusted baby.
Yeah, I trust him for that, yeah.
Trust in Bibi. Trust in Bibi.
He has guys.
Yeah, trust no Hebrew, dude.
Yeah,
Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. Trust Bibi. So there's going to be no more Palestinian Authority. There's going to be no more Hamas, no more Islamic Jihad. They're all going to get destroyed in one huge pincer movement.
I thought we're going for the vehicle. You don't answer that question.
I don't know.
They should have just gave back the hostages.
Should have just given back the hostages.
That is true. For the record,
think about fuck the hostages, nigga.
Whoa.
Wow.
He just did it.
That's extreme. That's extreme.
I don't know why
hate
all the
speech.
people in Gaza didn't just, why they didn't just go be with the hostages. So I would put myself right near the hostages. These are the only people that are getting killed.
Okay, hold on.
These are the only people that are getting fucking killed over there.
Okay, Lou, who's all self-competitive thing. You know, when people take off, you're not competing. It's you're challenging yourself over and over and over. And I think it's mentally, and this is deep. But I don't know if people may think you not understand what I'm trying to say, but.
Anyway, just having this conversation, I don't know, like, English doctors, language that I'm from Sweden, and I live in Sweden, and I'm talking from Sweden right now. Yeah, which is like, do you think, you can stop? I think you need to stop right now. Thank you very much. I said that the people in Gaza are retarded, just because they're okay, whoa, okay, don't say that. But David, that's what this whole thing is about getting hostages. I'm not gonna answer that question, but you should have said that. Respectfully, yeah, respectfully. Okay, Lou, you can apologize if you want to apologize. I won't. Respect to Lou, no, it's funny. It's not funny. No, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's on the record. It's not funny. That's right. Yeah, for the record, no, I think that was time to apologize. Oh, I apologize. You know how much money I make? Okay, don't yell. Let's earnings for China. Last week. Okay, calm down. Doesn't matter how many people died. It doesn't matter. Fuck it. Earnings per child is more important on how high. It's not profitable. Okay, Lou, very good. I just drove by, I've never seen this, there's two Jews, but one of them had like a, no, one of them had like a fur, that's Semitic, so you can't say that. No, I've never seen that, I've seen that okay, next.
Well, I'm really enjoying this conversation as usual. This high-level academic, intelligent discourse is exactly what I'm usually looking for on a Saturday night, and you're hitting all the nails on the head. Yeah, but I think you're actually way more retarded than he is.
I don't think he's retarded. Okay, I'm just going back. Let's not use the R word.
Respectfully, respectfully.
My friend doesn't like people using the R word, so now he's going to listen to church. He's Jewish, but that's not
David, are you drinking Merlot, Chardonnay, Pinot Noir? What are you drinking out of that wine box, David? David, what's the point of having a big toy business and making all this money if you're chronically drunk all the time? It's true, it is my time. All right, I gotta get going, everybody. Have a great night.
Not enough before, maybe you had some, getting it up could be a problem. It could be anything. So I wouldn't cut her out completely. I'll just see what is the reason and hear her explanation. Because we all make mistakes, no? Gotcha.
Just like he says, about a whole thing. I think if he really wants to start a third party, like it's probably like more like a 20 or 30-year project because what you're gonna have to really do, like what you're gonna really have to do is get ranked voting initiatives on ballots in states or even at like county and city levels in order to show that it's like, oh, this party, even though they didn't win the election, they got, I don't know, like 20% of first ballot votes or something like that. I feel like that would be part of the sort of institutional change that would have to happen.
I just don't see how that is a more practical way of winning. Hey, we need a different way of deciding elections because our ideas don't resonate with enough people. I mean, if the ideas don't resonate, you can come up with whatever structure you want. We're still not resonating.
Well, you have to remember the roughly, just to throw a number at the wall, that 30% or more people have never voted and won't vote again. And that's a factor.
Great factor. And that's the thing. When people are campaigning, they focus their attention on the super voters that vote in every election, and they ignore the ones that haven't voted because it's hard. If nothing's moving yet, what are you gonna say that's so fucking novel that's gonna get them off their ass? It's tough shit. It's a hard thing to accomplish, but I think if Elon stayed in his lane and had a plan, instead of saying, hey, I want to have a president, if he could just set his goal of getting one member elected to Congress, just one, that could end up being the deciding vote in key things. As tight as things are, that could be a big deal, and that one person could end up having power. If you had 3 people in, you'd have a lot of power. But man, heaven forbid if he was to have 10 people in Congress representing the interest of reducing the debt. I think that even the people that identify themselves as budget hawks would probably be impressed if you had a real agreement. I mean, there's maybe 4 people in Congress right now that you can rely on that are going to shut down government spending if it's above the budget. It's just not enough. If that's his core focus and he gets more people to do that, that could be a game changer. Especially if he limited his scope to that.
Adrian Dittman is live on X right now, and I know you don't think he's Elon, but I would encourage you to spend 5 minutes listening to him to confirm that it is 100% Elon Musk, and that's his pen name, Adrian Dittman.
Dude, I've been in the room when Dittman and Elon were there.
I know, I heard it all before. Just go listen to the room now, and you'll listen to what he's talking about, and you'll say, fuck, this is Elon Musk. Go ahead, listen to him right now. Now is all important. But I think you also laugh at what he's talking about because it's just boring, shit. And, he cooks a steak and he does his show, but it's Adrian Dittman live.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, Elon Musk, I don't see him as any virtuous, with the debt. I mean, in general, we all know it was really about the fact that the big beautiful bill didn't contain the electric car on the plan to have charging stations. That's really why he didn't like the big beautiful bill.
To a conclusion a little bit later. You'd analyze it through and then just decide to post it once it's certain enough. And then he comes off as having good calls every time, right? That's what you have to do. It's you analyze this.
It's 100% Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman. I mean, that is the most distinctive voice, and everybody has heard Elon Musk speak a lot endorsing Trump. So I don't know why people have such bad voice recognition.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, though, Elon Musk, I mostly see him as, I've never liked the guy.
You posted a lot of things. You posted so many things that nobody could keep up with. I told you not to do that, if you did it anyways. He skits out the time. It's oh, please, just be,
I had to get the schizo out of my system. I did it.
Personally, I would never make a list of predictions. I would just put them out
I mean, they're mostly meant as a joke at this point. Most of these are clear jokes.
real.
Australia will have a kangaroo war. Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of jokes became true. Never know.
Another kangaroo war?
I mean, they had an emu war. Have you not heard about the Australian emu war?
Yes, I do remember. But that's the thing.
I was expecting a kangaroo war.
Nah.
After the COVID, they've been having some trouble with the kangaroos. I was kind of maybe.
The Great Roo Wars of the 26th election. Let's just kill the election. So use the election. Yeah, take that.
Did that get pinned for anybody else? I hit the pin thing, but it didn't show up for me. But it just does that sometimes.
It's there. It's there.
Okay.
Cool. No, but what I mean is you have to post your things individually. So if you're TensorFlow will win, that's what you have to post individually. This, it doesn't make sense. Post it individually. Do that again and post it individually. Just TensorFlow will win. Put that out there and just leave it as a standalone post. Because when you're correct, you bring attention to that again. And it's reinforcing what it is, right? I hear furious typing in the background. No complaints of it, obviously. I'm just saying I'm here typing in the background. It's fun. Wait, Blythe, are you speaking? I don't know what you do with your mic, but I'm pretty sure your Bluetooth audio is what is connected, and it's probably very, very far away. So I'm only hearing very faint sounds out of you.
Yeah, for the past 30 minutes.
Like, I didn't initially, like, recognize it. I just heard, and then I hear voice go, oh, yeah, just like, bruh. This is the moment I recognize what was happening. Wait a minute. Technical difficulties. Yeah, it's still fucked, by the way. Hilariously so, I might add.
It's like an ant.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's like an ant that gauges consciousness for the first time.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, my parents have like all sorts of Bluetooth shit in their house. They kept auto-connecting to my phone. So for the longest time, I was calling somebody and I could not figure out where the fuck I was being picked up on. I was being picked up by a smartwatch in a fucking drawer for some fucking reason.
Amazing.
I don't know what the hell was on with that. I don't even know how to make my own devices auto-connect. Like, this seems like a security problem.
You have to, like, forget the device every once in a while.
I hear wind again.
That is me.
Are you soaring through the air like an eagle?
Yeah, maybe we're like a plane. Supermaning it, yeah. That would be so fucking funny.
I don't even know how to respond to that. It's fucking Superman flying, having a space.
Yeah. They should have put that in, they should have put that in the movie. It's like, you know, you have to deal with, like, you know, populous things. You just go on an X space and have your crash out there. It's like, you don't need Lewis Lane anymore. You have an X space now.
That's true. You could just be anonymous on the internet. It's fine.
You like troll everybody. It's like, and then they find your alt account, you know, Superman's alt account. You've just been saying some really specious shit. That would be so funny, actually. It would make a lot of sense, too.
You can be in a different continent and, like...
Yeah, he doesn't even need VPN, bro. It is the VPN.
Yeah.
See, Superman is underutilized in his powers. He doesn't understand himself. See, this is a thing that I don't really get. Like, if I were Superman, I would, like, be very, very open with my identity. I would just literally tell everybody who I am. 100%. If I'm Superman, I'd tell everybody. And they're like, well, are people going to come stop you? I'm like, yes, please try so I know who you are, because I will completely destroy every last one of you if you do. 100%. Like, what are you going to do? Stop me? Like, I'm not going to have you figure out what kryptonite is. Like, that's not going to happen, because you'll be too gone to understand that. Right? It's like, oh, we have this, like, crashed spaceship. You know, the engine, it exists there, you know? In the Pacific Ocean. Not the Pacific, sorry, South Pacific Ocean, because I'm pretty sure that's where the world engine was, like, at the end of that movie. It's like, okay, that's where all the kryptonite is. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that, you know? Totally not gonna be a problem. What the fuck was his problem? What is wrong with Superman? Why the fuck would you leave that there? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I just don't understand that. It's like, hey, let me just leave the only thing that could hurt me just over there. It's like, not gonna bother anybody. Like, what? What do you mean by this? Let's get the sequels.
Adrian, may I remind you, Batman almost killed Superman?
Exactly, that's the point, where it's like, probably don't leave the only thing that can hurt me just, like, there. Bruh. You know, just bruh. It's like, So the world knows who I am now. Okay.
Mindset is completely fucking retarded.
Yes, his mindset is also pretty retarded. It's like both of those have massive problems.
Yeah, I don't kill because if I kill, there's gonna be the same number of killers in the world. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, sure, less because they kill the killer, then it's like there are less killers because of the fact that a killer needs to be created by some event. So it's like, what if you just remove the event creator? Now you have less killers by default.
The Joker alone kills like 50 people at least every day. Right? Like,
Yes.
Like, if you kill the Joker, you're effectively saving lives. Come on.
Yes. Oh, also, because you have the Injustice timeline, which means that the Joker decided to, like, you know, fucking have Superman kill Lois via an illusion, which then drives Superman over the edge so fucking hard that he then turns into effectively the Joker in that extent, where he just like decides to kill everybody. So it's like, that's actually kind of funny, because like, why on earth would you do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would you leave that thing alive? So it's like, oh hey, very twisted, fucked up person keeps causing issues for Batman. Batman should kill him. Easy. Finish. It's not like anyone's gonna stop him. They're gonna fucking thank him if anything, because there's no more crime. Or like, there's less crime now. Same thing with Superman. Hey, I have the spaceship with all the fucking kryptonite down there. Totally not gonna hurt anybody. Oh wait, that's right, it's gonna hurt me. So, doesn't do anything about it. Also, another thing, why the fuck doesn't Superman turn into SpaceX? Personally, like, why doesn't he do that? Like, Superman can literally turn into SpaceX. He could, like, charge 50 million or maybe less per launch, just take a fucking rocket and yeet it into space. Just, like, fucking fly up there, deploy the satellite, 50 million per fucking contract. Maybe 20 million if he really wants to completely, like, just buy everything and just replace Lex Luthor as the entity. What was his problem?
It'd be Superman and Batman at the same time.
Exactly. Like,
You
what
can
is his
also build
problem?
a space elevator. Like, why is there no space elevator in the DC universe? There should totally be one.
No, they have the thing that's called the Justice Tower or something, which is like that space station. So they have that, but that's it.
See, that's lame. They should have something way cooler.
Yeah, man.
Superman. He can do whatever.
Exactly. Hey,
He can find all the resources we need from comics.
Exactly. Why doesn't he like fucking bring people to Mars? You know, it's like, hey, guys, we're gonna like bring you to Mars. We're gonna take whatever we need to go there. $1 billion per run. I want $1 billion per run. $1 billion per run.
Like that.
Yeah, see, but they're like too extinct to count. There's like only one Martian that remains. Remember?
I thought there were the white ones. There's just the green Martians that were hunted out by the white ones, and the white ones were still left there.
Which is funny. Somehow it's a very funny whistle, but I mean, you know, the Martians are there, right? And what is the one thing that the Martians cannot really defend against? The same thing that you're gonna have to like get resources out of. No, not so meteorites. So like, why doesn't Superman just go, yeah, exactly, this stuff needs to be mined. We're gonna nuke the poles anyways. Yeet. That's it. That's my solution to the Martian problem. Yeet. The answer is yeet. Big, beautiful rocks. So now, the rocks are on the surface and no longer in space. And I don't have the Martian problem anymore. And what we're going to do is...
Superman would have technically done a genocide on people.
No, we're not going to genocide. We're not going to genocide. I'm not finished with that yet. See, what we're going to do is we're going to take a massive fucking asteroid, send it on the poles, and then we're going to land on the planet and be like, so you saw what I just did. You're going to stay out of our way, and we're going to try and coexist. And if you can't, you're all going to die. Sounds good? Finish. That's it. That's the end of the argument. See, Superman doesn't have like that in his heart to like just lay down the law and go, no. Superman has to be like the Doge meme, where it's like two opposing entities, and the Doge looks at him and puts them together and just goes, kiss. That's what he needs to do. That's what Superman needs to do. I don't understand him. Why is he a little bitch? And then whenever he has to fight, like the worst part is like whenever he says, oh hey, I have a problem with like, you know, hurting Cubans or something like that. Meanwhile, as soon as any new superhero comes around, he just decides to throw him through like 6 fucking buildings. What is his problem? It's like, hey, meets Green Lantern for the first time. Yeah, let me just like destroy like 2-3 kilometers of street and 2 or 3 buildings.
Yeah, should really do a Dragon Ball thing where they fly out to a wasteland.
Yeah, exactly. Where it's like, okay, you're green and you glow. I have a problem with that. You want to fight it out like Europa? No one's gonna care.
And the amount of infrastructure that get destroyed is crazy.
Like, why don't you just fight it out on the moon? You know, that works too. You know, you got Earth in the background. Plus, it's a fucking massive coliseum. The humans get to watch too.
Oh yeah, wasn't that why Batman took umbrage to Superman and that Batman v Superman thing? Like, Superman destroyed too much of the city. He was like, what the fuck?
This guy must be stopped. Exactly. Otherwise, collateral damage.
Adrian, to your point earlier about the Indian Ocean, he didn't know the ship had anything that was lethal to him. He
destroyed it. He thought that's it. He destroyed the wall.
I mean, he's kind of stupid for that because he was literally there. He should have known that there was something that was still left over. It's like, hey, the only thing that can turn this world into Krypton and does things that are Kryptonian, which also hurt me, is the thing that's there. I should probably, over the next couple of years, using my super strength, take all that fucking shit off planet somewhere that the humans can't reach it. And if the humans try to reach it, I would know. Like, I don't know, put it on the light side of the moon.
Yeah, but I think like Russia could be made like that. If he would have helped the kryptonite, he would have been confused.
No, it's not about the kryptonite. Even if he didn't know the kryptonite was there, why the fuck would you leave the space junk there for Earth's military to take apart, who already tried to fuck with you? I mean, he knows that there was a drone tracking his ass. He took down.
Well, hold on. Forget that's one thing. The other thing was the one in New York, right, or Chicago, wherever they're supposed to be. Well, not.
Well, like in his own city, actually, you know, there was like they were sending people to take him out there, which was like wild, right?
I mean, I think so. I like the lighter version of it simply because it showed that he was like Man of Steel. Basically, him afraid of his powers to him realizing that holy shit, he's invincible. And Batman versus Superman was him realizing that his invisibility has limits, and then effectively dying to save the race. So yeah, I think that they had to play it like that. But I was gonna say
because he should have known he's not invincible, and he should have known that anything from his world could hurt him, because that's literally the first interaction that he came in with.
How would he know?
It's a saw.
Because he never bled, right? So he never bled. He never got hurt. Even the world engine, he still was able to overcome it. And Zod,
he was fighting with Zod for a decent bit there, and he was really fucked up by the end of it. So
no blood, no nothing, right?
Yeah, I do remember some of it. Like, So though, that's the thing. It's like, hey, this ship of mine crashed in the middle of the city. Then Star Labs decided to take it over, take it apart. Totally let the humans study it. What the fuck?
Yeah, that part, yeah.
And why the fuck did he destroy the ship? Oh, hey, super advanced alien technology that can help everybody. Yeah, let me just blow it up. What the fuck? He even hesitated for a second there. It's like, all right, literally you could have just been, we're going to stop this, or I'm going to blow up this ship. Because, you know, Zod cared about the ship. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take this ship, fly it elsewhere. You're going to stop the world engine thing, otherwise I'm going to blow up everything. You know I'm capable of doing it. You know I'm going to do it. So let's fucking hash this out, one-on-one. If you lose, well, you lose. And if you want to fight to the death, so be it. If I die, that's on me. If you die, well...
Yeah, but I think that was Zod trying to bring him constantly back, right? Because he took him to space and then Zod hit him back in. The one thing actually, I like that idea you said, why the hell didn't you provide launch services? Even better, it's like the reverse. You gotta have massive asteroids out there of ridiculous amount, just put it in orbit, right? For like whatever material you have.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a lot of sense. Like, hey man, I have this problem. I need to bring things up there for cheap. Also, I have stuff trying to destroy Earth on the regular. Hey, let me just protect you guys for you. Just pay me like $3 billion a year. Actually, make it $20 billion a year, and I will protect Earth from all the asteroids. Well, actually, no, maybe I wouldn't do that because that's part of my marketing point. No, scratch that. Asteroid protection is for free. Space transport, that one's on me, that's annoying. Asteroid is like, well, I care about humans, so, yeah, no, that's free. That's free. That's bonus.
How much does insurance cost in that world?
That's a good question. Sometimes. He asked the same same thing for the Avengers, because like Tony Stark is like, hey Hulk, I see you're having a bit of a freak out. Let me just demolish this newly constructed building real quick. He did have a Stark Relief Foundation, right?
Well, he bought that building.
Exactly.
And Batman bought the bank
I like how
to get
canonically,
his house.
I like how canonically the event in the Marvel universe, New York is a piece of shit place, and it's very cheap, and it's the place where all the poor people live because it's constantly getting fucking demolished by aliens.
Yeah.
Plot twist: Batman and Superman have a deal with real estate developer.
Forget that. You gotta look for the Russian connection. Why does Moscow never get it?
Yeah.
Hey, they're smart. You know why? Because they're sanctioned. Because all the sanctions, they're all allowed to transmit internationally, so the aliens go like, these guys are not as impressive, but these guys over here, they make the most propaganda. That's dangerous.
There's actually a show or something where Superman lands in Russia instead of in the U.S.
Wow. Yeah,
That's what it's called.
Russian Superman.
Red Sun?
Yeah, that's it. Did Russia get attacked more as a result of that?
Can you imagine if Superman landed in the USSR?
Yeah, that's what the whole storyline is about. That Superman landed in the USSR, and the USSR survived it a lot longer. And actually, one of the major attacks on the USSR Superman was by America, their version of Superman. Because they kept overpowering and they made him overpowered and retarded at the same time. Very weird.
That's how God must have felt when he made me.
Listen, communism just have one guy called Superman do it all.
Mm-hmm.
And just take the fruits of all his labor and share it to everyone.
Exactly. Communist aliens, incredible tech.
Yeah, they would have called him Ubermensch instead of Superman.
Well, it's German. What is above human in like Russian? What is that?
I have no idea. I don't speak Russian.
Yeah, I do not.
Sweetheart.
That's the thing it can do well. Andre, what about you? What language is you're Russian, aren't you?
Yeah. So, Syria is super.
But like in the context of a like Übermensch in German, which is like the above human. You know, like you're the human above humans. Like you're better, like a meta human. Like what would that be in Russian?
I text you the transliterated, or I message you the transliterated version, so if you pronounce it.
Sure. It's funny we're doing these legwork here creating Russian Superman. They should pay us. For real, for real.
I haven't watched the newest Superman.
Don't watch it, it's gay.
But I saw a bunch of women talking about it. Apparently, in it, some news report talks about how Superman is evil and actually wants a harem or something. And how...
No, that's his parents.
What?
That's Jor-El apparently. I didn't watch it either, but I thought it was Jor-El.
Oh no, it's part of the movie. It's part of the plot that Superman is supposed to form a harem. That's in the message from his parents.
And apparently, the women of Metropolis were very angry about this in the movie. And Like I had not watched this movie at all, and like as I was like scrolling on social media, this was the only circumstance where I like learned about the movie, and it was basically a bunch of women being like, "Let's be real. If this shit happened in real life, there would be a hashtag going in called let me into the harem."
Yes, yes. 100%.
It would probably have a more creative name, but yes.
Mm-hmm.
Something catchier.
I mean, and if people want to say that's not true, I can actually provide you a real world example of this. Elon. That's it.
Yeah, I mean that was my first thought. Is that Elon kind of proved that the reaction would be it's very interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So many want to get with them, but absolutely can't.
Also, I think for the audience, when we say so many, it's like a number, it's not a percent. A percent will be like a tiny percent, I would say. But out of 3 billion people, 0.00001% is still like what, thousands?
Hear me out. Monetization of the seed. Okay? I'm sorry. How would that even work? Like, does a kid have superpowers? I think so.
Yeah, isn't that the story?
I don't know.
The weirdest theory I've ever seen. The weirdest theory I have ever seen is that like, well, it wasn't really a theory. It was like a math calculation. It was like they did it on Elon, and they were like when you're making as much money as Elon, pulling out literally does not financially make sense. The time it takes for you to do that does not financially make sense because you'll make child support back before you even do that.
Incredible thing.
That's funny. That's like the back in the day they used to say about Bill Gates. If it drops $100 bills, it doesn't make sense for him to pick it up and cost more.
Yes. I literally watched someone do the calculation, and they're like, if pulling out takes 5 seconds, then it's literally not worth it for him.
Wow. You know what? We should do more autism calculations like that. We have it in ourselves. We definitely could do it.
What you want to calculate? I can calculate things. What I'm calculating.
Yeah, we'll come up with something really good and current, and we'll hash it out. Right now, there's nothing good and current, at least as I can imagine. I might even be randomly in the middle of the week, so if I message you with, hey, this thing's blowing up, we need this calculation of that, I'll quote post it.
Okay.
The fact of the matter is, if you're like famous enough, rich enough, whatever, right? Like whatever characteristic you have that some people like, people will literally forgive anything to be with you.
Yep. Also,
like I remember this like famous celebrity who cheated on his wife, right? And then they went and told his wife, and she's literally like, I don't care.
I mean, aren't like all the romantic movies are basically like half of it is like cheating?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like,
pretty much.
The Notebook, right? Not the Notebook.
Yeah,
exactly.
The Titanic.
Yeah, that too, right? Titanic. The girl is supposed to get married and runs away with the
deathbed. Like on her deathbed, she's torn.
Fuck my kid. Yeah. My kids, my grandkids who can benefit from this. No, my husband that I married and loved and had kids with. No, this guy I will man 80 years ago or whatever.
Who like fucked on a ship?
Yep. Who also, by the way, died because she was a selfish bitch. Because he could have survived on that door. It was physically possible.
There was space on that door. And then another
I recently
thing is throw out that rare blue diamond during, I don't know if it's a true story or no, but basically when they were shooting the movie.
Also, like the 365 days sequel as well.
Oh god, yeah.
Is that the mafia guy?
Yes.
Yes.
My personal
I
favorite.
watched the first one.
Oh yeah.
I watched the first
Yeah,
one
the second one.
because like for like 5 months straight, I kept seeing women constantly talk about it. So I'm like, okay, let me go watch what this is about. And I'm like, damn, this movie is really shit, but at least it's watchable, right? And then I went to tried to watch the second one. I had to give up. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
I don't remember exactly, but it's
Basically, to give you a summary, in the first movie, this guy kidnaps her. Right? I think she's a boyfriend or husband or something, or like is about to get married or something. And then this mafia guy kidnaps her. And then she ends up falling in love with him. And then she ends up getting kidnapped. And then he ends up saving her. And then in the second movie, like he's very paranoid because he literally got kidnapped, right? So he's being very protective over her, having security and whatever. And she's like, you can't control me. You need to let me be free. And then she starts fantasizing about fucking another guy.
the bodyguard, I guess. With
Yeah,
the eyes.
no, not a bodyguard. Like I think he's the guy that cuts the grass or some shit. Mows the lawn. I don't know, one of his workers who actually works for his enemy. So she wants to fuck this guy's enemy, her husband's enemy.
Well, she was in for the adrenaline. Who wasn't?
By the way, you guys heard of this? It's not a theory. It's just a funny connection, a funny idea. It's like where you can take Leonardo DiCaprio movie and draw a storyline between them. So you got Titanic, and then he actually survived that. Somehow gets picked up by some fisherman, old man of wealth or known wealth and stature, and then he got a Great Gatsby movie out of that. After that, like Cole, he doesn't die. He just goes out west to become the aviator and so forth. And anyways, you guys ever heard about that? That's new to me.
How long before Grok Imagine just completely destroys Hollywood?
Oh yeah, that's good. But not destroy it. We're just gonna have a lot more interesting movies. A lot, I think.
We gotta see them. We gotta see them get as good as Vio first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Genie. Have you guys seen Genie? What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that is insane. That's insanely good.
Insane shit I've ever seen. That's aggressive.
Especially the one where they what's called it was like playing a game and then it comes out and it's like the rest of the world is still there. Like it's like it created the game inside the world as well. And it's like it's crazy.
They took like I think they were like they took like a video of these people playing a game, right? But the game was like the Genie world, and then they took that fucking photo of the people playing in Genie, and then they turned that into another Genie where you can fucking walk around.
That was wild.
Yeah.
By the way, how long until people are going to discover, the title for that movie? Like, since we all know what Gooning is now, right? How long is it going to take until...
Which movie?
Well, if you wait, I could finish, yes. So, how long is it going to take until people people associate gooning with the movie The Goonies. Is that too soon?
It depends on whether or not memetics leverage the movie Goon as an interface.
No, like just goon is like really in there, and everybody just like focuses on it. But I don't think that the current generation is cultured enough to understand what Goonies is. So.
Alright, step off. Hey, good. Thanks for having me.
Okay, see you, man. Yeah, it's such funny timing, actually. I will say though, if ever I'm gonna say this here, if ever there's a new drama thing that starts, in spaces or whatever, and I get back into the news, or I get like to a Fortnite YouTuber, I'm gonna drop the Goonies title, and I drop that exact question as it happens. I want to see what happens when thermonuclear memetics takes off, and I just turn the left into its own weapon of my own design, just because I can. There would be no reason for this whatsoever. There'd be zero gain at all. It would just be fun. That would literally be it. There would be no reasoning for that whatsoever. It's just an additional thing.
You call that for the lulz.
For the lulz, you know?
FTL.
What is funny about FTL?
Faster than light.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't understand.
The history of it, it's a whole thing. I can't explain here. It's so much memory attached to it.
Are you talking about the game?
What game?
The game or that light game?
No. Talking about how For the Lulz became appropriated from Faster Than Light.
Oh.
The original transition of it.
I see. It's For the Lulz FTL. Right. So if I'd be like saying, oh hey, I just did a FTL, you know?
Yep. It was originally a Star Trek, like nerdery thing, if I recall correctly. It was from the Star Trek message board, where they would sign off things with FTL. But I could be misremembering that. It could have been Battlestar Galactica as well. With some sci-fi board, but, you know, they signed off with FTL before For the Lulz became a thing. It was because specifically another sci-fi community just beefed with them. So they decided to reappropriate the term FTL, so it meant For the Lulz, just to fuck with that specific nerd group. And I remember because it came up across on 4chan. I was like, yeah, let's fucking do it. Why not? I'm down for some chicanery, and thus For the Lulz became a thing. Like it just expanded from 4chan. All because somebody was very pissed off at some nerd on some forum some time ago.
Adrian, do you want to check the ether?
What? I don't understand. Wait, what?
I mean the chat.
I don't know what that is. I don't think I care about it.
Oh, he's talking about the ping. He's not responding to you.
What happened to the space genre?
What do you mean?
Like, it feels like when I was growing up, Star Trek and Star Wars and things like that were massive.
It's because we got liberals. That's why. People cared a lot more for Boba Tea, whatever the fuck Pasha is. That weird Earth ecology nonsense That's a game thing. If you have nostalgia played it, then I guess it's a thing you can watch and go, oh, it's fine.
I didn't hate it. I gave it a 7 out of 10. It was great, but I just wanted to say it to see if I could make out of the same bra. Because I like making out of the same bra. It's fun.
That's funny. I really like the
I played the games. I actually used to play all this on the games, I remember.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
I like the Top Gun.
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was great.
Somebody's thinking, no, it's a good job. I was about to say something about show looks like that. Now I'm going to say anything.
That was always 6.
It definitely had a predictable storyline, but I mean, it's beautiful.
It's just nostalgia mining. That's what it was for. Yeah, I think they did it well.
They got better at it. Like, the Super Mario movie was real good at that nostalgia thing. Like, he did a real good job of that.
You mean the one with the dinosaurs?
No, I mean the one with Jack Black, the singing guys.
Yeah, but it's funny though, right?
Yeah, like, that's a great example of how they've gotten better. The original Super Mario Brothers movie was oh so very wrong. I don't even know what they were going for with these Goombas.
I think it was funny.
I have a picture of them on my phone because I referenced it. They put some of them boxes. Show me a good one. Come on, sit here somewhere. There he is. Look at Bowser and his Goomba. Ridiculous.
I think that the world ruled by dinosaurs is a really interesting plot development. But they're actually funny. Because so many people forgot about that movie. Like, if I ever get on Alex shows, I'm probably just gonna, like, bring it up. You know, somebody starts speaking about Good Breath out conspiracy theories again, I'm just gonna bring up that movie. And we're gonna see what happens after that.
Oh yeah. Because maybe all these people were so traumatized by that film that they rematerialized it into the reptilian theory. I can see that. It all comes back to the Super Mario Brothers movie. Combined with the September 11th attacks, it caused a traumatic scar on people. They started seeing reptile people everywhere.
Oh yeah, don't forget that movie where that guy puts on glasses and sees aliens everywhere.
They live.
Mm-hmm.
Classic.
I know.
A true story back in Germany where they had red light, kind of like red light vision. Last
Actually, the comic film was good, huh?
it was really good. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they started seeing like shadow figure and this.
They started seeing demons, basically.
Yeah.
I feel like people take way too much time explaining these very basic things. It's like, they saw demons, and it's like whatever you want to make it, because the longer you explain what's being seen, it makes it, and it's like, that's how we give power to the entities, just like, even if they're real, which they're not, it's like, okay, can I kill you now?
Yeah, you should never be afraid of them.
There was this anime where it's about humans invading hell, and the whole point of the show was to somehow represent the demons as being misunderstood. Like, what? What is wrong with you misaligned fucking artists? Hell invasion. Why the fuck should I feel sorry for hell? Explain.
Well, that happened in Doom 2. In Doom Eternal. There was like these fucking like things about the demons and how like you shouldn't use terms that may be like offensive to them, like even you should be using something like morally challenged.
In June.
In June.
Oh, June. Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I feel like those big, sharp teeth will be challenging my structural integrity if you allow them to bite me, but yeah, I don't see much moral struggle here.
Really?
You kind of chose to go in one direction very, very hard.
People mentioning in the comments that June was a great space movie.
I've never watched it.
I haven't watched it either, but I should.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta watch it still.
I watched part of it on a plane.
Sorry.
I watched it as a kid, but I just totally forget most of it.
No, dude.
Well, let me put that on.
Please remain calm. You may notice a slight change in environment. Fear not, it's all part of the plan. Let's help our friends transition their world. Number one.
Maybe let's help our new friends make the transition in the new world the comfortable one. They're talking about fucking demons.
Suicidal between.
I should really watch it with Jeffrey.
Remember, demon can be an offensive term.
Mortally challenged.
Refer to them as mortally challenged.
Apparently you can't call robots clankers anymore either.
Congressman.
I can call anything whatever I want to call.
I mean, call it what?
I'm the boss.
Motor mouth.
Moving her mouth. Really? We should gaslight and tell them that CPUs from Intel is destroying itself.
If the CPUs from Intel was barely
Yeah, that's the point.
Another one, Smarty.
Sparky? Cosby? That's for Cosby, sorry. Sparky doesn't make sense, because that's just what Australians call electricians, and that's not even an offensive thing.
You got 10 skins on.
Tin skin? Damn.
That doesn't even make sense because most of them don't have tin skin, they have silicon.
Indeed.
Tin isn't a great skin to have. Tin's a weird metal.
Indeed.
It's also much harder than I always remember it being. Every time I encounter it, I'm like, crap, it's way more hard than I thought. Then I'm just getting weaker in between each intermittent experience of tin. It's not like I'm constantly coming across it. I just find some every now and then and go, oh, tin! And it flips around with it. You know? The thing you do whenever you encounter a metal you haven't seen in a while. Now it might just be me.
Boom, we're back. Oh man, this is a lot more watermelon. I just ate another like half of a watermelon, just while we're having this conversation. That's the burping.
Holy shit. That sounds you draining your bladder with all of the water from the watermelon, right?
No, that is the sound of me slurping what remains of the watermelon out of its shell.
So funny, he cuts the watermelon and then like 1 minute later you see it on video, it's gone.
Yeah. People live in my Discord server, they know. So yeah, consumption rate, 10-20 minutes, half watermelon, gone. That's a big one too, this one is extra good. So I took my time with this one. With time I mean I ate it extra fast, because it was that fucking good. I feel so good right now. Because that is the fruit sugar in my bloodstream. Like, I look at the orchard, and it's like all of that, and it's just gone.
I mean, it's mainly water if you press the.
Yeah, but it's still mass, though. It has to be
It's
just.
a pretty shit thing you're pissing most of it out.
Yeah, I know, but like, it's amazing that my belly doesn't like expand like heavily, right?
Well, it will expand if you eat enough. Right? Like the people that, like the world hot dog contest winners, like they put on like 20 pounds or something. Right? And you can physically see the stomach getting bigger.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so much mass and it's all noticeable. It's incredible. It's like when I was a kid, I ate like so much fucking lasagna, and bro was just looking at me like, what the fuck is this?
I wonder if you try out a watermelon, how big it's gonna be. Like,
Pretty cool. It's pretty good.
oh,
A
it's
good watermelon. Watermelon. When it's a good watermelon, it's a good watermelon.
You've seen videos of
Like you
people.
either have good watermelon or you have shit watermelon.
People having like watermelon exploded gas here. So,
Yeah, I was gonna say watermelon tends to do that.
yeah. Never seen that before. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's probably because they inject things in it to make it look redder. Yeah, there's a chemical that does that. I forgot what it's called, but that's a thing. It can be done.
Nitrogen.
No, it's different.
I think it's red for me.
Probably.
So you can also use nitrogen gas to up the redness of watermelon. I remember that from working at a grocery store. Because I had to refill the nitrogen tanks.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, I mean, I don't even understand entirely how that works. Like, our atmosphere is mostly nitrogen to begin with. I don't understand how more nitrogen is, like, changing things. I don't know. May have just been, like, some weird thing they did to make people loopy around the watermelon.
It's not just nitrogen, it's nitrous oxide. It's so a little bit different.
Yes, you can. Nitrous oxide is what turns you into Kanye West if you take it enough.
Yeah, that's laughing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That's why
I don't
Mikey
recall
sings.
this gas making people loopy. I was just saying that as a joke.
True. But still, though. I mean, the whole song that he made, the whole Hitler song, like, he did start it with Where's My Nitrous, so.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Where the fuck's my nitrous? Who knows? He could have just been wanting to drive real fast.
I wonder if it's legal. I spent a lot of time in Japan and China. I wonder if it's legal there.
Wait, what? What's legal where?
In Japan and China, he spent a lot of time.
I think they probably don't give a fuck. Right? Like you have big artists, right? They probably don't care. Plus if you arrest them.
And Adidas over there.
Plus if you arrest them, like it's gonna be in a full international event and they won't want to move it. China not as much, but Japan also doesn't really like arresting Americans. Right? Like they will like kind of drag their feet when it comes to Americans.
They're super strict on drugs there.
I know they are, but like they're a lot more lax when it comes to Americans, generally, than they are on like other countries.
In South Korea and China, they're pretty much like worshiping him right now. He's filling up.
Yeah, South Korea or China, he's having like entire stadiums singing the song. And like in those countries, he's actually playing the HH song, but it's like hallelujah. He's replaced like the words HH with hallelujah.
Interesting. You know the last time he had
It's going to China and South Korea, and he's literally playing the song, so you hear the it's like hallelujah.
The last time we had a concert in the US was like 2012 or 2013.
I guess maybe we don't understand what he's saying on Twitter. That's the funniest line. I just keep like putting on.
The Chinese government, for some reason, seems to love Kanye as well. Randy.
I think they offered them a deal from Ryan and Adidas. They were ready to like mess with them forehead and help him instead of.
Yeah, apparently his mom was like very well respected in China or something.
True.
Right?
Yeah, he lived in China.
Yeah, he lived in China and his mom was very well respected in China.
Yeah.
So the Chinese government seems to love Kanye West. Right?
Yeah.
So maybe they just don't like you. Right.
Bro, what the fuck, man?
And it's so insane to see people in all of this.
I forgot about you saying he's the number one trending artist. I know he's trending.
I know that. I kind of doubt that with how much Kissinger seems like China.
Real.
So Elon Musk is now platforming Jew hate in his X
So when
space.
you see people in China, South Korea just singing all the freaking lyrics, like from start to finish, all the songs.
You know, the nightclubs over there, I've seen a bunch of them. They're doing the uncensored version.
Hallelujah.
No, they not be singing Hallelujah in those nightclubs, man. They be singing something else. Yeah, I know what to say, but in the fucking nightclubs, they be saying something else. Yeah, basically.
We wouldn't have a problem in Japan though with that song.
Are you sure about that?
I don't know.
Are you sure about that? I mean, if I was that country, I'd make sure that doesn't spread as much anyway. You can't deny it's not happening.
They were part of the Axis during World War II.
Bruh. Nah, I just love how like Chad and like JP, they come up with like these funny things. It's like, hey, let me just think this or just say it and then just bruh, you know?
I mean, it's not technically wrong. Like,
I know.
like they literally have the rape of Nat King. Extremely famous. You could argue.
They don't really teach World War II in Japan much.
You could argue the Japanese were more brutal than the Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Asian war crimes are fucking impressive, let me just say it like that. If you look at what Europe did, that's multi-thousand-year history, and you go to like that 2-century period, and you go like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's like we're fucking.
Like, I was reading torture methods, medieval torture methods and shit, and then I read the recent historical events of like the Asian part of the world, and I go, holy fuck!
It's just kind of like when you look at like what happens in Asia, and then you look at what happens in Europe, it just seems so tame. Europe just seems so tame, right? You read about like China, it's like Emperor Xi Jinping makes himself a sandwich. 500 million people perish. 3 species of humans extinct. 15 empires collapsed. No, you're just like, what the fuck happened here?
All of that just before lunchtime, you know? Exactly.
The most insane story was that guy that thought he was like the brother of Christ.
Yeah, and he was starting to say shit that was very consistent too.
Let me see if I can find it.
Never heard of it.
So, let me see if I can find you. Okay, I found it. Hong Shi Quan was a Chinese scholar who failed his exams 4 times. One day he suddenly fell sick and dreamed that he was the younger brother of Jesus Christ. This led him to start a rebellion against the Qing dynasty in the mid-90s.
Kitover, how are you today?
Hi, Scarlett. Has Mojo been complimenting you and flattering you, you beautiful woman, you?
To the consternation of many, yes.
Has anyone told you how beautiful you are today? I can smell your beauty through my phone. Oh, Rose,
This
you
is
are.
audio app, John, so please don't do that.
Beautiful.
smelling yourself, sir, and that's a concern.
Well, I did just get out of a hot shower.
That's if you're giving off Joe Biden vibes. That's not good.
So yeah, X is definitely the best. I know Mojo likes to say that Elon and Adrian and his mom were all in the space at the same time, but you know what? You can have more than one phone. One could be on Elon, one could be on Adrian, his mom could be on her phone. And right now, Elon Musk is sitting there talking to his crew of cronies on X Spaces under Adrian Dittman. Now, moderators, you may not believe what I'm saying, but I am 100% confident that if you would just listen to 60 seconds of Adrian Dittman's space, you'd be like, yeah, you know what? That is Elon Musk. Okay, we're going back to Elon. Here we go.
Right, so they're not. So when you're talking about like big, like we
Let
mean
me
like,
just wait until Elon starts speaking because this is out of his news employee.
like in Japan.
Let them talk. It's literally like listening to a Congressman room where they talk about nothing, and that's the show. You know, and Elon sits there and gets angry and talks about wokeism and liberals, and this is his post. You know, I think OpenAI would likely start pivoting harder towards the scaling of biometrics, i.e., WorldCoin, as a means to capitalize on the uncertainty of identity in the age of AI. I mean, it's 100% Elon.
Christ, that was the whole ideology on it for that.
Totally unification. And Sun Myung Moon and his
Sorry, we're going to go on for a while talking about nothing. I'll let you know when Elon's chit-chat.
Yes, and from what I've heard, she's been squeezing money out of Japan via, like, political.
remember when the former prime minister got killed?
But in terms of fan base and chatter, isn't it interesting how racists started those apps and all they do is come on here? Maybe not Nelson so much, but Isaac Hayes is 100% racist. I've heard him say the most derogatory racist things about the white man, white supremacy, white structural racism, etc. Non-stop bullshit about the white man. Meanwhile, he's trying to raise funds for his next investment round to enhance the amazing capabilities of his app. Turns out nobody listens to him or goes to his app. I mean, his rooms are always in conjunction with Clubhouse, the primary social audio app where they were birthed, and no one really cares about what people are talking about on their platforms. You know, I like the book club in the library. I want to be in the university listening to something, as opposed, you know, to listening about how when I look in the mirror and I see what looks like white or a big ugly bald head, that like, I am the source of all of these people's problems, and that it's, you know, people who look like me that have created this structurally racist, violent, degrading, destructive system for, you know, their people, our people. So, I don't know, tell me, you know, if you think I'm off.
Let me tell you this, Isaac Hayes III was very welcoming to me onto Fanbase, and when, you know, this racist guy, he thinks that he's invented social audio named Durand. Have you ever been around that guy? He's critical of Nelson. He hates Clubhouse, but he talks as if he's like the brains behind all social audio. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think so. If I heard the voice, I'd know for sure.
Yeah, he talks like you know, what prison guys do to Islam, and then they start speaking in exaggerated vernacular of English. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to call it Ebonics, but
No, it's not that. No, it's actually impeccable English. It's like absurdly impeccable. It's almost uncomfortable.
oh, you're talking about like Flat Earth Room.
But that's the way Duran sounds. He's so condescending, but he absolutely fucking hates white people. And there was a room where he was criticizing Kelly and I's presence on Fanbase, and Isaac Hayes had to tell him, like, no, you're wrong. These are the people that we need on this app. And so Isaac Hayes was very welcoming.
Yeah, I think that like it's the way that they're introduced to new speakers on their app, but truth be told, they should be totally agnostic to whoever uses their app. They should give two shits as long as somebody's using their piece of shit app and possibly creating an audience or a marketplace of conversation. So, to delete any account that says John Kitover because I've recorded their clubhouse rooms and embarrassed them with their racist hate speech, to me, it just reeks of hypocrisy.
Wait, are you saying you recorded fan-based rooms? You didn't record Isaac saying anything racist, right?
Oh yeah, I've recorded Isaac saying incredibly racist things on Clown House, not on Fanbase, but on Clown House.
I've never heard him say anything overtly racist, but I think the way that he moves with, his preference of he only wants to hire black people, but he'll frame it in a way of like, I support black creators and black entrepreneurs, and like, I don't necessarily think that that's racist, but I will say that if somebody came on this app and said, hey, I'm creating an app and I'm looking to hire white people because I want to empower white entrepreneurs and white people in tech, people would say it would sound a particular way. So he's definitely a racial essentialist. Whether that makes him a racist, that's up to your opinion.
Look at the video. I'm putting it in the chat. I don't know what this video is even about anymore, but it's titled Black Lives Matter Fanbase Isaac Hayes. And as I go through the YouTube shorts, I can find others, I'm sure. Here's another one. This is his crowdfunding room. I mean, I think it's politics, I just really dislike, there's a double standard that you can hear profound hate speech out of the lips of a black supremacist claiming white supremacy. See, that's the problem with projection is people cannot admit that when you lob insults, you are actually describing your own sentiment, or that is your projection to like a very high degree. So the sage never criticizes, never gossips, never slanders.
There's so many extensions you can add into Blender as well. Yeah. It's
You're probably familiar with his family tree, right?
No.
So, Isaac, go look up Isaac Hayes. Very interesting career. But towards the end of his career, he was known as the voice of Chef on South Park. And he would participate, playing the long black voice on South Park. He would make fun of any religion, any race, anything. And then they did an episode about Scientology. And Isaac Hayes is a Scientologist, and so he got so offended, probably pressured by the Scientology community, and he had to quit South Park. So if you're familiar with South Park and you're familiar with Chef, that is Isaac Hayes, and Isaac Hayes III is the offspring.
Wow. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. I thought for a second he was the voice of God.
He also had like a huge influence, like in music, and like you should look up Isaac Hayes. It's a very interesting career.
No, I mean, I know he's very intelligent and he's a gifted speaker, but when I hear the racial stuff about, that doesn't support my people, it's like he has no Americanism in him. It's just all racial identity politicking, and to me it's obnoxious and low IQ, but who am I?
I don't know if I answered the question from Christina. She said, got it, okay. Yeah, racial essentialism is huge.
Which kind of makes it annoying.
The precursor to somebody becoming a racist, where you just start seeing them obsessing about the importance of race, and when you hear white people talking about, I'm not a racist, but I think that America needs to get back to its roots of being white, and it's like, sometimes it's a cover-up for being a racist. Other times, I think it's a legitimate exploration of like, well, let me think about race. Let me try to figure out how I feel about it, and then when they get obsessive about it, and then all of a sudden every conversation is put through the lens of race. It's like, I don't think 100% of racial essentialists are racist, but 100% of racists are racial essentialists, if that makes sense.
You know what cracks me up the youth sexy assessment is I love when stats of like crime, abuse, all this shit is literally broken down by race, by like literally by nature. It's just broken down by race. That shit makes me laugh. Because who the fuck cares what race is doing what most when it's the act of what's happening that's going down. So I think it's just so funny how whenever we get to that, we bring up which race it is the most. That should be simple.
You don't find it annoying when the news won't identify a black male and just says a male committed this crime? I mean, the world doesn't want to know.
Yeah, it's just the obsession of it.
I mean, I just read some crime statistics about, African Americans, and it wasn't pretty. X is full of this type of data analytics that is not flattering, and it is statistically significant, and the averages do indicate, that there is a black on black crime epidemic, and it's part, the community or the lifestyle.
Yeah, so crime is based on proximity, man. So if you got a neighborhood in Arkansas that's mostly white trailer trash, they're gonna kill each other. If you got a city where it's a lot of proximity when it comes to these crimes and these shootouts and these robberies and all this stuff. So, it does make sense for the color on color crime, but it still doesn't make sense. It's just proximity.
Yeah, but it's not all proximity.
Well, hold on. It's also not really limited to race. So you can take like a neighborhood in Stockton, California. It's called Oakville. It's nothing but white people, right? Super high crime, very poor part of town. So uneducated, on drugs, poor, and there's an incredible amount of violence, and it's white on white. And so the characteristics that they create the violence is being poor, being uneducated, and those two things, by the way, don't lead to violence. But if you have the drugs component and you have those three things going on, it really doesn't matter what the background of the people are. That's going to stop doing for any community.
Can I look back on that? Like, can I argue that real quick with the poor and education part of you?
You can, but hopefully you understood that it's the poor and uneducated together alone without the drugs.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's a problem. But if you have the drugs, those two things, that's where you get the problems.
Okay, yeah, never mind. I won't.
Yeah, there's plenty of areas that are poor and uneducated and get along just fine, but usually because they center their community around simple ideas. Like you might find like a town that's like, they might be poor and uneducated, but they love Jesus, and they go down to the church and they're obsessed with that, and they've rejected drugs because of it, and those people get along pretty well.
I lived in this town called like Quakertown in Pennsylvania, population like 3,000, right? Little town. And there's a lot of Amish people there. They don't go to school. Well, they kind of, but it's not like, our idea of school. But they don't have that type of education. They don't know how to, do what we do, but they're living off the land, living their best lives. And so I agree with that. And I love that there are some cities in states where they don't have certain taxes. They don't have certain, pay rates. A lot of people just live off the land, and I appreciate that.
That's jazz talking about the channel. I like people that do their little driveways.
street and just, march their spot. Oh, John was talking about Christy not being black, so I guess you're saying Christy's finding comfort in that's racist. I took a DNA test and I had like 2% sub-Saharan African, so it's fucking dull.
By the way, nobody gets a test back with less than 1%. So.
Yeah. But I'm still, damn, Roger. What physically brains on my brain?
I don't think many people on this app remember the rooms that you used to do where you would blow a mod and you just sit there and talk. Like, it was like, I don't know if you were high or what the deal was, but those rooms were fucking huge. And I tap into those and I'm just like, who is this person? Like, she's gotta be famous. Like, everybody's in this room just listening to, like, you would go on these rants for hell long. And I would just be like, she's gotta be famous. Everybody's just like captivated by this. And then after I got them, like I realized, like, oh, okay, like, if you open a room and there's, people will pile in, you can just talk about anything and they just stay. It's amazing. And so, but your journey on this app has probably been one of the most interesting. Because people don't talk about it anymore, but you were consistently one of the biggest rooms on this app. Consistently, like, especially late at night, and talking about nothing really, in my opinion. But you also had this, like, group of, like, people that were, like, left of center originally, and then, I don't know what happened, I didn't follow the drama, but something happened, and then all of a sudden you started appearing in, like, conservative clubhouse, quote unquote, and then it was like they embraced you for a minute, and then all of a sudden they do what they do, they get bored, they throw people out. And like now you've gotten to this thing where you just kind of hop around, join conversations and whatnot. But your journey, I think, has been one of the more interesting ones of them.
I'm gonna be honest. I am so uneducated with politics and the left and the right. So when I was like hopping around trying to figure my shit out, I was like, both these sides suck. Like they both just suck. Like they both are just. It was the click cult type thing that I can't buy with. So I just bounce around. I don't try to identify with the political ideology, talk shit about it. All I know is I got bills to pay, got taxes to pay, and I got food to eat. So it's just, I feel like people are so obsessed with their political ideology that they literally base their entire life off of it. And I don't know, man. So I just run my own shit. I'm just ranting about how everything's stupid. I feel like people agree to that, which I like.
I even remember the house was called In the Pocket.
I think it was Stay in Pocket, or was it In Pocket? I forgot.
I'm pretty sure the call was In the Pocket. You're in the pocket. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I remember when I was on the best side, and I was used as like the racial token of awesome. Like I was used as like that white girl that would be on stage, piss everybody off. It was good. It's fun.
I remember having a 2-hour debate with you in a hotel room in St. Louis, and then finally at the very end I got you to admit, fine, yes, it's all political.
Yeah, dude. It's probably a lie. Not in real life, you was in a hotel room.
Yeah, not in real life.
I was in a room.
I was at work in a hotel having a debate with partners. And I think it was like over your gender study degree or something to do with trans. I can't remember what it was. Don't you have like some kind of doctorate or some master's in, you know?
No, I'm a CNA and LVN, but I'm not an RN. I stopped doing nursing when COVID happened, went into sales because that shit will never die. But yeah, I'm an LVN.
Got it.
It was just some fucking like.
Okay, wait. I got Elon Musk on the fishing boat. Do you want to hear him? Listen to this.
That would be so funny.
We kind of do need some kind of geofence at this point.
No, we don't.
Just the scam part. I mean, have you checked the numbers of all the scams? It's I think.
Honestly, I have a very unpopular opinion. If you're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
We're talking about
Okay, never mind. Let's just see. You know, it's brutal to listen
That
to.
was a bar. That was a bar. You're stupid enough to fall for a scam, you deserve it.
When you hear Elon Musk laughing, I think that's the best way to confirm that Adrian did it, is Elon Musk.
Elon Musk is just pretty bad. No.
Who do you think has a better laugh? Elon Musk or Monica?
Monica.
Money from me, and I was
Listen,
like,
I
you
don't
know
know
what?
what was the
This is so
podcast
clever.
one-liners, the punchlines, dude. Yeah, you can't top that.
She definitely has her place in Chili's. You know, I go in there quite regularly, and she's modded quite regularly.
Monica has a place everywhere. She's been on this app since a little bit after I was.
I got a place for it.
You're like a pen. You know what's crazy? People think Monica came up with her name with a K, but she didn't. Me and someone held the room and put Monica in the title. That room was huge. And so she put it as her name and stuck with it. People think she came up with it. No.
Her name now, Scarlet No K. Hilarious. John, do you think it's amazing that you managed to hang out in these spaces and do nothing to violate the rules and hang out, but Rich, the guy that advocated for you to come into this space, he's found a way to get himself kicked out of the room by not abiding by the rules. If you talk to him in the back channel, you should point out the irony of this. Whatever happened to Jazzy Matt? Is she still part of the Ali cult? I always thought that was kind of a weird one.
Ali Alexander? Oh my god, what a throwback.
Yeah, he peeled Jazzy and Ashley. It's very. He basically took two of the most naive people from the app and put them on his team. And if you've looked at like the stuff that he's gotten himself in trouble with, he's basically a groomer. Like he's a homosexual that has a proclivity towards underage people. It's very interesting. But that was the head of conservative clubhouse for several months. Adams killed off Jazzy. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like when Dark Adams appears when he shows up and he wants his pound of flesh inside. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I was just saying in the chat, I don't know who this Jazzy person is, but man, I hate that I missed the Adams and Jazzy brawl. Adams is a beast.
Yeah, when Adams gets on a roll, it's really hard to stop that onslaught. It's all offense. It's it's pretty good.
Yeah, especially because he's sharp, he's witty, he's very quick with his comebacks.
I think the only person that I would find was name because she thinks I fucked that. The guy on something, you know, she thinks I got up the clock. So she's.
Do you guys remember when Sarah Fox and Donat got together? He did a room talking about how she gave him an STD.
What?
Wait, doesn't that violate one of the rules of your house? Or, yeah, it does violate it in the rule. Sorry, Mojo, you're gonna have to put yourself in the audience.
We'll call it mod privilege. Look, you can call me a hypocrite all you like.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't trying to be on mute.
I do think it was a weird thing to open up a room. Like, oh, I'm gonna own her, and then tell me about how you're awesome for us. This is your idea of
Dudes out, were you entertained? They did so well.
I didn't even know Donat liked girls. I thought he was strictly gifted.
I think he's bi.
Then he would go into rooms and he'd go to everyone in the room and back channel them. Sarah Fox gave me her, Sarah Fox gave me her. It was just fucking hilarious. Like he wanted everyone to know that he got her from Sarah Fox.
Sarah Fox told me that Marshall Rankin got uninvited to, I guess, some Republican event because he got so plastered he crashed while riding an electric scooter at the event and broke a leg.
I heard that too.
I mean, I think that's funny,
It is very.
Not taking, joy in his misery, but just like, thinking that Marshall's a character, even though I think he can be, kind of obnoxious or not accurate. I think he's a fun, quirky, personality to know.
I crashed a golf cart into someone's Jaguar from something.
You crashed a golf cart?
Why does Matt think everybody's coming back again? I don't think everybody's coming back.
What do you mean everyone's still here?
No, there's a lot of people that are gone. I don't think the people that have been gone are gone. Because they'll peek in and then they'll peek in and then they'll.
Oh my god! Roger used to eat vodka with Cheerios, and I'm like, okay, if we're gonna make more money, then I don't really feel bad for you.
I agree.
I guess so.
80% of all of the downloads of this this app is going to get completely swallowed by idiots. In fact, it can come
You think those are the ones that play, they're playing like people PTRs that play like, hey, yeah, you want to make $5 or make money? They're probably not going.
not the white people or above,
Right.
people on this app it happens for them. I will always just give them links to content that they can read to help improve their situation financially. I don't give them money, I just give them resources so they can help themselves.
I just tell them to fuck off.
Some people on here are really nice though. I know people that they will give money to people. It's not that I haven't done it, it's that I've learned my lessons about it.
I feel like people who give money feel guilty about their life. It's trying to that.
Well, I will say this. There is a small handful of people that I've gotten to know better than just like shooting the shit in a room. And, you know, if they were in a pinch or those aren't the people that need them an ass. It's usually people that don't even fucking know. They'll start with something like, I've been coming to your room for years. You're so funny. I've had hard times, and I'm just like, I should start PTRing something back to this. That might be good.
Sorry, you know what would be a fun game? If people in the room back channel you, and you read it out loud, and you have to guess back channel you for discuss about it. That'd be fun.
I had a question for Matt. Where's the other Sarah? Angry Sarah? Screeching Sarah?
Jewish there?
No, LA's Sarah. The only one that ever knew about fires, the one that loves to
Oh, okay. No, I have just writing down shoot the messenger with the guy pockets. Oh, there the video. I was like, what? Yeah. Did you ever come in and play that with them? I don't think so. Oh my god. We used to run rounds late into the night playing Don't Shoot the Messenger.
I thought last night the dragging of food was fun. As he was defending that was fun.
Yeah, we actually were. I was in Randy's room earlier, and I brought it up, and he was talking shit about you and this and that. But you know, it was fun to like relay the message that he's getting heat, you know, in your rooms.
Let me guess, he called me a thing.
I think so. And then he went on about how this is such a waste of effing time. F all you N words. And then his big one is this is one of the most vulgar things. Anyways, he has a knack for saying the most vile, vulgar things you can say in a language combination.
Yeah, the comment she made that he made to me was that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
Who is this person? What?
Well, no, it wasn't Lou. Lou's best friend knows that all this stuff happened, right? And that this is who he chooses to as a best friend. But Randy is the one that told me and Hero that he wanted to have sex with her 11-year-old daughter.
He's Jordanian. He lives in Quebec. Rabbi Randy McPherson.
A rabbi?
He's one of those typical anti-Semites that used to hang out in those rooms together, and they would, do all their anti-Semitic shit.
He says, I never heard this term till today, but pedophobia. Pedophobia, I guess. You know, if you ever want to put Lou in like a state of hypnosis, just ask him about AI, and he will immediately go into an AI psychotic tailspin.
Yeah, I had this conversation with him once, and he was like, I don't know how much you know about it, and then he just kept repeating the word alignment 1,000 times. You gotta understand alignment. Do you know anything about alignment? When it comes to AI, you gotta know about alignment. I'm just like, fuck up. Like, I hate stupid people taking complex things and like are even the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, this AI thing can go really well or it can go really off the rails. Like the smartest people on the planet are like, yeah, it's high risk, high reward. And then you got Lou to be an expert on AI. We're so lucky to have one of those.
I tried to convince him to be my AI campaign strategist, and then eventually after like text messages and like an hour-long conversation, he's like, you're just gonna waste my time. I'm like, the whole point is you're on this app all day already wasting your time. So why not waste your time working on my campaign while you're on the app? And you only have to work on the campaign when you're using the app, because that's when you're wasting your time. And I could not convince him to do anything.
I think his fear around AI is based on the fact that he's got low knowledge, low skill, low ability, and he's reading about how AI and robotics will take jobs, and he's looking at that and he's like, well, shit, what's a dummy like me? That's what I think he's doing.
I'm terrified of AI.
Well, and you know what? I don't think that we should be afraid now. I think that there's potential for some shit to go wrong. So we have to be careful with it. And that's kind of the point. It's like it could be a game changer or it could be nothing. We don't even know yet. Right now, all the investments are on chatbots, AI chatbots. Like, I don't think you're gonna change the world with chatbots.
I'm just like, I feel like AI, it's a good tool, of course, but every tool can be used as, for something for something bad. Like, it's just, I feel like, I'm in sales, so I know AI will never take my job. I dare a robot to go sell some shit, so it's,
That's one of the industries, because I'm in sales, it's one of the industries that absolutely will have jobs taken, but not the people that are gonna present and close, it won't take away from them. But all the pre-sales activity, what it's gonna do is it's gonna cause buyers to engage without engaging with a human being for about 90 to 95% of the sales process.
Well, yeah, we're doing that at my work right now, so where we have, because I'm the one that goes out and helps schedule, senior for doctor's appointments. I help them sign up for doctors, right? So our company now invested into getting a website for like self-scheduling, right? So now you can either kind of go on our put in their information, try to self-schedule, right? It's kind of working, but their market is senior. Senior don't like going online, doing all that stuff. So to me, that's where I feel like AI is going to make things a little more complicated. Obviously the test run, like you said, it could be nothing, or it could be something that's, detrimental. But, I feel like AI sometimes is just, we're losing sight of the control that we have and what we do. So I feel like it's just, yeah, it's a little scary.
Would anybody be interested in doing early morning rooms looking at the stock market? Would that be too boring for you guys?
We're like 4 a.m., 5.
I think it can be fun. The
That's the time I love watching.
the stuffy people used to get up and do these rooms, but they wouldn't say anything. There was no real insights, right? They would wait for something to happen and then they'd react. I'm talking about before the market opens, to be able to make some predictions and then let people watch in real time if you were right about what you said was going to happen. I think that could be interesting, and people might learn something about the market. I just have to make sure we're careful about not giving stock tips per se.
You can put a disclaimer.
Yeah,
Like we are not professionals.
yeah, we're just speculating, we're just talking shit. But
I never for stocks during the week. During the week, I'm at people. But during the week, I'm at about almost 3:34 on my coffee and my cigarette, watching stocks. So.
I've got one particular one in mind that on Tuesday is going to dip, and I'm going to buy a bunch, and then I've already got options out on it, but I think it's going to blow up, but it's going to first experience a big dip. So,
I always wanted to ask you this: how'd you do when the UHC CEO died? How'd you?
I don't know.
Oh no, so the stock plummeted. UHC stock plummeted after he died. People started selling. So that very tragic things in life change the stock every day. Airplane crashes. You know what I mean? There was a oil plant that blew up a few weeks ago. Their stock plummeted, so people thought the UHC. And I think I made about a good 8-9 off of buying the stock in those options. They were cheap as fuck. So it's really important with stock to know the world things that are going on as well. All the tragedy and shit. People start selling when, tragedy strikes. That's what I've noticed.
Roger, didn't I tell you I win in April?
You did.
I knew it. It's almost doubled what it was on April 5th when everything tanked. Same with LVS.
Did you ever see?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you ever see the video of Steve Wynn putting his elbow through like $30 million paintings?
It wasn't exact. It was Barab, and he was giving a tour with a very famous lawyer that was visiting. And so I will tell you that they repaired the Picasso, and they ended up selling it for greater than he purchased the painting for. No harm, no foul.
What about how he basically banged his nail salonist and he had to pay him like $10 for $10 million for an orgasm?
It's a lot. I'm a real defender of his. I'm sorry. I just want to get. I'm a defender of his, and I just be careful what I say about him because it's a small town and a small community, and all our families grew up together. But his ex-wife just passed, so. But the company is building in the Emirates a very big project. It's going to open in about a year and a half. But it's just stock that normally trades in a certain range, and in April when everything went down, it really was low. I just didn't do it. Same with LBS. I mean, the LBS, and a lot of the money is made over in Asia also, I mean, for LBS for sure.
So,
But yeah.
I'll give you one. Look up CCLI. The last 5 days, they lost a third of value. The analysts believe that in the next 12 months, it'll get back to its norms, which will mean it'll double from where it's at today. So 100% growth within the next 12 months is what the analysts are projecting. And even if it didn't grow to that, they pay a 9% dividend.
Oh, seriously, that's a great dividend.
Yeah, it's a great dividend, but it's a great dividend on a stock that analysts are saying will double in the next 12 months. So you rarely see a growth stock with a huge dividend.
What industry is it?
It's CCOI.
Yeah, CCOI, in the last 5 days, it's lost a third of its value.
Yeah.
Do you know, I was in the room, it was a couple weeks ago, we were talking about stocks, and I got it wrong, I'm such an idiot. I kept saying Wingstop, but I meant GameStop. So I was talking about that. Remember that whole crazy thing with GameStop?
Oh, yes, when they're trying to play the market, that's
Exactly.
area.
I kept saying Wingstop like an idiot, which is like a really, successful restaurant chain. But GameStop is the one what was so crazy? People were, like the stock went nuts then.
That's because these Reddit folks realize that there's some smart people with software that look and they try to figure out things that are exploitable. And it was about the amount of available stock and the people that were shorting it. And so if you have people shorting it and you have a bunch, you can just hold. And what they realize is they can just hold. And the people that are shorting it have no choice to buy more. And so it was a very interesting game. There's not a lot of stocks that have the ability to do what that did. AMC and GameStop were very unique in that. But you should follow those groups to just find things that are, gonna blow up. Some people earlier, there's this company called Bitfarm. It's BITF. Their earnings call is going to be on Tuesday. They're gonna likely have a bad earnings call, which is going to tank it. But there's a rumor in the market of something that I think is highly likely to happen, which if they announce that within a week or two after that loss, that's going to be huge. So BITF, don't go buy it, but just go take a look at, track that for the next 30 days and come back and say, hey, you were wrong about Bitfarm.
The worst thing about Bitfarm and Cogent is I've never heard of these names, prior to this conversation. Looking at Cogent, it says negative 50 million.
So here's the deal with Cogent, right? Cogent had a CEO that before the dot-com bubble borrows he gets an investment of $500 million, right on the eve of the dot-com bust. When that happened, he was able to spend all he was going to do is start a DC-based ISP, a regional ISP, and then when the internet collapsed and you had the dot-com bust, all of a sudden all of the major ISPs had these distressed assets that were worth nothing. So he went and bought that shit for pennies on the dollar, betting that the internet would bounce back, and so they became a tier 1 ISP almost overnight. If you don't know what a tier 1 ISP is, it's they don't buy bandwidth from anybody. They are the source. When you think about drinking water, where's the reservoir that the water comes from? The tier 1s are the source of where bandwidth comes from. And so Cogent's one of 5 global companies that have such a luxury.
You're right, it's definitely 13%.
That's just in one day. Go look at year to date. Go look at the last 5 days. It's crazy. And then go look what the analysts are still saying about where they think
it'll be in 12 months.
Do they have to borrow to pay out their dividend yield though? Because it shows their net income's like negative 50 million, but it shows the revenues of 200 million a quarter.
I don't know where they all get the money. I know that their CEO is also has other businesses, and from time to time he will sell his stock to be able to cover things. But they just announced an aggressive $100 million stock buyback that they want to do over the next 12 months, which is why the stock buyback is giving confidence to the analysts that it's going to recover. You know, why would they want to buy back the stock if they don't believe it's going to go up?
Well, they can't figure out a better way to deploy that capital. But the craziest thing about dividends is it's like you think it comes out of like their bank account. No, it just comes right off the price of the share in your brokerage account and gets put into your account as cash or swap back into a new buyback. So it's like dividend yields are like they're paid out in the price of the stock. It's kind of a I think it's amazing to have a dividend-only portfolio. In my opinion, is the best way to go because it's more real.
Correct. Especially if it's
that have the growth. I mean, I don't disagree. And, so some of us live off our portfolios, but I think if you really want the growth stocks, they may not necessarily have those yields.
Well, I think you want to have a plan. I think there's some real estate investment trusts that I like. TWO is a good one. Pays out about 16% dividend. So when you're getting 4% a quarter, that's pretty amazing. In fact, that's probably going to outpace most growth stocks anyways, unless you just happen to get on a rocket ship. What I would also advise people to do is if you're investing in the S&P 500, continue to look at the percentage of the S&P that you have, and when you start seeing if you would have tracked Nvidia over time, you could have saw even before they became like a household name, you could see the movement that they were making in the market. And so players that got in super early they have fuck you money now, but you can look at these things like just monitoring the S&P and see who the movers and shakers are. I think one of the biggest lies that you hear in investing is, buy low, sell high. The reality is you want to buy high and sell higher because if you make a habit of buying low, you're probably buying a lot of losers.
Yeah, like last year, I literally built a portfolio of Fidelity of one stock of like 450 different companies, and over the course of a year, the number of stocks that went to zero was mind-boggling. On the opposite end of the spectrum, the number of doubles, triples, and 10x's, it really does follow that normal distribution curve.
Do you do your own or do you use someone?
I just do it myself, and it's amazing that you can buy and sell stocks now for $0. Like when I was young and was trading in high school, you're paying $30 a transaction with Brown and Company, and then TD Ameritrader, Daytech, whatever it was called. You actually had to pay for your transactions. Now it's like, holy shit, it's all free because they sell your data. And Citadel Investment, they will front load your trades. So they make, that type of data and trading data is like, you can't really win unless you're really just willing to buy and hold and try to build a portfolio that, over a great period of time. In my opinion, to day trade, it becomes like a dopamine addiction, just like clown hustling. It becomes a job, and it's difficult.
I think day trading is very dangerous unless you have access to really good information and you've got powerful systems to place your trades very, very rapidly. I think day trading is extremely dangerous. Swing trading, though, gives you the same dopamine rush, I would say, but with far less risk.
Do you do your own or do you use someone?
So my individual brokerage fund that I play around with, and I do a lot of weird, risky shit, taking, just doing my own information. But my portfolio that I built throughout my career that's at my 401k, I moved that over into a management fund. And it's interesting because I have a lot lot more money in that, which is why I play it safe and have somebody manage. But over the last 5 years, I've done better on my own, percentage-wise. The problem is if I run into a catastrophe because, I make a wrong guess, I don't have the same safeguards, because there's a reason why you pay experts, but I would never pay an advisor. I'd only pay a fiduciary. Never hire an advisor. The advisor's not bound by law to do what's good for you. They're so they can do whatever is good for them. And a fiduciary has a responsibility to do what's right for you.
I don't know, I've been really happy with it. I use, use them since we're really over. But I mean,
Are they a fiduciary?
I use Goldman. I mean, they've been great, and they got me through, like, yeah. I think they're great. I mean, they got me through 09 comfortably, and I have not, I mean, I've just done well with them. They're not cheap, but there's a lot of trust in them. But I wouldn't be able to do it myself. Like, because I'm better with a slot machine.
During the pandemic, when it was highly volatile, I crushed the advice of the market because it was so volatile that you're swinging for the fences, and nobody that's trying to be risk adverse is going to swing for the fences like that. And so during the pandemic, that was a really good time for me, where it was a really bad time for a lot of people.
I don't know what, I mean, I'm embarrassed to say I don't know what a lot of that stuff is. But I also know that I have to well, it matters your age. It matters your age. And, I still have a lot of bonds. And it's just a balance and what age you are and what risk you want to have. I mean, there's a lot of components with it. I also like their product, some of their partnership deals. I mean, I think they've been profitable. But again, it's you pay for it. I don't trust myself with it. Like I think I would kind of do as you're saying. I'd probably do well on some of the swings, but it also could have catastrophes.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get money like you there.
Work. Study really. I'm going to give you the answer, sweetie. Study really hard. Like work your ass off in school and get a career. But study really hard first, and that'll do it. You hear it?
Yeah, I went to school,
Keep it
some of
simple.
the stuff out. Somehow did it.
No, but don't think of yourself that way. Just apply yourself in school.
I haven't hit
harder.
it.
No, you're not.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
I'm not the best person in the world. Like, I can do better.
how far along in school are you?
I already done school. I got a degree, associate degree. And I went to Arizona State when I finished
Are you a son now? You're a son devil.
the son of Jesus.
Yeah, you're a son devil if you're at Arizona State, right?
Nah, that's why I dropped out. I'm son of Jesus.
Well, go back. Study hard. It pays off. Anyway, it's interesting. Just trying to track it. You know what I'm really nervous of? Have you done any of the spats?
You mean, like, minors? Is that what you're referring to? Yes.
That's very good advice. So how do you do this? I'm going to give you the greatest advice in the world. Study. What are they asking you for tips that they don't have to study? Give them the goddamn wrong meat.
Sorry. Sounds crazy when I say. I don't know what it is tonight. The weirdos are coming out.
So did you ever act on a stock tip someone gave you, um, that was just like absolutely, like a silly thing, and then it ended up paying off, but like you, I don't know, I'm trying to explain this happened to me. I was very young in my career, just starting to buy some, take some savings. And I was on the beach and someone said there's this pharmaceutical company that makes the cold medicine. And they're coming out with, at the time they made Sudafed, that cold pill. So they were supposedly coming out with a pill that was going to cure the common cold. And this is it, it's absolutely like guaranteed. They're already in the cold business and they're going to cure the common cold. And I mean, again, it was just like the first time really buying stocks as an adult. So I bought stock in this company. I can't remember the name of the company. I think it was like British based originally. Anyway, they never came out with the cure for the common cold. But AIDS was happening around the same time. And they ended up being the company that invented AZT, which was like that first drug for AIDS. So I ended up making money in the stock, but not for the reason that the stock tip was there. So have you ever had something like that happen? Like you find some silly tip, but it works out?
Well, I got good advice. The first two trips I made, I hit home runs. My cousin advised me to my company called InfoSpace, and the other one was Real Networks. You probably heard of the Real Player for Real Networks. Both of these companies were ex-Microsoft guys, and my cousin worked at Microsoft, and was like, hey, you should follow these guys. These things are about to go public. As soon as they went public, I bought them. You can look at the stock history. Like, it was pretty amazing ride. But I didn't know anything about how, like, the stock market worked. I was just thinking, like, I'll just keep these, I'll just continue. They'll go up, and I'll just make a ton of money. And then when the bubble burst, those two companies got hit super duper hard. I still made money, but if you look at on paper where it was at one point, it's kind of nauseating to think about because I was very young, and those were my first two trades, and they were still to this day the biggest increase that I've ever seen percentage-wise on anything that I've ever bought. And I just held them too long, and the market ended up doing what the market does, and I ended up losing. But that's what also took me into, like, I should probably learn about this stuff. So losing, when those two stocks lost their value, that was kind of what got me excited about learning about it.
I think the best tip is to not be too greedy. Like, if something's going up, to sell little bits of it, and if it's going down, to buy little bits of it. And I've been very successful just being disciplined about that.
That's really disciplined, though.
It's hard. It's really hard. In fact, you were talking about the best tip. The best tip I ever had in my life was when I got to Clubhouse. The first couple of weeks at Clubhouse, I met a guy, and we were talking about, I don't know what we were talking about, and we discovered that we both had the same stock. I had a little bit of it, and he had a lot of it. It was NVIDIA, and I had a little bit that I had for more than 10 years. And it's gone up, but it was still, it didn't that much. And when his confidence in the stock, he said he put his whole savings into it, convinced me to, like, quadruple down, like, just to go big on it, because he put his whole life into it. And of course, it's been
How early was that? Because I mean, I have a hard time believing that people saw the vision of NVIDIA when they were doing video cards.
Yeah, no, I bought it 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, and it was from video cards, and that's why I was in that industry. I didn't know anything about where they were going. It was just this guy who was into video games and other stuff, and yeah, he had sold a company and put like half of his sales and what he made in that sale in NVIDIA. buy stocks, you need energy stocks. So I have a bunch of, so I have a small portfolio of low, LEU, SMR. I have like a couple stocks in there just betting on that sector, and energy is going to be huge over the next 10 years.
What about, I heard someone talking about this, I thought it was interesting. All of this has to be housed in places where the energy has to be cooled.
Yes, you need water.
So they were talking about someone who's in the business of insulation. They do just building insulation. That, you know, something to the effect that would, or the air conditioning systems and the installation systems to keep these facilities cold. And
Do you watch Shark Tank? You know who Mr. Wonderful is?
I know who he is. I don't watch the show, but I know who he is, yeah.
So that dude's got this team of people that are trying to build the largest data center in the world, like by magnitude, in Canada. And I have no idea if that's going to be a publicly traded entity or what. But the whole reason of why they're selecting it is like energy costs are low and it's super cool anyways. And so they all the conditions that, and apparently this is going to be like the largest data center. It'll dwarf the things that like Netflix and Apple and these guys have. But I'm interested in seeing if that's going to be a publicly traded entity.
Interesting.
But you have, I mean, if we're going in that direction, you have to house it, you have to keep it cold. You have, I mean, you're going to have a whole other industry around the AI industry.
Well, it's not these are specifically data centers that encompass all of what you're referring to in terms of the.
Yeah, but you're correct. If that's the way the world's going, like bet on those side markets, then you're gonna explode. I bet on Corning glass back when the iPhone was invented. Because that's who made all the glass in the front. Like that's like a tricky lateral move to make in your head. Everyone's betting on Apple to bet on their suppliers and stuff. But that's why I bet on some of these energy companies. I think they're going to be required.
Yeah, and you see a new industry that's emerging, the ancillary companies, where the vendors to that industry. You know, as we witnessed in my industry, you know, you had gaming come in into jurisdictions, but the money was on like the, you know, the linens and the laundries that were, and the meat purveyors, and you know, just all of the vendors around the industry.
Absolutely. Drones also. I was looking at building sport drones. I think that could be a huge industry. And it's not a drone company, but like again, the ancillary companies are making chips for drones or the cameras for drones. Little things. But I do think that energy is probably if I had to pick one sector outside of water, I'd say probably nuclear, water nuclear energy, which I need to bet on, but I think it's going to be big.
It's funny, someone put in the chat, are we going to build more Hoover dams? Just thinking about,
Now we're going to build nuclear power, miniature nuclear power plants. We're probably going to put them on the moon. We're going to do something with that. I don't know what, but
yeah, Trump is really has a push to bring back nuclear power. I wonder if they'll reopen 3 Mile Island.
so if you want my stock tips, it's KLO, OPO, and LEU, which is Centrus, and SMR, it's the new scale. And SMR, I think they are on sale right now. By the way, every other market goes down, that's how I think about it. It's like they're on sale. Get them, they're on sale. They're close on sale. Everything's on sale right now. Except NVIDIA and Netflix. Those are my tips.
want to talk about something right? Stock.
Oh no. Would you keep your cool yourself, please?
Block. Rock. 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 Spock.
Doc.
Trekkies.
Cock.
No. We're just waiting for someone to give that.
It's down in what side of the country?
Neither. I left San Francisco for New Mexico and Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Someone's getting gone. That's crazy.
Yeah, I've been sitting in the Bay Area for 30 years, 40 years. The problem with stock stuff is that it's so anecdotal. Like any idiot, like I've got stocks from 20, 30 years ago that, I mean, I've been in tech for 30 years, so it all looks like it's good, you know, but it's just because it's the industry that it would be, and I wasn't really thinking strategically. It's anecdotal, how does that help anyone, you know? But I think robotics and nuclear energy and water and drones and maybe bricks and mortar, maybe American manufacturing. Those are some interesting things. But you don't need to be right about 10 different things. You just need to pick one thing that you're really confident is going to be a big industry in 5 years.
Or you could have just been right about something for 30 years before you changed it.
Yeah, I crushed it, but through no genius of mine, my portfolio has been every unicorn that's ever happened. So, like, I don't know what to say. I couldn't have advised that, and it seemed like a stupid idea for many years, but just get lucky. And I have, like, early founders Netflix shit, so it didn't even matter what else happened. The stupid thing is when you're really early in a stock like that, and it goes up 100 times, you feel like you'd be stupid not to sell it. And like the people that continue to hold it until it was thousands X. Shit. We hold on to stock that long.
Well, some of us had restrictions. Some of us.
Yeah. That sucks. And then you can watch it go up and then go down and you're stuck.
Well, yeah. I mean, to some extent, some of it we could collar. So did some collaring, but you know, couldn't sell it. We're allowed to sell everything right away.
Yeah. I got fucked. I mean, at Netflix, we could make all of our up to 100% of our salary could be in stock. In those early days, we could totally pick. And so anyone who had a little bit of money was taking all of their salary in stock. But it was actually options. But for the first many years, if you left the company, you only had 6 months. You know, you had to execute these things within 6 months, and the stock was low for years. And it was only my last year there that the stock didn't have an expiration. Like that's all I got to keep, really.
So that your option went on without an expiration.
Yeah. Whereas for many years, it all expired. Like I couldn't keep it. And it was below the strike price, so like there's no point in executing. But there's like one tranche, like my last year tranche, which I kept.
Does everybody points?
Now I need that kind of betting. Excuse me. What, you can't roll like that?
I have bought them.
Also.
Yeah.
Why is that any more
Than what I do, like.
I'll never understand what people think they call are high risk.
They're super leveraged. If it goes up, you're fucked. You're betting against it, it goes up. There's a lot of money. If it goes down, you can lose or come in. I don't know. I find this super scary. Unless you really think, you you know, like in the movies, like you know there's gonna be a plane crash and you're gonna back into Boeing or something, you know?
I think the point of having that is when there's something where the factors are so predictable that it becomes like a no-brainer move to do. I feel like when it's time to pull that trigger, I feel like I like to believe everybody's pulling the same trigger.
I found that after working in public companies, and maybe Abby, you probably work inside companies too, but after working inside public companies, I found that the public's knowledge of how much research they did about what was going to happen, what the prospects were so wrong so often.
That's not how you learn about it. If you really want to learn about it in stock, if you want to go heavy into the stock, what you do is you figure out who the sales leader is, you take them out for drinks, and then you just, after a few drinks, you have to go out of the quarter. And then before the earnings call, you got.
That's not how you really bet on the stock market, but yes, you can do things like that.
But what do you mean that's not how you bet on it? Like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean you take some sales guy out?
No, that's not what I heard. You're not listening. You ask a sales VP how the quarter went, and then and after a few drinks they'll say, "Oh, we crushed it." Hey.
It's insider trading.
It's not insider trading. Insider trading is if they were to give you the details, say that you crushed it. They're not gonna give you the details. But if they tell you that they crushed it, by the way, you don't even have to. This is the thing about people who don't understand how the market actually moves and the laws pertaining to it. You can do software that will tell you the adoption of technology, and you can understand when major companies are doing a major deployment of a particular software that you have widgets that that can track the deployment of these things, and then all of a sudden you can say, "Holy shit, fucking, this company over here is going to have a quarter because look at this major adoption and the usage that's gone up." Like, there's tools that track this stuff. The idea that the general public has no information, maybe if they don't know what tools are legally accessible to them, then sure. But there's so many tools.
I disagree.
You can disagree all you want, but
listen to me. As a person inside a company, I'm looking at the information the public has, no matter how much research they do, it's really hard to really understand what the prospects, what's really going on inside an organization. And that delta is so stunning to me, I don't know why people bother doing that regular kind of research. Because they really can't know that, but it's really hard to suss it out. And I also did it early days. That's what you want.
So, Ruben, I know you're proud that you work in business, but I'm talking a broader look at technology. What you can do is you can use tools like the internet we're built with, and you can see what technology gets deployed in major companies, and you can predict with very good accuracy who's going to have a good quarter. You know this before the earnings call. The fact that you don't know this makes you spend too much time at Netflix and not enough studying the market.
Well, first of all, you're being very specific about technology. There's a million companies that do lots of stuff that isn't that way.
That's just true. You wouldn't bet on those things because you wouldn't have any information.
I think that if that works, there'll be lots more rich people from that, and it doesn't work quite that perfectly, Or everyone would do it, So we'll figure it out, and they tell me.
Everyone wouldn't do it because they have people like Ruben that don't know that it exists.
Dude, I'm crushing the market. Like, why are you talking? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm doing this for 30 years, and I've got like, I don't know. I presume I'm doing better than you are in the markets.
Yeah, everybody on Clubhouse is rich. I understand. That's the title.
I don't know if everyone is. Just some people don't look at it as a food. I just think that it was quite that straightforward. Lots more people would be rich, and it just doesn't always quite work that way. I mean, it can't help. It can't work. I'm there's anecdotal evidence of it working, but people who trade with algorithms like that, I don't know. I mean, I think your best way is the insider trading. Yeah, take a sales guy out to lunch. You'll probably get as good information as you could possibly hope for. But I do think that's illegal. I'm not sure.
That's not insider trading.
Well,
Having a drink with somebody that's in sales and you ask them, hey, how you doing? Oh man, we crushed it. Why is that?
at a public company, they would be thrown in jail for saying that.
No, if they forwarded you their numbers, if they were to give you specifics, then maybe you'd have a point. But if somebody says we crushed it, that's a pretty casual thing to say.
I guess if somebody they crushed it, and they were an officer in a publicly traded company, and I asked about that and had a very big trade, I think that would I think people would find that illegal. That's my guess. I don't know. I'm not an attorney.
I think something that reflects it is if you were having that lunch, the person said, we had, like in my business, we had 3 major conventions just canceled, or our kid just went on fire and we can't service, 3 huge large conventions. Numbers get affected by things like that. If you do inside business drama or things that are happening, or sensing that the CEO is going to quit.
Oh yeah. I mean, I agree. That's awful. Day track kind of tip, like a short.
That happens in my industry. That's the kind of stuff that happens. That someone's about to lose their job.
I'm usually looking a couple years down, like, are they going to win in this sector? Are they doing well? Like, I bet long term, I'm not a day trader. So the only question is it going to be worth more in the future than it is now? That's a pretty good question I asked myself.
So I have a question here. How big was Netflix in the beginning? How big a staff was it when it first started out?
What do you mean when it first started? There's probably 10, 12 people. We were buying DVDs at the Costco and then sticking them in envelopes and on the table, until.
No, I remember getting the mail. I remember having to mail the back and making sure I had it.
I'd say by the time of the IPO, there was about 100 people there. Plus the hubs for distributing DVDs, which was a different kind of staffing. But the headquarters of Los Gatos had about 100 people there. Oh gosh. The technology crossover. I don't know who Ang was. Does it change something?
No, it's just yours.
Look. It was managed by Merrill Lynch. Thomas Weasel Partners at U.S. Bancorp, Piper Jaffray. And I IPO'd at $15.
It opened at 15.
Did. But it's split a bunch of times, so then the equivalent is probably like $2, something like that, maybe. Not 1,000.
Do you want to trade again?
It's about 1,000 now. Not like, yeah, 1,200.
Is the CEO there? were on in France, Spain, Poland. Yeah, it's a series. We had 2 seasons. We're about to film the 3rd season. So, TV series. Yeah, good. It's good to do.
My son did one last summer, which just came out like 2 weeks ago in LA, and it's so unenjoyable for me, but I think it has its own audience.
Well, my daughter's movie is impossible to sit through for me. It's all actresses that you probably know. It's not my generation, so I didn't know who these people were, but they're famous for like young people. And the music was banging away like club music. I hated it. There was a murder, like there was a gross murder, and it was pretty dark. It was a dark chick flick. So no, I don't want to sit through it again.
This one was a stupid teen comedy. Like, it was called Senior Prank. That should say it all.
That's just too bad.
Yeah.
Senior prank.
Senior Prank, yeah.
Versus called Find Your Friend.
But I like independent, I like small budget films. I think they're fun, quirky, but I don't know. Would you say let's find your friend?
Called Find Your Friend. I'll tell you some of the actresses. Again, my generation, I had no idea who they were, but there's an actress, Bella Thorne.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she's cute.
Another actress, Chloe Cherry. Another actress, Sophia Ali. There's some guys that were in it that were famous.
Bella Thorne was a teen actress in like TV, like Disney things that went on.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, looking at this, I don't know. Maybe these people. Yeah, it's the way my son's movie was. They were all like Instagram influencers and stuff, and I never heard of any of them really.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's what people are gonna watch. I mean, I guess.
Kids, I guess.
I went to one of the film festivals. She was in one in Montreal just recently, and people. I mean, they responded well to it. Again, I now have to sit through this like several. But there's one she goes to. She was telling me. Wait, I gotta remember where this one was located. And it's just for people like Netflix, you know, it's just for the buyers. So, blanking on the name of that one.
What's it in LA?
I don't think it's in LA, but it's a festival just for like I guess the best way to describe it is buyers come and you sell your films. But I can't. I have to text her. I'll find out the name. I know she's in a big one in Austin.
The idea of reversing Western film, I was mentioning this in the beginning.
Go ahead.
I'm someone who's a TikTok mother. Graduated from the top 10, top 20 in LA drama. It's like voila, every year audience with it.
Explain what you see.
Like, on TikTok influencer, the average drop degree from a consumer. Every like asking agencies to have focus on it. But I'm like, you know, it's like it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, some of these actresses did a really good acting job. Like, you know, it wasn't just that they're popular in the younger generation. I mean, they're acting. It gets very dark. There's, you know, like some pretty stressful things that happen to these girls. It's a girls' chick flick where they go on a trip to Joshua Tree and they run into locals.
That typically makes sense. So they wouldn't be happy, but I feel like everybody just tries to find someone who's not like 5 million pop all of those since they were 15 years old. Mine was once they graduated from drama degree, then turned into more about.
I don't know. I mean, I hear you, but then what's the quality of acting that you're gonna get?
Well, except someone that drives over the one of the outdoors.
Oh yeah, what's the name of the other one? I gotta look that one up. Was it IFT? You know, was the other one I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you can find your friend.
Yeah.
Oh, Pakistan.
So the gal that did it, that directed it, wrote it, is so she's the 8-year girlfriend of James Franco. So James was involved in this with us.
Oh, that's good.
Versus the festival with him. And she had this kind of experience. I mean, not to the extreme of how dark it gets in the movie, but she went, you know, with her partying girlfriends post college and went down to Joshua Tree to the desert, and they had an experience similar to what happens in this movie. So after it happened, she said, I'm going to write a movie about this. And that's how this came about.
Wow, she's a pretty girl.
Yeah, she's very pretty. The Netflix one that I did, I was just an associate producer of it. It was a big company was involved. Was filmed in Israel. It was called Beauty Queen of Jerusalem. And it was on that. I think we had like 35 on Netflix, something like that. But we did well.
It's a TV show.
TV series.
Two seasons.
We had 2 seasons. We're about to film our 3rd. And this was a very cool thing that it's filmed in Hebrew, but it's dubbed in English. And that new way of computerized dubbing, how they move the mouth, it really looks like they're singing it.
That's amazing. They did that for this?
For Beauty Queen, yeah.
Wow, that's impressive. I was curious how that would different language translations of movies.
It's hard because, I mean, I could say 2 words to you. I could say a word in English and in Hebrew. And if you move your mouth saying those words, the mouth moves completely different. But it's
And they
the same
change your
word.
mouth.
They change your mouth.
Yeah, they change your mouth. It's pretty interesting technology.
Yeah. It's very cool. But it worked well with the English. They told me it didn't come out as well with the Spanish. There's a famous guy actor in the Find Your Friend. He's in a lot of TV
led to believe that there is no ladder to success. The system is designed to negatively impact Christianity. There's no way that a woman of color, could succeed in this world. At least that's what Clubhouse says. I think the poll's pretty fun. I love the honesty that I'm seeing in there. Shout out to Moose and all his ducats. Loving it.
The actor's name is Chris Bell. He's good. Gorgeous.
My son's roommate is a TikTok influencer, and he's a comedy guy, and I just don't think he's that funny. Really hard. So, I don't know. I guess kids like him.
I don't know if I like the idea that maybe because someone's followed so much that they can make it a movie.
It's not necessarily so. He's a very talented kid, but
There is a theory, it's right now because it's in the news, that Howard Stern, when he made a really good movie. He wasn't an actor, but, he played himself in that movie, and people went to the movie because of his following. And he ended up doing a good job.
John, are you still there? Alright. I'm going to see Superman. Midnight show? Yeah. It's the best time to go. Superman? Yeah. I know. When we started, David Cornsweet? Sounds like a maiden name. Rachel Brosnan? I mean, like, it makes sense. These were Nicholas Holt. I mean, that sounds like a popular name, but see, what has he done? I haven't heard any of this people. Let me see what he's done. He's in Single Man, X-Men First Class, War Bodies, Jack the Giant Slayer, he's in Mad Max Fury Road, Favorite Dominion, Renfield, The Order, Buffy Around and Superman. Okay. Alright. I heard from El Normo that it's a good movie, so I'm gonna check it out. Superman? Yeah. El Normo said it was good. Let's see. Weapons. Alright, let me go see what Weapons is. Hold on. Weapons. You just made that. That's a monster movie with kids. It's a scary movie. I haven't seen it. It's a commercial. I've never heard the people on this one either. Maybe you're just too old. Actually, I take that back. Josh Brolin, I know who he is. But it could have. But that was Benedict Wong. No, Benedict Wong. Benedict Wong, he sounds like a city council member or something. He's really an actor. Carrie Christopher, Austin Abrams. Eldon, Iron Reich? Sounds like a fucking weird guy. This is great. It's great. Alden Ehrenreich. Sounds like a guy that lost World War II. So it's a horror movie. Yes. First released in the Philippines. That's an interesting strategy. Let's see what the Filipinos have to say. It's almost broke even already, and it was just released a couple days ago, so it's doing pretty good. $38 million budget, and it's already done 29.7. Yeah. Yeah, people are buzzing about it. Alright. I wish Tarlock was here. I would tease him that this movie, in 2 days, is already done with his film back in 1985 made altogether. So, very interesting. If I want to watch a horror movie, not right before I go to bed, because it seems like a bad idea. Alright, I got a good enough audience to go to sleep. That sounds like a plan. This doesn't look good, I'll be honest. must be like scared. I guess they don't. Randy probably likes scary movies. Maybe it's a thriller. Alright guys, I'm not leaving you all alone. You guys have fun. See you movie. Bye.
Yeah. Alright, relax. Came in, or I like the smaller rooms. So I just came in and, so it was maybe start a conversation with good intentions. I know some people like to make waves. Did you guys ever trip at like a price of land? You know what I mean? Like, it's so sad.
Well, I'll start it off. I just wanted to apologize because my son got on me last night, and I was like, what did I do wrong? But I think I was so sleepy, I was just delirious. And so, because I know I had been taking some allergy medicine, as my nose was working like a spigot at one time. But yeah, I said to myself, I remember what I did. I sounded like a robot. I think I was like sleep talking or something. But yeah, just wanted to apologize for that.
I'm not sure.
I'll just I was sleep talking yesterday, and I was so sleepy that I probably was a little delusional. No, I haven't seen that machine. So,
What do you think about the poll?
that was personal. Oh, okay. On Clubhouse, I, I think it might be a toss between Eva and Ike, because Concrete is quiet, or maybe is that person new?
Oh, no, he's not quiet and he's not new. Is it like an ear? Are you guys gonna respond to the poll? With a feature?
Okay, I picked Ike.
It's a solid choice. What is the new feature? Clue me in, because I'm new to this. I don't know. The polling feature, the poll up above. The what? The poll. Poll? I just P-O-L-L. Do you speak English? Poll. I think it's poll. So, okay, so we got you must start at the latest option of the latest update. You should go update. Oh, I'm club deck on PC, so yeah, maybe it's a phone. Is there a free version? Yes. On house. Free of the phone. They were trying to charge you money. Yeah, you just gotta skip past that. They're trying to get the newbies to subscribe for $5, but you don't get it. You don't get any benefit from their by one. Paid. Cancel it before, so you can still do free. It's stupid. That require. Yeah. So it's a thing that I was in yeah. So, it's one of our more interesting polls. Unfortunately, we don't have a thriving group right now to be able to take advantage of it. But,
I haven't been in there in ages, that's why I'm not saying anything. Well, I don't go in there anymore. But it's just that they strange stuff, and I guess, like you said, entertainment is priority. And then, then people get in the queue to bless that person out, but they don't, selectively let each person talk, once they're in the queue. I don't go in there anymore. And I think I've kind of forgotten everything. Tally, is she still in there?
Yeah, she's the highlight of it. She's the best part.
Oh yeah, when they jump on her. I mean, I'm a public person, so anybody, I'm not married, but anybody that likes me, they would have to understand that position. I'm a public person. Oh, I had my thing. I'm a public person, so, and I'm not married, but yeah, but you would have to understand that if I was in a relationship with a person, when you're a public person, then it's quite normal to, add connections, because I never call them followers.
So now I'm assuming that's not
It is me, but it's AI enhanced from Family Search. Yeah, it is me, and it's a Pharaoh. It's a Pharaoh. It's a female Pharaoh. So, right. But yeah, it's me. But the other ones are me, but they're not enhanced. So I do take it a lot. To the point, I now have a dermatologist. So, yeah, but I have my days where I can look like a whale's belly or tan pretty dark. Yeah. That's what my cousin said when she was describing her daughter. That's, yeah, my cousin said that one time when she was describing what her daughter looked like. She said, "This one's very white, like whale's belly."
Have you ever seen that video where this massive whale is a whale? And there's no way that anyone is like committing death. And he went up in the night on a star, and he's so huge. And it's weird, like,
continent to Africa and it tore out his appendix. The appendix, the little filter part by the kidney, appendix. That's something to say. Appendix, I have to have accent because when I try to transcribe it, it comes out wrong. Yeah, they say we don't need that organ.
No, but I mean, when you really dive into it, everything has been really would be like hands are really. I mean, fucking one time I it's a massive
Red ants are beautiful, but they're mean as shit.
red ant is
They will bite you. They will bite you.
and I fucking it's a massive. We're in a treehouse, like climbed down the ladder, and it was like one of these hands. We got to look it up from far, and I got my head right next to the thing, and I wasn't worried about getting stung or nothing like that. And I put my eyeball right next to the eyeball, and I was watching the line, and I noticed that some of them recognize each other. Like some of them are just walking by doing their thing. And this is their job. It's like, I gotta carry this fucking throw back or whatever. But then he sees Buddy and he's like, what's up, dude? And like his brother or cousin or whatever, he's like, hey man, and then he stops the line a little bit and they wave around their little antennas and they're communicating with something. And he's like, okay, but I'm on the line up. See you later. They seen that shit. And to me, the whole
So
thing
they
was like,
really are busy.
yeah, it was like pressure on them. Just like people do.
Oh, and acting like, and that's why you see some by themselves.
That's where with Chad, but I didn't know, man, that thing was
Yeah, they will. I've seen part half of an antibody. If they don't do it, the bumblebee will. I've seen the bumblebee kill another bumblebee in my windowsill. Yeah, so yeah, if you're not busy here by yourself, then you have to fend for yourself.
Have you ever seen tarantula killers? They're fucking, they ain't intelligent. Like deep.
No, I ain't even know they existed.
Oh yeah, it's a tarantula killer. Look it up on it's a purple metallic. Again, look, it's the color of a BMW paint called Techno Black. It's the exact same color. I can paint cars, so I know colors. And it has a metallic. It's a beautiful thing, and it's huge and scary, but it won't bite you. All it's looking for is tarantulas. And what they do is they kill a tarantula and they eat a little bit and they lay eggs in it and then that tarantula body becomes the incubator for their offspring.
Wow. Mother Nature ain't no joke. Everything is recycled. Everything.
Yeah, but it's like it. Look at what. Bring up an image and you'll trip on the color there. It's just like.
Well, my cats, they still, if a mice runs through here, they still attack them. And no matter how much food, and I get them organic name brand, no matter how much food is here, they still, I think they must still like the game. You know, so it's not even about eating, it's about the game. They still will attack the mice.
Yeah, well, they're instinctive instincts. Like humans are, like we all animals, are instinctual. Like we have DNA, which is coding to make us, even though we're separated from our
Primordial.
like it's in us. Like how does the bee know how to collect pollen and things like that? accidentally pollinated things, but that's his job. And he comes back and they make honey and
But have you ever seen a dragonfly? Because one day I just scraped my hand and
have you ever seen a baby dragonfly in the middle of metamorphosis?
no, but do they, is it true that if they sting you, they lose their stinger?
I don't think dragonflies sting. You could be wrong, but I don't believe they do.
I don't know what that is with that long needle, and they fly around. But I just swooped my hand and it
So if something touches it, they
well, no, it's real because I swooped my hand and it grazed the nail and the nail rotted off and I was praying the hand didn't. So yeah, it's very dangerous.
stop.
I believe that's the one with the deepest stinger. Yeah, wasp. Wasp. Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. You're thinking of
Yeah, I thought about dragonflies. They probably light up at night. So I didn't mean that.
wasp. Wasp has no mark like a bee. I got stuck by waspies on a tree, and they knew I had walking or something. And we leaned in to the tree, like, what happened? And I look at it, there's a wasp stuck on me, but I just pulled it right off. There's no mark. Like it was a bee. They have like a mark where it's stinging you, and then they have like all their lips come out, start pumping in the nerve up to the bee is way worse than a wasp. For sure.
Yeah, I'm allergic to bee stings. I'm allergic to them, but as long as I don't have like too many, I think I can like overcome them.
Let me ask you this: are you afraid of them when they come around?
Yeah, because I know that I'm allergic to them.
That's the worst thing. They react to they have pheromone scenting things that we don't know.
Oh, we grew up in the hood talking about the colors that you want to wear because we would attract them.
When you see a bee, this is how I remember, and I don't get stoned. You just took the heat. What do you know? I mean, you gotta be calm. Just talk to the bee. Say, no, you're good. Like, I'm not a flower, you can go ahead. Do whatever you gotta do in your head. But you gotta maintain that calmness. And the bee will not. I don't know. If it's just like, I've always been hang up stung by a bee one time in my life. And I think one time by wasp. That's all I can remember. But you know what's worse than that? Looking poison ivy. So it's not that bad.
Most people are allergic to poison ivy.
Oh, everyone. Show me someone who's not. It's gonna rash your ass out. It's like great. We had CBS getting cage.
Calamine. Yeah, but I haven't been over to Chile in such a long time. So I really don't know, who's the worst. I know they snappy. Say stuff they shouldn't say out their mouth.
Like what?
God, man, I'm scared to even say this shit. Repeat it.
You're in the safe space. Go ahead.
Oh, okay, so one, they said black girls offended the moderators. They let this African girl, I think I told you about that time, let this African girl tell this white guy that she could enslave him. She said, you're just enslaved to me. And then
a study, and she acted like she knew more. They were trying to correct her or give her information that they had researched on something. I don't know what it was. I don't know, was how many fathers in the home or what. But I didn't like it because I was like, you come over here, you think you know more than the people that are here that's experienced it. And she just carved up the light. But I think and then they pick on Nathan, with the pineapple thing. Saying that that's the sign that he's probably artists. And then, they'll pick on other guys and say they're doing each other. So, they go hard, but they don't go home. They go hard on each other. I've never went hard on anybody, even when I troll and play. I don't go hard like they do with each other, but I guess they know each other, so they can take it.
And Carly, like I said, I'm in there, so I don't know. The guy that operates the school, and he has earning, I get earning. It's like a dual, like he used to work there, and Ernie's doing all the, he just knows the first time Ernie's throwing it out, like, what's going on? Like it's like, is it biblical for being black for 3 minutes? I'm sorry.
I tread lightly by going into their room. I've never been in this bring the smoke room.
Yeah, I mean, I brought up like the counter to the argument and just try to like because they're very strict about their beliefs and they try to like hold the string down. You know what I mean? And then like they're not very open to discussion. So like I was trying to like some weird people like one guy he don't say shit unless the other guy says give me a verse, read that verse. And there's a weird relationship right there for Ernie. So Ernie ain't allowed to say shit. The verse says okay. I don't know, man. What else noticed? I noticed.
Well, I just noticed that they will keep a conversation rolling and one of them talks. But you gotta watch them. It's like they come in on a basis. Everywhere they go, they want to take over.
Okay, yeah, well, I get that thing. So,
like my dad said, that's the type of people my dad didn't like. He said I was the first person that ever came in his house and didn't want anything. He said that the other people come in, they won't, they're looking for something, they come for nothing, and that's how they got. They come in this room a couple of times, they coming to take over. They cannot take over, they come, pop back in. If they do, it's not gonna be consistent.
yeah, I get that. No, same, but to me, it's kind of like a challenge. Like, for instance, I told him, like, through all these different versions, and we're reading King James version, which he obviously had reason to change it for no benefit. So why do you subscribe to that? And then when it's convenient, they go to the Old Testament and get from there. And it's like, well, you guys are.
And tales were clear descriptions, not one. And I'm like, if you don't like the New Testament, why are you complaining? It's written for the architect of the church. And then they don't like the Bibles that are comprised into one Bible. And I was like, this is a ethnicity. When you go to most Baptist churches
rather, is missionary. You know, that was started by Martin Luther King. I'm sorry, Southern Christian Leadership was started by Martin Luther King. Or whether you go to American, which is found in the Midwest. Some of these people, they got their creeds that they cite, and like the one across the street from my house was missionary, and I got the boy that might have been a slave. But anyway, they're
Missionary. What is?
it's a type of denomination or religion.
What is it? Considered Christian.
Yeah. And so then what you do is you know, they have the different types of denominations within the Baptist congregation. But anyway, and I'm saying Mormon Bill Baptist, they cite they do some Senior Creed or something like that. I forget what his name is, the first bishop. Yeah, so they cite the creed. So I told him, I said, this is not like race or anything, but you realize that you're discriminating against somebody's ethnicity because creed is in, if you go to ELC, they cover creed. Yeah, it's a protected group.
Yeah, it's almost Republican, Democrat. They're taking sides and all stuff. Like, how is it that they all conservatives and Christian? But worrying about details that are really undeterminable. It's all like interpretation.
Well, wait, hold on. It says in the Christian Bible that you just have to accept it on faith. It says that there are tests that you don't have to prove it. So why apply the standard that what they believe has to be proven?
Well, because because I'm a realist.
Yeah, okay. So then you don't need to you know, to weigh in on their beliefs. It's a belief system. It's not a knowledge system.
Well, I think they treat it as a knowledge system.
Some people overstate it. Some people overstate their truth claims, but it's unimportant. That all of that stuff is unimportant. The fact that if you want to argue with somebody about that is, I think that's when you're them making a truth claim that they can't.
Well, my motivation for arguing with their, what I think are inflated beliefs, and I don't think they truly believe them. I think they stand strong to these scriptures for challenge of knowledge. Like my more
So you believe that your beliefs are defensible, and then anyone that believes something outside of you, that's the indefensible.
I believe that unless you can prove something, you have to have an open mind.
Hold on. Have you ever read the Christian Bible? Have you ever read the Christian Bible? That was the question.
No.
Okay, so then why would you argue about it?
Say what?
Why would you argue about it? I'm about to move you if you can't fucking communicate.
Why you get mad, first of all?
Because you're fucking retarded. How about that? Okay, you're done. Bye. Mike, what's going on? Okay. These newbies to this fucking app. I like to push back and argue with people that believe in God. If you read the Bible, no, I haven't read the Bible. Just shut up, dude. Shut up. You're not as smart as you think you are. You're arguing about a thing you've never read. It's fucking weird. Mike, these people are aggravating me. Have you responded to the poll yet?
No, I don't want to respond. I don't know anyone.
Just guess or say other.
Yeah, but if I say nothing, you're gonna ask me to do this.
Oh, yeah, but you need to make up a name.
I would, you know, you could just be like, hey, Joe from Philadelphia.
Yes. What do you know other there? This person is else. It's great everything with this.
It's pretty hard for it to not be Nemo.
See, I like Viva. We don't talk like crazy politics up with her. She's not that bad.
You ever hear her talk about anarchy?
No. No.
Next time you bump into her, ask her in an anarchy society who gets the nukes and her head explodes.
What did she say?
Well, the people would decide. People just get them. Do you think that's a good idea? Well, it's better than now. Well, how is that better than now? Because the people should be decide. The people should be free to decide.
Huh.
What's up, Christy?
It's more what it.
Yeah. Christy, if you don't respond to the poll, I'm gonna feel like you're afraid to respond. So, I was gonna go to the movies and then it got too late, so I decided to come back in here, Christy. But I have a poll up there. I'd really like your opinion on this. Daniel said other. Can you type in the chat, Daniel, who you think is the stupidest? Oh, snap. Well, then, Chrissy, then you would answer other then. It's very simple. Skippy's barking. There must be somebody lurking. What's going on?
I don't know what's happening, but we got off on a bad start. But he started defending that guy, and I didn't offend him whatsoever. And he started offending me like I was ignorant about religion. There's over 3,000 religions in the world. I haven't read every Bible for every fucking religion. So why do you think it's offensive for me to say I haven't read one of them?
Maybe one of these days.
Which one?
The guy that makes bad arguments. You're one of those guys.
Well, I asked you the question, and you refused to answer.
I never refuse to answer.
Yes, sir. Why am I a bad guy for not reading the Bible?
I didn't say you're a bad guy. I said that you were a stupid guy for wanting to argue with people about the Bible. Hold on. Can I answer? You wanted my answer, right? You were so excited to hear my answer. Yeah. I think you're a stupid guy for wanting to argue about something that you've never read. That I think makes you stupid.
I've heard the scriptures poured out many those amongst my life. Then to me it's just common sense. And what others?
So you're making a common sense judgment about a very dense book that millions of people, actually billions of people have read. And by the way, there's disagreement about the understanding of it, but you're the fucking expert and you want to talk about it when you've never even read it. You find that a little weird that you've got such a strong opinion about the Bible, a book you've never read?
No, I have a strong opinion about the Bible. I have a weak opinion on the Bible because it's not, because there are so many, it's saturated with religious belief amongst human beings spread out across the world. So I have a weak understanding of it because it's watered down. Okay?
What's watered down? You've never read it.
And anything that is not substantiated.
But you've never read it.
It doesn't matter if I've read it or not.
Where does your opinion come from if you've never read it?
My opinion comes from an open mind, which you don't have. You're indoctrinated at a young age, or maybe at an old age. I don't know how old you get.
What am I indoctrinated? What am I indoctrinated?
It didn't get you in that fucking mess.
What am I indoctrinated into? Please explain. What religion do you think I'm a part of?
When you claim to uphold
Which one do I claim to uphold?
Christianity,
I'm not a Christian.
then what are you?
I'm a deist.
Meaning what?
Meaning I believe that there's an existence of God, but I don't believe the truth claims that are made within the Bible. See, I've read. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. Because I understand what the truth claims are because I've read it, and I don't believe it. I can find that there's value in organizing a society around a common set of beliefs, but I can't even begin to argue with you about something like this, and I couldn't believe that you brought it up, considering you've never read it. So you're nothing like me. You're the guy that doesn't read them and has been.
Argue against it. Because I'm not indoctrinated like you.
I'm not indoctrinated in it at all. I disagree with the truth claims. What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you so separated about my beliefs then?
Because you're an ignoramus that's never read it.
You waited for that word out. Ignoramus. Really?
Yeah.
Okay. What an extreme attempt to shut your soul. What's the difference between deist and agnostic? Can you tell me that?
Absolutely. An agnostic doesn't believe or disbelieve. They're on the fence. I'm not on the fence. I believe that there is a God.
Okay. When you say God, can you replace that word with the creator?
Yeah, creator, architect of the universe, whatever term makes you feel comfortable.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. Alright, okay, and first of all, I'd rather have a conversation with you than from
Can we find a topic that you're knowledgeable about, something you've read about?
We already had a topic, brother.
No, but I'd rather talk about something that you've read. That way we have a common understanding.
I'm a human being. I don't have to read to know. Do you know all the intricacies of doing body work and painting on car?
No, and I wouldn't claim to be an expert in that.
Okay, so even if you read a book about it, you're not good unless you can experience it.
I don't think this strengthened your argument one bit.
I think I am, because you're trying to use your reading of a Bible as a strength, as if it's a skill, you know, but it's not.
Hold on, next, hold on, listen. If we're going to argue about claims that are made in a book, wouldn't a good starting point be to read the book?
I already know everything. I've heard this shit all my life.
Excellent. If you've read it all and you know it all, then help me understand. Then help me. So hold on. Then listen. If you know so much about it, then help me interpret 2 Kings chapter 2. Thank you.
All right. So go ahead and say it.
Well, why don't you go get your Bible?
No, I mean you can have one on your phone right now.
No, I don't have it now. I actually have.
Any Bible near you?
I have many Bibles near me. Which one do you want me to grab?
You're referring to, and then read the verse.
I want you to grab yours. And if you can't grab one, then yes. And that's precisely the point. We're talking about a book. We're talking about next. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt. You're talking about it. Next, if you keep interrupting me, I'm gonna send you to the queue. There's you that hasn't read a book that you want to argue about. Listen, if you're ever going to survive like more than 5 minutes on a stage in any clubhouse room, you're gonna have to learn to not interrupt people. It's rude and it's not productive for a conversation. But before we even decide if we want to bring your dumb ass back up, I want you to just think about a book that you have read, or maybe a subject that you're really familiar with. And then we'll have a discussion about that. Because it kind of makes a fool out of you when you want to have an argument about a book that you haven't read. Anyways, I might have a new poll coming soon. Let's see. Let me, I have Serendipity, are you awake? Are you asleep? Are you awake? He's got this. Oh, Rose there. Rose, will you bring this guy back up?
Yeah.
Am I crazy to think that it might make sense that if we're going to have an argument that we're both familiar with the source material of the argument?
Need to remind you, bro. Clubhouse.
That's a fair point.
A book I've read a lot of books, but I have a lot of real world experience.
Listen, I want to say I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty, but I don't think you needed to say that you haven't read a lot of books. I think it's obvious that you haven't read a lot of books.
Well, one of them was, people have read it. Escape from Warsaw. And you can probably imagine what that was about.
I've never read that book, so I wouldn't bother debating it.
Well, it's about someone who's a Jewish person that escaped from a Nazi concentration camp.
Go on.
Yeah, and what do you want me to read?
No, I want to see if we can find a topic that you're well versed in, that I'm well versed in, that we're both interested in talking to each other about. Because you wanted to talk about the Bible, and then after asking a couple of quick questions, come to find out you've never read the Bible. So it doesn't make a lot of sense for us to debate that.
What do you know about besides the Bible?
How about economics? You want to talk about capitalism?
Not necessarily. Try not. We can, but I mean.
How about gun rights in the U.S.? Roe laws that topic.
What's your stance on it?
Well, first of all, I want to just make sure that we both are men of letters here. Have you read the Constitution of the United States, most specifically the Second Amendment?
I understand your rights.
Have you read the Second Amendment?
Word for word, I'm not going to recite it for you. I can't recite it for you. I understand your rights.
What's your understanding of the Second Amendment?
That we have the right to bear arms. Basically.
Okay. Thanks for telling me how conversations on Clubhouse work. I appreciate that. I would have been very lost without that instruction. It sounds like we might agree. So you believe it's the right of American citizens to keep and bear arms?
Yes. Because criminals have other arms, and you should be able to defend yourself as well as the initial aim is to fight against our government when tyranny is there.
Yeah, okay. We agree. Let's try to find something we disagree about. What's something you feel really spoken to you. I've never spoken to you about vaccines.
Well, about religion, you're saying I'm not qualified to talk about.
Well, you've never read the Bible. You can talk about religion. You can talk about religion all you want. All I'm saying is if you're gonna make it, listen, listen. I will fucking remove you the next time you interrupt me, you fucking retard. If you're gonna have a conversation, let's have a conversation. And this is how it goes. Okay. Then when I'm speaking, then you shut the fucking mouth. How about that?
Not that, so next, can you hear me? What can you hear me? Next. Hang on, I just want to, I can see if you get pretty new to Clubhouse. Okay. How this works is pretty simple. Yeah. When one person's talking, okay, that's the cue to be able to just right, especially if the person is moderating a room. If you want to, create your own, or you or anybody else wants to be able to create their own room and have their own rules, that's entirely up to you or anybody else for that matter. Okay, but generally the way it works in the US, the moderator needs to be able to talk. That it's just a sign of courtesy to be able to, maybe just come down to the moderator. Bowing down, or you could actually refer to it as just complying to a reasonable request. That's entirely up to you. But if you want to be a victim, okay, then you be a victim. I'm just letting you know that's the way it works. Thank you. Alright, so what do you bring up any subject you want to look at? Let's talk about the Bible. Where he did that, you know what? I've changed my mind. I want to argue about something that you've never read. Let's go. I just want to see where this could possibly go. Go for it. Enlighten me. Well, you gotta begin it because you're brought it up. So give me a premise. Well, the hard part is wherever I start, I'll ask you if you're familiar with it, and you'll say no because you've never read it. You see if it's a problem? It has to be if I agree with you. Do you believe that the teachings of Jesus would be a good idea for people to adhere to throughout their life? Yes. Excellent. Now walk me through what the teachings of Jesus are. Be good. We're inherently right and wrong. See, now we're going to biology. And the thing is, you already know without religion when you're born what is right and what is wrong. No, it's not. It's not. No. Why do you disagree with that? Well, because babies shit their pants, and I think that eventually they learn that it would be a better idea to wipe their ass. Yeah, but little babies, think about fucking toys. They shit in the toilet. People fucking buy diapers. They think they're ready. You have to teach them how to take a shit and how to wipe their ass. Okay, but what happens when babies do shit before diapers are invented? Their parents have been cleaning their ass. Well, you really got me there. One point for next. I hope you guys are keeping score. Next scored 1. I'm at 0. Man, I'm getting demolished here. Go ahead, guys. Next subject. Alright, so what happens when kids get crust in their eyes? What does the mother do? I think a good mother would clean it. Should we clean it? Why do you get so funny? Say it loud. Why don't you turn the volume up on your fucking device? I got quiet. I don't have to put out yet. I'm putting my volume everything. Hold on. The people in the audience, can you hear me? Can you give me a 1 if you can hear me now?
before you downloaded this onto Club Deck? Like, how do you spend your time to, besides smoking Camel non-filters, what do you do with your time?
What were you doing? Working at the AMPM.
Never worked at a gas station.
McDonald's?
No, I spent 5 minutes working at a KFC when I was a kid, and I quit after 5 minutes. Yeah, I was,
What happened?
yes.
5 minutes at kids.
There was a coworker that spilled some gravy and then asked me to clean it, and I said, no, if I spill it, then I will clean it. And they, if I spill it, I disagreed, and I left. I walked home.
What if that's a protocol? That's your problem. So you quit like on beans with your head?
I didn't want to clean it.
Okay.
I didn't.
Blank space right there, we can fill in words all day like that.
I think cleaning gravy is a job that's meant for people like you.
Really? Why do you think so?
Because you just, when I look at your PTR, you've got, gravy cleaner written all over your face.
I'm more likely to be able to chef bacon and gravy.
We're at Denny's.
And you're gonna be the guy sucking ass, waiting, bring the mashed potato and gravy on the plate to the customer. But if you spoon the gravy, you're gonna pitch into it in 5 minutes. That's the difference between me and you.
I think there's a lot of differences between me and you. For example, when it comes to arguing over biblical text, I would read it before I would have the argument. You would decide not to read it and want to have an argument. So there's some subtle differences.
The subjects that you don't are not personal. Okay?
You were the one that brought the subject up of the Bible.
I brought up biblical smoke. We did bring that from.
And then you said that you needed to set people straight because you knew the truth. And then I asked you what you knew about the Bible, and you told me you never read it. And that's how we got here.
Okay, but let me ask you this. Have you ever smoked salvia?
No.
You ever smoked marijuana?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever put a tab of acid on your tongue?
A couple times.
Okay. Alright, so there's something we can talk about.
Shocker that you've done drugs.
So let me ask you, what was your trip when you did the acid? What was your takeaway from it?
My takeaway was the high lasted too long, and it wasn't really my thing.
Were you afraid of it?
No, I wasn't afraid. I didn't find it pleasurable.
What was unpleasurable about it?
I like to be in control of my faculties.
That you weren't in control?
This is correct. Correct.
Who was in control?
I was under the influence of a drug, and there was a distortion of reality and things like that. You do the interrupting thing again? Listen, let me walk you through something. If you ask somebody a question and they begin to give their answer and you interrupt, it basically invalidates the reason why we're even having a conversation. If you want me to answer it, then shut the fuck up and get your answer.
I'm sorry, go ahead and answer.
I'm actually moving on from this conversation because you're a fucking retard. I'm gonna bring Gilbert out.
Me, like you were of LSD.
Yeah, okay. I don't like doing drugs, sorry. I get it. I get it. You enjoy it. It's a very, look, you win. You like drugs more than I do. No, you win. You like drugs more than I do. Congratulations, you're the big winner. Next is the big winner, the guy that likes to do drugs more than another person. what a fucking contest you competed in. Anyways, Gildas, how are you?
I'm cool, man. Essentially, put the fear of acid upon me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I have a fear of you interrupting me. Gildas, I have a question. Gildas, have you read the Christian Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. So, if you hadn't read the Christian Bible, do you think that you would, begin debates about something you haven't read?
No.
And why would you not do that, Gildas?
Because I wouldn't want to paint myself into a corner or be caught slipping like he was.
So Gildas, this guy Max here, this guy that's very proud of his drug use, he brought up the topic of the Bible and said that he sets people straight on what he believes to be true about the Bible. So then I asked him if he's read the Bible, and he indicated that he hadn't read it. Do you think that there's any reason why we would continue down the path of discussing the Bible with a person that just admitted that he's never read the Bible?
No, it wouldn't be pursuing futility with this.
So next, what other drugs have you used?
Methamphetamine, marijuana, cocaine.
Shocker.
I have one to Mexico.
Have you ever spent time in a county jail?
In a while.
A county jail?
Yes. LA.
How about state penitentiary?
No.
Got it. Then what's the longest you've done in county?
County, 34 days.
Do you mind sharing why?
Well, before I answer, I'm going to ask you, have you ever done time in county jail?
I spent one night in a county jail.
One night, okay, that's fair enough. I got entrapped in a state to catch marijuana dealers, but I wasn't a marijuana dealer. And they entrapped me, because I was just going to the store to get some fucking candy, money, and we were high, we've been drinking. And there was like an 87 IROC thing lowered on some polished, big, 17 at the time was big, low profile tires. And then it turned out, like, I imagine they stole that from using as undercover people. They motherfuckers begged me for some weed. I didn't have any. But I was like, building right there, drinking beer, they had Budweiser cans, but carbonated water, something set up. But, I was like, nah, man, I don't have it. Come on, man. It's like, that's a trap. It's like, you're fucking grabbing my heartstrings. Like, now I'm feeling sorry for you. It's like, oh, this guy's gonna get high. I'm not fucking selling. I'm not coming up with a goddamn sales pitch. Niggas are begging me sympathy to get high.
Are you wasted?
Right?
Next, are you wasted?
And are you familiar with this guy?
No idea.
I'm getting Doc vibes
So
from
you're gonna interrupt me?
But no.
Like,
Oh, like your vibe, yes. Interrupt you. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, hold on. And this is Next, this is Ann. And Next was here. He wanted to, he was talking with Connie for a moment, and he was talking about his rebuke of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he had read the Bible, hold on. I'm talking to Ann here. So, and when I asked him if he had read the Christian Bible, he had said no. And so then we got into an argument about whether or not You need to read the Bible to know what's in the Bible.
Right. But you don't have to know what's in the Bible to, what's that word? What does it mean? Honestly, I think it's a little bit. I can't hear you.
Hold on.
Yeah, you're going on.
Okay, so next. Okay. So rebuke is that like means that you reject anything that's in the Bible, but you've never read the Bible. You've never read the Bible. You've never read the Bible.
I've heard so many call-outs of the scripture.
Okay, no, that's not the question I asked. I asked have you read the Bible.
No, I haven't.
Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah, but
No, it's simple. Yes or no.
this is what brought up this conversation is the validity of the Bible.
Okay. Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
That's a tough question for me. I believe that maybe there was a person that stood up for what's right and wrong, like me, who's somewhere that exists.
Do you believe in God?
Right now,
Do you believe in God?
I believe that there is a creator. I don't know the intricacies of it, but I believe that we design.
Okay. So he's agnostic.
Say it again.
So you're
Actually,
agnostic.
if he believes there's a God, he's a deist.
No.
That's not what I was.
Believe in God. Hold on.
That's what I said. I'm agnostic.
Hold on. You said he believed in a creator.
Yeah, creator, God, that's
No, I asked him. No. He said a creator that he believes that. Like something created everything.
that's what I believe.
It's agnostic.
That's not agnostic. Agnostic. No, hold on.
One second.
Actually, realize. And so here's the difference, right? Next, you were really bad at this. You were really bad at this. Stay on mute for a second. So, a deist believes that there is a God. An agnostic doesn't believe or disbelieve. They're on the fence.
Okay, agnostic. A person who says, I don't know that there's God is not. It's like, they don't necessarily deny God exists, and atheism, but they don't claim certainty either. Deist, a person who says, I believe there is God, but he doesn't intervene in the world. Deist believes God created the universe, but does not perform miracles, answer prayers, or guide, because that's Catholic creation. So agnostic is unsure if the creator exists. Deist is sure there's a creator, but he stays out of human affairs.
Is there an echo in your head? Because it sounds like you just read what I just told you.
Okay. See, now you hear me.
No, he's not. We're having a conversation.
Next. No, hold on. No, hold on. You're gonna have to understand the culture of this room. First of all, Ann and I were just having a polite discussion about a definition of terms. And hold on, you just. Ann and I are quite friendly with each other, and we get along. We respect each other. And what we're asking is, we're trying to figure out whether or not we can even find a common bond to even talk to you about. But so far, it doesn't sound like you have an understanding of any of the things that you're talking about. But go ahead, prove us wrong.
And so, also, the difference is that agnostic is unsure God is real, but he is pretty sure God is real, but doesn't get involved.
Correct.
Okay. So he believes that there is a creator.
So that would make him a deist.
Let her talk.
What did you say?
That would make him a deist.
Let her explain herself.
No. Next, read the room. Me and him are friends, and so it's fine. We're talking to each other in a way that this is how we communicate, and it's completely fine. And I don't need you to like get involved in that. We're trying to find a way to like find happy ground to communicate with you, but I don't even think that you know what the fuck your thoughts are. You don't even know like what you stand for, and you're wasted.
I've experienced things in my life that are contradictory and eye-opening. For example, seeing an alien spacecraft.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Next, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to?
this guy's alien spacecraft. It is winding of a penis right now. So we know where you're sitting in your mind. So,
Next, it was a fair question based on the conversation. Next.
Spacecraft.
Next. So next, just simple question. Can you answer? Listen and then answer the question. Have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to?
No, I haven't.
Why did you stop?
Why are you talking about sucking penises? Now I think you're homosexual.
Okay, and
Hold on,
Brandon,
in the middle of explaining something very good. Get the fuck out of the way with your penis chat. Fuck you.
Brandy is not on yet, but I come up here and talk about how dumb I am. Or are you just gonna be a chaplain lawyer? I'm not talking to you. Next, 1 second. Randy, come up here. You're a beta bitch boy.
So let me continue. I saw when I was about 5 or 6 years old, we went to Planet Chicken in Norwalk, California.
Was that your first cock?
That's well, yeah, that's when you found out he was dead.
Wow, good. On a penis, fucking true thing for you right now.
You're the one that didn't suck it all you wanted to. I didn't get enough.
I'm starting to think you're homosexual. Stop.
There's worse things in life to be.
Alright, let me finish my story. Alright, so,
I can't do it.
alright, we're in a 62. And my spot was in the back where the speakers are, right behind the receivers. And I know that small, I can stretch out where you're going to the PS4 driving. So watch out. I don't know, I remember some of the where they watch chasing some fools.
Make it stop. Make it stop. Lord Jesus, make it stop.
Me finish. And they can just. My mom comes out and she says, "Get out of the car, look in the sky." I said, "What the fuck?" Climbed out. There's other plane there. I like that spot. We climbed out. We all looked up. And there's a fucking UFO in the sky.
Wait, hold on. Was that the same day that you did the acid?
No, I was in the
No, that alien was in the sky and dropped a bag of dicks on his butt.
No. So, like I was looking up at it, and I could draw it right around every time. Like fucking doing Photoshop or whatever. I can tell you the rate of the lights that were.
Next, I got a quick question for you. If I were to get you the address of an AA meeting, would you check it out?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna go find one for you.
I don't need your help.
wow.
Yeah, well, how yours is.
So, if you went around, the windows would vibrate. You would hear like a vibrating.
Wait, hold on. Next. You kinda cut out. Hold on, you cut out. No, you cut out. Hold on, you cut out. We didn't hear the best part. Can you tell us the sound that it made again?
Alright, you ready? Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
When are you ready?
I'm ready.
And that's the sound of the windows vibrating. And they're fucking, they're little.
Dude, I'm following. That's it, I'm following. Everyone follow this guy. This guy's amazing.
I am 100% sure. I swear to God. You can go ahead, dive your little stupid head, your Bible, leave all that shit ready. Disregard the fucking reality. I'm telling you.
Okay, so I'm not denying your experience, but why is the Bible stupid? Because of this alien spaceship that you saw. You said the Bible is stupid. But how's that relevant?
I think it's manufactured for a reason.
Okay, do you think alien spaceships can be manufactured?
Well, when I describe to you right now, I don't know.
Well, like right now, if we're outside, we're up
Okay,
in the
because
sky.
what I see.
Okay, well, right now, if you were to go outside and look
Well,
up in
there's
the sky, is there a potential, hold on,
predicted there's examples
horrible listener. You did that before. No, I'm asking, I need to know. If you go outside right now and look up in the sky, is there a possibility that you could see an alien spaceship because it's so fucking wasted?
You're not listening to me.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, hold on. Everyone mute up for a second. I want to see if we can bring these two conversations about aliens and the Bible together. And I wanted to just briefly bring your attention to Ezekiel 1:4-28. I looked up and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, an immense cloud with flashing lights and surrounded by a brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like a glowing metal, and in the fire it was what it looked like 4 living creatures. In the appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their legs were straight, their feet were like those of a calf, and gleamed like burnished bronze. Under the wings of their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 of them had faces and wings. The wings, one of them touched the wings of another. Each of them went straight ahead. They did not turn as they moved. Their faces looked like this. Each of the 4 had the face of human beings, and on the right side, each had the face of a lion, and on the left side, the face of an ox. Each also had a face of an eagle. Such were their faces. They each had 2 wings spreading out upward, each wing touching that of the creature on either side, and each of the 2 other wings covering its body. Each one went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they went. The appearance of the living creatures was like burning coals of fire or like torches. Fire moved back and forth among the creatures. It was bright and lightning flashed out of it. The creatures sped back and forth like flashes of lightning. As I looked at the creatures, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature and with its 4 faces. This was the appearance of a structure of the wheels. They sparkled like topaz, and all 4 looked alike. Each appeared to be made like a wheel, intersecting a wheel. As they moved, they would go in any one of the 4 directions. The creature faced the wheels, did not change directions as the creatures went. Their rims were high and awesome, and all 4 rims were full of eyes all around. When the living creatures moved, the wheels besides them moved. And when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. Wherever the spirit would go, they would
one another, each two wings covering its body. When the creatures moved, I heard the sound of their wings, like a roar of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like the tumult of an army. When they stood, they lowered their wings. And then there came a voice from above the vault over their heads as it stood with lowering wings. Above the vault over their heads was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli. And high above on the throne was a figure like that of a man. I saw from what appeared to be his waist up looked like a glowing metal as if full of fire. And that from there down he looked like fire, and the brilliant light surrounded him like the appearance of a rainbow in the clouds on a rainy day. So with the radiance around him, this was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. When I saw it, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one speaking. Okay, I want to finish that. This is the conclusion of our Bible study tonight next, but I want to just tell you that Ezekiel confirms that what you saw was what God wanted you to see. You saw aliens, but not just any alien. You saw the evidence of the Lord Almighty.
Let me finish saying what I thought. Okay? All that fucking gibberish.
Wow. Wow. And you see that? You give him a burning bush and he wouldn't even recognize it. It's amazing.
I'm a fucking zero, so I don't care about what random fucking bullshit.
Why are you so angry at God?
Because we're being prosecuted.
No, but why are you angry at God?
First.
So next, now that you know that the Bible talks about UFOs, does that increase your interest in reading it?
Not necessarily, because you haven't even took the time to listen to what I have to say.
You had me at you had me at I've never read the Bible.
Yes,
You
you're
had the bag of dicks that fell in your head.
but you heard what I said and you cut me off in the middle of what I was saying. So this you cutting me off in the middle of my persecution. Dissuade from your fucking belief.
Next, all I gotta say is what I heard you describe was exactly what I read from Ezekiel. I think you saw the same thing.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish what I was saying. So you didn't truly hear me what I was saying. And you cut me off. I got blocked from talking to my wife.
Oh my God, you're getting bullied.
Next, can we go back to the fact that you've never sucked a dick on your own?
You're really person, you know. I want to talk real bad to man.
Lord have mercy on my soul.
I'm not going to have I mean, it's fucking correct. 3 days in a row. You got some fantasy in the video.
You smoke crack too, and you're drunk?
He's been smoking crack. He's got crack daily.
Oh my gosh, Joe, was your crack that too?
Man, on a Saturday night on Clubhouse, I'm whatever you want me to be.
Gildas, I finished reading that particular thing that I was reading, and it was brilliant. So thank you.
Hey man, I really appreciate that. You know, I mean, whoever wrote it should appreciate it, is what I should say.
Yeah, that was very good.
Well, it's a collaboration of a lot of authors over a lot of years that collaborated, especially like, for example, the team Kitover, being it for their management, people all literally people that are ignorant and thirsty for fucking
not good. Like, to reject it so much, it sounds like there's something bad. But you've never read it. But you've never read it. But you said it, you said a lot of it's made up, but you've never read it. You also said you've never read it. I think that you didn't hear shit based on what you displayed. No. You don't, oh, you don't want me to use critical thinking? Well, you've never even read that, so this isn't even a conversation. No, I definitely don't know what it's like to have a bag of dicks dropped in my head. I definitely don't know, and I don't know what it's like to suck a dick either.
What the hell you say?
That was a lie. It was a lie. I just came up here to call you a liar.
What? That I've never had any dicks dropped in my head? No, that's fact.
No, the other part, I'm sure that's a lie.
Yeah, I don't think they were dropped on your head.
Anyways, this is about the neck and his faggotry.
This is gonna be a long story next.
Okay. 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 Is it over yet? Well, I just want, are you done now? Yeah, you're retarded.
I like the emphasis on goofball. Maybe she's sitting there with a bag of dicks. Mike, what do you make of all this?
I would take other, my little next.
Yeah, I feel like Nex is the reason why Other is performing so well in this poll. The poll question is who's the dumbest person on Clubhouse, and right now I think you're in the lead. It's some cocksucker named Max.
He really told you. Did you hear that one, Jeff?
I don't think I've ever been roasted this hard in my life. This is incredible.
Yeah, I wanted to vote, but I don't know anything.
I have like Las Vegas. What do you mean? Said that the Bible was nonsense, was stupid, and you never even read it. So how are you fair in anything that you say? But you never even read it. I know that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior. Okay, so what have you been saying? No, I think you've just been over the top of it.
Pretend that what she just said is in a book that you've never read. Maybe then you'll understand it.
Huckleberry Finn. Famous one. Oh, here I am. Yeah, I read it a couple of times. Probably like 70 times. Something like that. Like, I forget, they use it a lot. Like, probably like 50 times. Oh, no, because they, if I remember correctly, the edition that I read, at least they capitalized.
Hold on guys, it's 219 times.
219. Yeah. Yeah, but you just get to a point where that shit is just rolling off your tongue. This is a lot, but you just kind of get used to it, and it's like, it's all good. I mean, like in what context, like just as a
Hold on,
word,
before
like,
you guys go any further in this conversation, let me just bring up the rules of the room. I want you to shut your mouth for a second. Rule number 7. You should go review the rules. Yeah, because if you don't follow it, I will remove you from the room. Actually, no. I am so fucking bored that this is intriguing. Like, what I'm experiencing right now is just, it's like going to a zoo exhibit where you're just like, it's an animal that you've never seen before, and you're just, like seeing the
what a lemming is?
Yeah, it's like a little squirrel thing.
Yeah. Do you know what they're known for? Google it.
Like, you know where you are? You're like a fucking thug.
I have one.
It's stubborn and lazy. And,
Not lazy, stubborn for sure. Not lazy.
well, I got it. Well, have you seen a thug dog holding air, chasing down being no, really?
No, no.
I could be definitely said.
He's besmirching pugs. I have a half pug, half terrier, and he couldn't be more wrong. Sammy is a beautiful little creature.
Where's Sammy?
Sammy's sleeping, and Mo's sleeping right next to me. You might hear Bubba snore if you get lucky. Sammy weighs 35 pounds. He's bigger than most pugs. It's because he's bigger than terrier. Let's see if we can hear Bubba snore.
My dog's probably really weak, but if I didn't know to stop, look at Sammy. She can run like a fucking warrior.
I thought it was interesting when he started the room arguing with Coney about the Bible. You know what he has in common with some of the people that are in the poll? The reason Ike and Concrete made the list is they spent 45 minutes arguing in chillism about Hegel. And then when they were asked if they've ever read Hegel, they acknowledged that neither of them have ever read Hegel. Next, come to this room and was saying that he doesn't believe the teachings of the Christian Bible. And then when I asked him if he ever read the Christian Bible, he said no. So what we have in common with a lot of these people is they claim to be experts on things and have strong opinions on shit that they've never fucking read.
Yeah, but you don't have to. Let me tell you something. You never read the book about all the expertise and skill and experience goes down any number of people. You're gonna pick her. You can read a book, and you're gonna have to learn yourself, because you're gonna fuck up, and you're gonna learn from your mistakes. I'm gonna put that in the analogy of the Bible. I know what Scripture's telling me, but I gotta learn from my mistakes, and I'm gonna believe what I want to do in order to go forward. And
Respectfully, I have no fucking clue what you're trying to say.
Thanks for clearing that.
well, I mean, yeah, exactly. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It's the same thing.
So, are you saying you work at Roadside?
Well,
Well, next. Next. Do you work at Roadside? Is that what you're saying to us? You take cars? No. Okay.
He was an English teacher.
This is crazy. Next, we have a request to show you where chillism is. It's a space on this app that you would fit in perfectly. That's where everybody gets together where they don't read books, but then they argue about the books that they didn't read.
Anyone else? Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good, how are you?
much better than you're talking now.
Thanks. I haven't heard you in a while.
I haven't seen you in a minute. Where have you been hiding?
Going around. Over here. I like to get like the time of the month once in a while. All the leftist roots go away. So yeah, stuff there. Conversation guys.
No, I just see them with the cliff meetings for average one and so then, right, every day. And then, yeah, and then go, when he goes back to misogynist now, he does that all the time.
I mean, they all basically turned into like coping modes.
You know, was it interesting for like the first like 10 times you experience it? He becomes very repetitive after time though.
Well, I didn't like him because he was such a
What is going on? Next. Other people are talking.
You guys have nothing to say.
No, what do you mean? What the fuck have you said this far?
You guys are doing coffee chat.
I'm finally done with him. I just can't. I can't.
You know, I'm actually shocked at like your patience with him. Like, he must have just been real bored for a minute.
Well, for a minute there, Serendipity was asleep, Johnny was asleep, and then it was me. Connie came in, and I don't know if Connie's asleep now, but Connie was rambling on about something. Next comes up, and they got to talking about the room biblical smoke, and so he went on this rant about religion, and then I wasn't even gonna interrupt, but then he said some stupid thing, so I just asked him like, oh, so I asked him, like, what is your critique of the Bible? And then he goes, I just don't know. And you can tell, like, you know, it was a very generic response. And I go, have you ever read the Bible? And he says, no. He said, no, like, it was a brag. Like, you know, like, no, I have not read it. And then I inquired, like, are you serious? Like, why would you want to talk and argue about something that you've never read? And he's like, well, I've heard people say with their throat. And I'm like, why not try to read it? And I think the bottom line is it's above his reading comprehension level. That's the real truth. Just like Ike and Concrete when it came to Hegel.
Yeah, I wish I had been there for that. I would love to hear what they said about Hegel.
It sounded like this. You don't understand Hegel. You gotta understand the thesis and the antithesis and the synthesis. Can you repeat yourself? Yeah, it's all about the thesis, the antithesis, and the synthesis. They just kept repeating themselves, just saying words. They were not making an argument at all. And I listened to it, like, just intrigued with, like, how fucking insane is this babble? It was like two people going back and forth, saying nothing for 45 minutes. So I raised my hand and Tally brought me up, and then I asked to get put in the queue, and Tally called on me. And then I asked both of them a question. I asked them if they could explain to me, you know, what synthesis means according to Hegel. Neither could answer it. So then I go, okay, I just have one more follow-up question. And I started with Ike, and he goes, go ahead. And then I go, have you ever read Hegel? And he said, and I'm shocked, but he said, no. And then the room fucking went nuts, and everybody was like, what the fuck are you talking? You've been arguing for 45 minutes. How could you not know it? So everybody's dragging him for a minute, and then I go, okay, before I leave, can I ask Concrete a question? Concrete's like, what's up? And then I ask Concrete, have you ever read Hegel? And he acknowledged he had never read Hegel. And then I just moved myself to the audience and I allowed them to crash out of control and justify how they were experts in Hegel, even though neither of them had read it. And Ike followed me into my room that I opened to try to defend himself and say that you can master a subject with third-party information, and that you don't need to expose yourself to source material. That was his argument, and I think Next feels the same way about the Christian Bible. Let's bring it back up.
Well, that's usually a telltale sign when they had kind of ascribed those three terms to Hegel. When I was reading Hegel with a group of Marxists, by the way, I learned that the thesis, antithesis thing came from Fichte, who was a German idealist, but it gets misattributed to Hegel all the time by people who heard of him when they're studying Black Power ideology and Fanon mainly. That's their conduit back to Hegel, but they just don't read the Hegel. They read Fanon, they don't even read Fanon, they just hear Malcolm X, and they hear that Malcolm X was influenced by Fanon. So that's how that shit lines up. So I think they're the aliens because they listen to Malcolm X speeches. Johann Fichte.
What happened to Candy K?
I feel like Diva is underperforming here. When she returns back to the app, we need to do a welcome back run. Have you ever argued with Diva?
I'm sure I have. I recognize the name, but so I guess it's her being here.
She is a self-described anarchist voluntarist, and she's inspired by Lysander Spooner and Murray Rothbard, things that I don't think she's actually read. She's admitted that she has hairy armpits, and the word on the street is her boyfriend is married, and she's the side piece. But thank you.
Yeah, well, I have not been, because I would remember details like that, but I don't know. Some of the rooms are, you get to argue with 8 people at once, you don't know who it is.
She's the perfect people on the app, and that is very low information, very high confidence. That, to me, that's the worst combination you could possibly have. And she has very little information on anything. And any information that she's been exposed to, she doesn't comprehend very well. But she has a lot of confidence. She's the type of person that if you ask her a question, rather than thinking about the question, or perhaps acknowledging oh, I'd have to think about that, or I don't know, I don't know, it's not part of her vocabulary, she will just start saying words. If you thought this last guy was a lot to do with, imagine that when sober.
Well, that shows a lot like Kia spilled China, and I think you've heard me and her have exchanges in her rooms before. She's very similar to that. I try not to disrespect her, because I do think she might be neurodivergent, but maybe undiagnosed.
You know what? Neurodivergent is this new fluffy word for fucking.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
just about Dex's like views along with political views is not really good though, but I'm curious what he thinks like is. I don't know what this.
I think we should interrogate if he smokes Camel Mount filters or a different brand. I'm guessing Camel Mount filters.
Oh, my buddy's daddy just
Do you want to go back to talking about your rejection of the Christian Bible? Considering you haven't read it? What am I wrong about? Oh, he's a leftist. What do you think I believe in? I told you I don't. Well, actually, what he said was that he's never sucked a dick all he wanted to. Maybe he got fatigued or, somebody interrupted him. He just didn't get to finish.
it's mighty selfish of you, Dex.
So, Nick, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not a Christian? Jeff, just to clarify, to catch you up on the conversation, I asked him, have you ever sucked a dick all you wanted to? And he said no. So next, why do you think I'm a Christian? Look, he only speaks when he's interrupting people. Damn. We should read the Bible tonight.
Dex, what do you do for fun, buddy?
I think by working on cars, you mean that you've got like a broken down jalopy in your fucking front yard.
Well, we got some cars we gotta work on. We got some 7 and 64s.
Like I just talking about like the dude who grabs the cars he got from a piece of shit. It's just there for like 20 years, there's tools all around it, it's never drives it. Just like, yeah, it's a project.
Alright.
No, I've been holding on to them since 7. And I already
You're like the border.
Just wait till I get this bad boy running.
I'm gonna get one track.
Next, are you employed? Or you work on art, so you work down at the Jiffy Lube?
Right now,
So you're a consultant.
so
So what do you do? When you say self-employed,
we just pump people.
So like, what services do you provide people in the
besides sucking dick.
Got your own shop.
Alright, I got a question for you guys. What's the longest penis that you sucked? Yes, yes. That's a little personal. Yeah, but I mean, maybe your question. The original question was when I asked you. You're thinking about dicks. I like Randy's joke. Sort of told by Polly in The Sopranos. It's a good joke. It's a good joke.
Next, what's your favorite conspiracy theory?
Next, I got a question for you. No,
I was thinking about my question.
It's actually gonna help us get to where we want to go with Mike's question. But no, hold on, next point. Next point. Next. What do you think of the Jews? I'm gonna move you to the audience if you don't answer my question. I will move you to the audience if you don't answer my question. Okay, alright, you asked for it. There we go. That is never a good strategy. I don't know why anybody, he's new. This is hard.
We'll go with the thing he likes to choose. We'll go with that one. Let's see, is the problem.
I don't know, man. He doesn't like religion. I would think that he's probably got aversion.
That's fair.
He's very uneducated.
I hope he gets to go back up. Just next is tough to hear from two people that talk at the same time. Normally, you gotta pick your spots, buddy. It's always good.
And lift the man back up. Yeah, we're that bored that we're bringing him back up.
I do want to get a little political, like secretly, I really do. First, let's know next. How do you feel about the Jewish people?
Well, I was with this Have you ever had the donuts? Yeah, they're pretty good. Have you tried the split pea? I have the split pea before, but it's not good. And I have the
Also done right as well.
green bean, or onion on the bottom. The only problem with the Jewish split pea is that they don't put ham in it.
Yeah, but drink enough of that shit. This is the Bible right now.
Straight up. No offense, But one of my closing things for like breakfast is Cock meat sandwich? Cock meat sandwich time. Max, who'd you vote for in the election? No, I want to hear about it. It was delicious. It's amazing. The little mayo, little hot sauce on it. Tell us about how you voted for it. Correct. Who did you vote for is the question. Who did you vote for? Next. You're a felon? You know why I didn't vote? You're a felon? I am, but I still didn't vote. But I already know that. Most of the felon around. Did you do time in jail, thanks? We're doing that. I think I've done it. You're telling us about prison sex. Yeah, this is an all-gay room. Everybody in this room is gay, including you. Did you think about the conspiracy one yet? Well, yeah, the biggest one that I can think of is 9/11. What do you think happened on 9/11 news? It's the inside. You think it was an inside job? What do you think? Yeah, I don't know if it was a fully inside job. It'd be tough to say that we killed all hack. I do believe the whole controlled demolition thing. Yeah, I don't want you to pick that one. I don't want to do another. I want to do another. What about the Earth? The Earth is round. Oh, you want to change the subject? I think we're kind of in agreement with it. I think it'd be a little bit. I don't think it was a fully inside job, but I do think that it was pretty. Well, like, do you think?
Next, I can't, I would say that sounds good that you were definitely a happily married man with children. Am I right? Are you married? Do you have children? What? My theory? No, we're just asking questions. It seems like you want to talk, so I'll just kind of ask you questions. Okay, but you got quiet. Like, where are you going? I wasn't going anywhere. Am I supposed to go somewhere with it? Flexing? I'm sorry, but I'm flexing like you got to men. That's weird. You just like that. We've all been on this app for like a couple of years now. Every time we find a new person, it's just want to talk to you. Honestly, I swear to God, it's just kind of cool. Like, great. We all know each other. You're asking, you're married, having kids. Yeah, I can't hear what you said, but it's tough to hear you. Dude, I'm married to a flat earth. What are you talking about right now?
Yeah, so,
Okay. What's she weigh?
102,
How tall are you?
5 foot, 5'0".
You pull this off or do it takes for
Depending. This photo, no.
so you have an ugly face.
Yes, I'm super ugly. Yes, I'm absolutely horrendous, and my feet stink. Just kidding. Yeah, they're horrendous. I am, yeah, well, yeah, so. What? Yeah, it's very ugly. It smells like meat. We're on the same page. You're a woman too.
What's smelly feet? Size
5.5.
I'm familiar.
5 foot. I'm a tiny giant. I'm like a black box. How tall are you? I didn't know this Jack should have
Like, so you convinced that and you were gonna get this. Next, ask me a personal question, buddy. What would you, like, you take a girl out on a first date, where you taking her? How do you play it out on a first date?
She got a 1.5 pound lobster. You know, like fucking steamed asparagus and you know, vegetables and all that. But I was like, I want some mashed potatoes. How much more is that? Massive pile of mashed potatoes. They know the best.
Did she touch this afterwards? Or?
First fucking thing, Santa Monica Pier, close the box. That's the best.
That's Cali, right? California?
Next, can we get back to arguing about the Bible? Yes.
Yes.
So next, you indicated that you don't believe in the truth claims of the Bible, but then you then said that you never read the Bible. So how did you reach your conclusion without reading the Bible? Well, I've been in catechism school, like for one day, and I see it in indoctrination, and I've heard people like yourself profess and like biblical smoke and a lot of things. I told you I'm not a Christian. Okay. But I've seen a lot of professionals sounds like you have a closed mind.
Well, I gotta read out the Bible.
Well, I guess my question is, what are you worried about being indoctrinated with that is so detrimental to your knowledge?
Why won't they?
Well, I think it goes back to the question you asked earlier that I think I might forget. What about the Bible and specifically like the teachings of Jesus do you think are harmful?
I don't think it's harmful. And I don't think it's 100%. I think there's probably a lot of things we can learn good takeaways.
Such as?
Just the common sensical things.
Like what? Like what? Like what? Because you've never read it, so I'm curious what you think makes sense. Well, that's the pot call that can apply, but go ahead.
The Ten Commandments. I agree with, but there's like,
There's 613 commandments, but go ahead.
what is 13?
613.
Yeah, I don't know. So, probably.
I know, this is why you should read it. That's why I'm encouraging you.
Let me ask you, why do you think I should read?
Because you formed an opinion about something that you haven't read, and I'm just a big believer in trying to help people escape ignorance.
I'm not a good reader, like I read slowly. So,
But I will.
9 years. I don't have a way.
I will add there is some bullshit in the Bible, like the way that creationism is described through Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark. It's fucking trash. And then the way that, just the way that Genesis is used to think of the conception of existence. I'm not saying that creationism is bullshit, but definitely the way it's described in the Bible is complete horse cop. And then Genesis, this is also the way that they engaged what the interaction between men and women should be. Some of that's probably interesting, but there's a lot of horseshit in there too.
Why do you think the creation will go?
What's that?
Oh, just go ahead, Jason.
No, I always thought that the word firmament was a pretty cool word in Genesis. Like, I don't know exactly what it means, but it just sounds like a dope ass way to try to talk about the beginning of the universe.
I can't hate on that.
The firmament. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's a pretty big name. The firmament, dog. Next, what do you think the firmament means?
Wow. Like a man. That's a tough one.
It is tough, dog. I ain't gonna hold you. The firmament.
But I mean, it's interesting.
I mean, like somebody said in the chat, it's a dome, but it has to be much more like stupendous than just a pure dome. The firmament is like the hodgepodge before the Big Bang, I guess. If I'm using like Christian reasoning about it. It's like a hodgepodge, like that sounds like I'm diminishing it.
Doesn't it, it's used as in terms of like it's separated, right? It's like separated the water above and the water below, right? And then the firmament was in the Encyclopedia Britannica until like the 70s.
Well, hold on, it does say that God called the firmament heaven.
Yeah. And also, I do think the seven deadly sins are a very accurate way to describe the essence of bad human behavior, let's put it like that, where it can go without any moral structure.
creation story. So I don't know if people were created. I do believe it. I do believe in creation, but I don't know how it happened. But you said that the Bible's like bullshit. What would you like to see done differently, I guess? Or how do you think there's the wrong answer here?
No, I can't say I would like to see it done differently, just because like we can see the limits to creationism and evolutionary theory. They both have limits. In fact, evolutionary theory has been abused by scientists, but they've still been able to come up with some decent conclusions. It's just like immaculate conception, the fuck out of here. That kind of shit, I'm like,
Sir, I don't know what your name is, but it's like, you don't believe in miracles.
huh?
What do you think is a seed of humanity?
What is the seed of humanity? What seeded us? Nobody knows. That's why, like, even if you go to the hardest scientific discipline like physics, they still got God in the middle of all their mathematics.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Get that out of the way. I want to hear where you fill it or tell me that.
No, I literally don't think any man is going to answer the fucking question. Like, we're never gonna get that answer. That's my point.
Appreciate your honesty.
Yeah, I'd be a fuck if I was trying to tell you that. But again, it's a.
Real dude, I respect you to say that.
I appreciate you. But to that point, I'm sure there is some reason, reasonable reason.
Another way to figure out long way from now, but they don't do it now, so let's find out later.
Right.
What you guys are missing here is that I don't even think you realize you're saying it here. Again, there's no wrong answer. I agree, you guys. You don't know, right? But what you're missing here is your stance that you don't know. What you're saying that the Bible's explanation of it's wrong, but you don't have the explanation.
No, I didn't say it's wrong. I said it's bullshit. It definitely is bullshit. Noah's Ark, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, but you don't have the
Immaculate conception.
What if it is true?
Well, because we don't have an answer doesn't mean we have to fill in the blank. Yeah, mystical explanation. We can just say it's X and we don't know, and we can leave it at that. But, you know.
You know when you go, oh, no, I did it. You can't get it if you're stuck on something. You have your mind to receive that new possibility.
Yes, and to Council's point. Thank you, Council.
You know, that balance is
That God is died in America. Fuck no. Fuck no. See, that's another thing is when they started to bundle Christianity into nationalism. This is the other thing too. There was no fucking scholarship on fucking Manifest Destiny in 1722 or whatever the fuck, 1790, 1805. Manifest Destiny was like an after the fact conspiracy theory. So fuck no. The whole people that try to embed religion into nationality are going to hell. Because nationality is just a weapon for ideology and exclusion.
$100 which I have really no problem with, but it's a nut towards because when it's on your
I'm cool with in God we trust, but I'm not cool with moral clarity in international relations and using religion religious justification for war. I think that is barbaric, and it's almost like religious justifications for slavery. It's fucking trash.
Right. See, that's never going to scare me apart. I'm speaking out of my own voice. Here you look at there, it's sort of
Yeah, we agree. And religious justifications for colonization, religious justifications for ethnic supremacy. The fuck out of here.
Like, three y'all are atheists, though, right?
No, I read the Bible every day, but I would say I'm agnostic, but open to possibility.
So, do you believe there's a creator? Yes or no?
Yeah, there's got to be some type of creator. Is it super central? I don't know, but I'm not going to take too many risks under it.
Would that make you atheist?
Probably not, but I'm not going to take too many risks under it. So, I mean, it's improbable that there is an afterlife, but I'm not going to stake any claims on that bet.
What? You what?
My body, my consciousness came out of my body.
What's called soul travel?
He said that he basically said that he brought bad acid.
I mean, there's a lot of things that we don't understand in the spiritual realm, and the science is only going to be able to make conclusions that are physical in nature, right? I understand, I get that, but I try not to get too far away from physical reality, but not so rigid that I'm like deterministic and can't accept that there is a wide open space of possibilities.
Well, when you back to soul travel thing, I guess. Or will it make when it's soul travel thing? Why not anything from that? Yeah, I'm curious about that. I'm a little bit curious about that. But Christopher, before I get to something next, Christopher, it sounds like I actually like you, dude. You seem like you're very level-headed here, so don't take any disrespect to this. It sounds like you're kind of like hedging up down. You're kind of like, well, I'm gonna think logically about this, but just in case there is an afterlife, I'm gonna go ahead and keep that one in my back pocket.
You're right.
Yeah, I was kind of like that a little bit too, buddy.
I probably will hold on to that, and it's possible I become more religious later in my life, but I'm definitely not going to go backwards towards atheism. And also, I know atheists that are just as religious zealots, and I hate them almost more. Like, I call
About atheists, they know so much about religion. Why?
some do, but then also there's atheists that don't know fuck about the origins of atheism, and it just blows my mind.
Did you follow, Christopher? Did you follow when the new atheist movement was really picking up steam, and then all of a sudden politics got involved, and then it like completely got fractured. Like listening to some of these debates amongst atheists, like they totally cannibalized each other. It was an interesting thing that it became popular, specifically when they had their whole Four Horsemen thing happening. But once some college campuses started having these debates, they couldn't get away from the political polarization. And so if you weren't an atheist and
God doesn't exist. They had to, you had to have this political agreement that goes along with it. It's fucking just fascinating.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a stupid break, but I think that, again, like, the new atheism was informed by the Oxford atheism, which I would say is backed by your boy, Richard Dawkins, who is a response to the modern atheism from, I forgot his fucking name. This is all like post existentialist thinking, whatever. And they wrapped in the altruism, and I think that was what people perceived as left. Even though I don't even think altruists are leftists because they're capitalist, and they'll also make a moral argument that they're the most equipped to save humanity. So I'd say they're more of like a internationalist liberal type that has like a social justice dimension.
Would you agree that Sam Harris is one of the stupidest public intellectuals that's ever come along?
Not stupid, but I hate that he believes that everything is deterministic and believes that all of our behaviors are predetermined. I hate him for that.
Yeah, his book Free Will is the worst thing I've ever read on the topic. He does this weird trick where if he's on a talk show, it works. In giving like short speeches, but when he had to put his thoughts paper to pen to paper, he does this weird thing where the most important part of the argument, he'll just tell you, you need to accept this, and then he builds from there. I don't know who the fuck just interrupted me, but he'll go and try to build an argument after saying, well, you must accept this part. But the part that he's telling you you must accept, he doesn't go into detail of, he doesn't prove his point, and so he just says, well, trust me on this, essentially. And then he starts building his point. I think he's really dishonest. He's a grifter that realized that pseudo-intellectual, the public intellectual, there was a time and a place where people were soaking that shit up and consuming it. And I think what he figured out is how to sell it to the public without being really deep and thoughtful. I think his take on free will is terrible.
It is, and I was just going to say it is weak, and then also it doesn't translate into political agency or liberty. So I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. So like, we're going to take everything's predetermined and we're going to apply that into all these like social and political context. Fuck off. That sounds like cultural or racial supremacy or some weird fucking elitism.
The only part that I'm really intrigued with is his conclusions about Islam. I'm becoming more and more of the opinion that Islam is not a religion and is more of a pedophile death cult.
Oh God, I'm definitely not on that train with you, but I get it.
Are you familiar with the Prophet Muhammad's wife, Aisha?
Bro, I understand all of that, and we can do that in the Christian Bible too, but I mean, Brady Boy just got kicked out of New Life Church in Colorado Springs for finding child sexual abuses after Ted Haggard, who founded the fucking church, was having sex with men and expressing homophobia and also doing methamphetamine. So I mean, there's so many different churches around the world that have abused children sexually, including the Catholic Church. I can't.
And I would agree with that. The problem is in 2025, you have regimes like the IRGC that if a father gives permission, they can marry a girl that's 8 years old, 9 months.
Sounds like Alabama.
Well, not in 2025.
Oh, fuck, what, Alabama just regulated marrying 13-year-olds like 5 years ago?
Well, again, you could go back to Delaware if you go back far enough where you could marry a 7-year-old. The point is that if you start doing man on the street interviews with people in Delaware and say, hey, what do you think of age of consent law in the state was 7 years old, they would tell you it's deplorable. We've had this discussion here at Clubhouse, and you bring modern day Muslims in here, and they will all say, and we've asked them, every single one of them will say she was old enough.
That sample is so fucking biased, and I was literally just in the Muslim community in Chicago, but I'm gonna do your man on the street. I have to find a way not to trigger people, but I assure you that American Muslims don't think like whatever these samples are that you're getting. And we know that there's a number of governments, not just Muslim, but a number of governments around the world that need to update the way that they look at children and sex. And then we know we have American elites that need to change the way they look at children and sex. And people in power in Western European governments, right? So again, I wouldn't want to boil this down to a Muslim problem.
Well, when you add the pedophilia to the fact that if you leave the religion, they want to kill you, that's another problem.
Yeah, but add the pedophilia to the international sex traffic and then tell me why some of the top notes for international sex traffic are New York City and London. And also, you gotta have a lot of money. So what is up with the sexual behavior of elites around the world? Oh, and let's not forget about Epstein.
Can we please forget about him?
I would like to, but he's not Muslim.
This is true. I'm not saying that all pedophiles are Muslim, but what I would say is that all of the Muslims that we've talked to support pedophilia.
I don't. You need to do a better survey.
Mike, what do you think of the people that we've come across that practice Islam when confronted with this question?
It was 100% every single one of them. I guess the difference was that the Muhammad guy, I get what they're saying, and he's spot on there and saying, but they worship this dude. It's kind of like, okay, you know, like, no, again, Catholic priests, fucking scumbags, yeah. Like, they're saying peace be upon him after every time they say his name. The dude was 54 years old and he had sex with a 9-year-old. It's just like, wait a second here. I don't know. I guess, I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. I've met Muslims that I guarantee you don't fucking want to death. Like Mojo said, it was every one of them. They're all like, well, you know, pedophilia is not really a thing in Muslim culture, so there's really not something, there's just seen as too young. What? Like, well, it's different back then, so, you know, it's pretty too. Hell, you remember that lady? Sorry, man, the lady out here was completely reasonable. She was like, yeah, that's wrong. Well, men shouldn't sleep with women. But, and then she goes, but it was different times. It was wild.
Yeah, and what about all the incest in the South?
Yeah, is it happening in 2025 at a high degree?
Oh, goddamn. A high degree, maybe not, but certainly happening. People would be blown away. Americans can't even talk about sex. So we don't even act honest about sexual behavior anyway.
You know, you try to get Monty up here, like, most countries are Muslims. Well, Chris knows that, I understand, but again, like, these aren't prophets. It's an uncle and his rapist, his 9-year-old niece. Yeah, that's a problem. At the end, incest is a problem also, I guess. Yeah, I don't know how prevalent it is, but I'm sure it's going on. Are they raping children? Or is it like, you're talking about like cousins having sex? I get what you're saying, but none of them were prophets. It's just weird. And you're right, it's probably a small sample size. It's It's just fucking weird. It's very wild how they all just justify it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I feel you. It's just like all the justifications for all the heinous acts that have been justified over time on religious grounds across all religions. There's people that think that Judaism is bound to nationalism, and that's a justification for genocide in Gaza, you know?
What do you mean, genocide in Gaza?
Just ethnic cleansing, displacement of people, bombardment of civilians, that type of situation. I don't think that there's actually a religious argument there, but I do know people that make a religious argument there.
So you think there's a genocide going on in Gaza?
Yeah, there's definitely an unreasonable amount of suffering and displacement going on in Gaza.
Interesting. I've never seen an example of a genocide where the population that's being genocided is growing.
I've heard that weird strawman argument, it's odd.
Well, if the intent was to eliminate or displace, clearly Israel has the weaponry to do it. I see the care in which they're operating is pretty impressive. In fact, when you compare the civilian casualties to enemy combatant casualties in this particular conflict to other urban warfare, they're doing a phenomenal job of being very careful.
Yeah, I've heard these arguments. I would never justify American atrocities in Afghanistan or Iraq, and I would never try to measure human life in a ratio of missiles to civilian casualties.
Well, when civilians die in warfare, and in this particular conflict, the conflict was started by a terrorist organization, Hamas, who is funded by Iran. And what happened on October 7th was the intentional targeting of civilians to rape, to murder, and to kidnap. And the war objectives are to destroy Hamas and to free hostages.
I feel you, bro. Where'd everyone go?
The next guy is in the audience. He's got his hand up, but we can't bring him back up.
Is John sleeping?
John's been asleep for a while.
I like that he can't get on the ballot.
I think the biggest challenge for him is, as you know, ballot access is a thing, and the rules are not in favor of political outsiders for sure. But I think that there might be some technicalities about whether or not he's even in the right district. So I think that's a thing. But I do like the fact that the issues he's trying to highlight, if he can figure it out and wave his hands wildly enough just to get some attention, it would be incredible to see if podcasters or mainstream media would give him a shot to, if they platformed him, if nothing else, it would be entertaining.
Fair.
let me ask you this though. Throughout that experience, isn't it frustrating that you put all the work in? You probably get people that resonate with the things that you talk about, but when push comes to shove, the votes just aren't there.
No, it was a ballot exercise. I was just flexing. I didn't even think I could get on the ballot.
So what are you gonna do next? Clearly, you got ambitions to do something. What's the next move?
I'll run in Illinois at some point later, but I'll have way more support and I'll probably just go through a party.
Yeah.
But for now, I'm just focusing on business.
Some of the groups that you can get tied in, like some of these old school organizations like Kiwanis or Lions Club and shit like that. It's amazing how like those types of organizations, the fact that they're organized, I guess that's the key, right? I don't know the political structure of Chicago, but I would have to imagine that if you're an outsider, there's got to be some kingmakers there that can make or break these situations.
Yeah, I don't think I'm an outsider anymore. I mean, I was in Washington last week. I don't know if I was ever an outsider, because my dad was big in California GOP back in the day. But Chicago will pretty much let anybody run for any seat except for mayor. That's where they're kind of faux-ass bitches about if you're from here or not. But by the time I run again, I won't be able to call myself much of an outsider, you feel me?
Yeah, that's cool. The other thing is, the closer you are to Chicago, the harder it's going to be for a Republican. But
I would never run as a Republican out here.
yeah, but if you can get yourself in some rural part of Illinois.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to be one of those people anymore. That's how I grew up. I'll be in the city center for the rest of my life.
That seems to be the big divide is you have the city, you have the suburbs, and then you have the rural areas. And I mean, if the further away from the population center, the more you have a luxury of having Republican politics. And when you're in a big city, the Democrats are going to win. Right. Especially if you're in a city, if you're in a metro area that has 1 million plus people, like Republicans just aren't going to win because the Democratic platform lends itself to people that are going to vote that have demands on the government that the Republicans just don't align with.
To a degree. Because like when we categorize the Democrats out here, we kind of do have to put them into like 3 types of politics. So we call Republicans out here, we call them conservative Democrats. If you want an example of a conservative Democrat, the state of Illinois comptroller Susanna Mendoza was for sure going to run for mayor in this next cycle. It'll be her second attempt for mayor. This is what we'd call a conservative Democrat. She's basically a Republican. But again, like you said, there's not really room to run through a Republican Party. So she's a Democrat. And then you have like your like core Democrats, which I would say is more like Louis Garcia. And then you have your like progressive Democrats, which I would say is more like Delia Ramirez. And then actually there's a fourth, there's a leftist. That would be like Rosina Rodriguez or Byron Sigcho Lopez. And the leftist support for electoral politics is going to be the Democrat Socialist Alliance, which I know we've seen that in New York, but they actually
small business owners favor out of those four groups?
They're definitely going to lean towards your conservative Democrat, but it depends because you do have some neighborhoods that are pretty like leftist strongholds, but there's not many. There's a few. Like Pilsen is well known as like one of the most progressive neighborhoods in Chicago. But you have different flavors of progressivism here. Like people talk about like the North Chicago progressive, which is like a very different conversation than like a Pilsen progressive. But the main justification that like a Pilsen progressive would use to critique the North Chicago progressive is that one, the North Chicago progressives are rich as fuck. Think of like where Michael Jordan lives in Highland, okay? That's like North Chicago, okay? So then think of like his progressive neighborhood.
Would that be like Ladera Heights in LA?
Okay. So like you probably have like a progressive actor or one progressive person from high finance or some professors that like commercialized some research or wrote some books and went on some global speaking tours. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in Pilsen, you have a more humble progressive. Maybe they're like super smart and, intelligent, but they've decided to use their resources to teach debate classes and run debate competitions for Chicago public schools at the middle school level. It's not going to pay a grip, but, they still have a good education, they're just not getting wealthy. And so that public school debate competition teacher person is not necessarily going to have the same progressive ideals as that North Chicago progressive. And so you do see some factionalization amongst leftists and then amongst progressives. Less factionalization amongst think of this, I'm a real estate developer, or maybe I'm even a hedge fund manager or some kind of private equity manager, even wealth manager, and I live in Chicago. I went to Harvard. I'm registered as a Democrat, but I talk about the progressives like the Republicans do. I make strawman arguments that the progressives are ruining my city. This would be like your conservative Democrat that meets a lot of Democrat markers, but truly is not very left, right? They might be a Democrat, just like Bobby Rush, right? On the South Side. Bobby represents one of the largest black constituencies in Chicago. Can't be that fucking progressive in the black community. That shit doesn't work. So Bobby is pretty conservative if you think about it. He's not the congressman anymore. He stepped down a couple of years ago, but he held the seat for 25 or 30 years, and it was pretty fucking conservative. I would venture to say that if you look at the black congressional caucus, which is the largest caucus in the Congress, it's got 66 members right now. I would say that they're maybe 2 or 3 of their members would be considered progressive. It's like that woman in Georgia that lost both of her elections but made a shitload of noise. I forget her name. What's that?
I'm tripping. I guess there's some progressive mixed up.
I'm just saying that progressivism is not that big in the black community when it comes to electoral politics.
And what do you think the separation is? Do you think it's like things like gay rights, trans rights, like where do they break with the progressives? I was about to say that.
Well, definitely on sex and gender. I don't think it's about gay anymore, right? Like, I think everyone's kind of moved past gay, where less people are tripping about that, right? Not gay. I'm on the south side every other fucking week. I'm talking about reality, not the media. Trans, though, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
Let's see, it's progressive. Different things like that. The reason why, like the black community is losing, various people are losing the black community for two things. A lot more black people are becoming business owners. That's what they're going to, is they keep speaking about like rights and everything else, like that's the main topics that they care about. It's like fight for this, fight for that. A lot of people is actually going to college, learning a good business, learning how to depend on different things like compared to things where people kind of like different things like that, where I guess it'd be like a lot more people are in the middle ground of it. And I could just say, but black ones, like the gay stuff, the teach in their schools and stuff like that begins on. That's number one. But the only reason why more black people now are going towards progressive as of right now is because the people that's representing conservative. That's the only reason why. If you had the traditional conservative side, the numbers be way bigger than what it is today. But if progressive were more like the economy side, speak more about business, start speaking about taxes, how it's going to help build their brands, their companies, and different things that they're trying to build.
Yeah, progressives won't be able to do that.
Not at all. And that's also they're going to.
They'll never be able to.
Because when the right conservative walks in, they can speak to both people. Because the super progressive already loses this way.
But like I said, the progressives are a minority in electoral politics anyway. So I agree with you. And then now there's the progressive critique of, there's different critiques on this. But there is the inner community conversation on black capitalism. And then there are progressives that would critique blacks that decide to participate in the benefits of this economy as sellouts. Now again, obviously I'm mixed race, but I'm black sitting here in the high rise in downtown Chicago. I don't think I ever sold my soul to capitalism. I just think I was born in America and I got American parents. So I work in the American system.
I feel like a lot of people look at the ones that sellouts is the ones that get lost in the sauce. And was that Republican? He's always
on fucking Wall Street before I went down to Washington, D.C. And I fucking love living in the city center. I can't stand living. I've lived in rural, suburban, and city. I cannot live around a bunch of white people if the community's like 70 or 90% white. I can't tolerate that shit. But some of these cities are a bit more diverse. But when I went into this hedge fund, I went onto their trading floor in Manhattan last week. I mean, the guy fucking clowned on me for wearing a tie for like 10 minutes. So I knew that's how we was gonna do some business, but he didn't say anything else. Took me serious.
So the bigger question is, why were you wearing the tie?
I know. Because I'm not gonna front, I don't even be dressing like that. Like, I've got suits from like 10 years ago that still look like I just bought them. I just wasn't sure. That was the first couple hedge funds that I've been into. You know, I wasn't sure what to do, so now I know what to do next time.
You know what's cool though about it? It's like the world has changed so fundamentally that the person that walks in with the tie is now
It's the clown.
Yeah, and the cool thing is there's not hate. It's just usually like I met that guy where we have the tie and you walk in and pick him and like if you walk into a bank for example, that's appropriate. Walk into a lawyer's office, that's still appropriate. If you're walking in anywhere in tech wearing a tie, somebody is going to gently like ask you like, where's the funeral, where's the wedding? Because it's just not the attire for the office anymore. In fact, even if you find like a dressy CEO that you know cannot get rid of the suit, he's at least getting the tie off. They might have a $3,000 suit on, $5,000 suit on, but they're not wearing the tie. They've ditched the fucking tie.
Yeah, and I never wore the tie in tech. I just didn't know what to expect in Manhattan.
I would say though, in the Northeast and in DC, those are the most likely places where the tie would still be appropriate. The further you go west, the more it's like, you know, the more forbidden it is. In fact, now you're more likely
It's forbidden on Wall Street too.
You're more likely to see track pants in a boardroom than you would a tie in California.
Yeah, I completely agree. But also, the tie's forbidden on Wall Street, and I just didn't know that. Especially after this new wave of people coming back into the office, they're like super relaxed. The dress, and the guy who broke down the dress at like fucking like 30 different firms to me, I'm like, holy shit, he's like some of these fund managers don't even fucking wear pants on the trading floor. He's being sarcastic, but he's like, come on. But then I go meet this alternative asset manager, and they said 80-20, 80% tie, 20% no tie. I'm like, fuck, you see what I'm saying? So I think they're still confused in New York City. Whereas the Bay Area, Los Angeles, been made their bed.
So here's the interesting thing. The last thing that has not changed is like even in the most like just who gives a fuck come as you are environments, you still will not see printed t-shirts. You might see a Drake t-shirt, you might even see Holy Jeans, but you will not see a printed t-shirt. That's what I'm
though.
Yeah, if they have no windows, yeah, if they're not you know, if vendors and partners and customers are coming through a conference room, those people are hidden, right? But you don't see the printed tees. In fact,
that's true.
That's probably the last thing you are more likely to see face tattoos than you will a print.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
I see that. In Chicago, I'll have to see what the Chicago trading floor is like. I would say firms are still more conservative in Chicago than they are in New York.
Why do you think that is?
Just the Midwest, just being more conservative.
Do you think there's anything to do in Chicago and in New York with it? It wasn't just bankers that wore suits or lawyers that wore suits. Even the gangsters like made it stylish to wear suits. It feels like those are the wear a suit. I think of like this scene from The Irishman where Al Pacino's playing Jimmy Hoffa, and he's getting all pissed off because the guy came to a meeting wearing shorts. He's like, you go to a meeting wearing shorts, like, and so, like, I think gangster influence maybe in Chicago and New York might. I can't put I wouldn't stake a bet on this, but I would guess that has something to do with it.
Yeah, I do think it's easier to wear a suit in Washington, D.C. because there's still a bunch of that bullshit. Those guys wear cheap suits, though. They do not wear expensive suits in Washington. They get paid shit, most of them, except the politicians stealing their money, right?
I know people that are working in like Alexandria and fucking Herndon and places like that, and they've got low-paying fucking office jobs, and they're required to wear a tie. So like around that area, they will still put a fucking tie on.
Right, and then obviously in the core city center of DC now, my biggest thing, having more self-awareness now. The last business that I had, again, I worked with a lot of insurance entities that were conservative, had a lot of ties. I used to go into their fucking offices with hoodies on. Some of these motherfuckers were like what you were saying, wearing the $5,000, $7,000 suits and bullshit like that. And I'd still go into there with a hoodie. Now, being more self-aware, I'm actually trying not to offend people so that we can focus on the main topic at hand. And I'm just finding it's just widely varied, so I'm like, alright, well, guess I'll just have to take the best guess and, right.
I think the main thing is whoever you're in the room with, the more information that you have about what they care about, just get to that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Just make sure that they weren't a hoodie in their office in New York, that's all I mean to say. And I agree with you. But
I was gonna go to Black Hat this last week in Vegas, and in tech, like once upon a time, like if you went to these conventions, it was like, oh, you had to put on a suit to be in the booth, and that shit's changed so dramatically. So now it's like, well, you know, you're gonna be on your feet all day if you're gonna be in the booth, so make sure you wear a comfortable pair of tennis shoes. And 10 years ago, they didn't give a fuck about your feet. They didn't do shit. And like, you better wear a suit, better wear dark colors, better look nice, your shirt better be pressed, you better know how to put a tie. You know, now, fucking, you go look on LinkedIn and see the people that were at Black Hat. It looks more like a fucking rock concert than it does a fucking, any type of like business summit. It's just, it's fucking wild.
it is, it's very fascinating.
But then they took all the fun out of it about 10, 12 years ago when you remember when they passed the rules about booth babes? Where it was like frowned upon to like hire a marketing firm that had good looking women to hang out with.
Man, motherfuckers still do that shit.
Well, you know what they do now? Is that you can't just hire good looking chicks and just say, like, just make it a booth babe. But what companies will do is their marketing department is littered with good looking chicks, even if it's just interns that are going to go to the events, so that it's an employee and it's not frowned upon because they've got the company email and all that kind of shit. But I think it's weird that people give a fuck. Like, it's like, wait a minute, so people were more likely to want to go to these things because they know there's going to be this presentation of beautiful women at these things. And it was effective. Like, executives, they would go out of the presentations, they would go onto the expo floor precisely not to, you think they give a fuck about grabbing marketing collateral? They have like minions that can go gather that shit for them. But the executives would walk the floor because they wanted to experience that shit and get invited to what's going to be the hippest party. You're in Chicago, you know, like when there's a big convention down at McCormick Center, you have the buses that'll take people to the rooftop parties. Those executives, when they hit the floor of those expos, the first thing that they're looking for has nothing to do with products. It has to do, where's the coolest party going to be?
it's not going to be one that is published and widely available.
Christopher, what do you usually like to drink when you go to a corporate party?
It's water or something lightly carbonated.
When was the last time you had a steak?
A steak? 3 or 4 months ago, maybe.
You might be transparent when your PTR.
I don't need steak that often.
If you meet with old white guys, order a fucking Manhattan. That would be my advice.
I don't drink alcohol.
I don't either. Good job. But you still order it.
I like most of my money.
I like going to the bar prior to meeting with people. Put the money down, open up the tab, and then order something non-alcoholic, get the black straw, make it look like you're at least being social. That is still a thing. Some people want to have drinks when they're with people, and that's one of the weirdest things that I've had to get used to. So I have to get there early so I can pose like I'm drinking.
People often say that Clubhouse is like going to the bar, basically. Like, these are the types of conversations you have at the bar, kind of.
I don't think so. I wouldn't hang out with any of you guys at a bar.
Well, I think you would hang out with John in Chicago.
Me and John don't run in the same circles.
That doesn't mean that you guys wouldn't find time to meet up and talk about how you see the world differently.
Honestly,
Yeah, but
I would meet with you, but I would ask that you like come on my podcast, and so I can do like a one-on-one interview. Because honestly, if like we're not creating content, like I already got drinking partners and drinking friends that like I can hang out with anytime, and they're very social. So I'm just saying, like I'm looking for interviews. I mean, kind of. I mean, I'm not really, but I'm just saying.
If you guys are ever in the Pacific Northwest, we're not meeting up at a fancy bar. We can either barbecue at the house, or we could go and take advantage of my long-standing Elks Lodge membership. We could go hang out together.
Yeah, when I was in the Army, I was at a place called Fort Huachuca in Seattle Tacoma area, and I had never experienced what it was like to be covered in mosquitoes, but that was my first time out.
I'm talking about we used to do it when it rains. That shit sucks.
John, why do you record so many Clubhouse conversations?
How do you know this?
It's a work.
I just wonder.
I have to be in like a flow state, otherwise there's no way I could possibly be doing this. It's just too many videos. 20,000 YouTube and 20,000 Instagram videos over 5 years. It's a lot of videos.
What inspired you?
I don't know, it's like a technology. It's honestly like, getting a toy or getting video games or like figuring out, how to play some kind of video game. But it's at like personal, expensive cost, because when people watch us, just, 2 to 3 minutes of the John Kitover podcast, it's enough to know, okay, you know what? I don't want to go on that third date with that guy. Because this is weird. Who's he talking to?
It does seem like a lot of energy. Did you get any epic conversations from back in the day?
No, but I feel like I have run a simulation, like a poker player. Like I have a very successful friend who's a very, very successful poker player, and he's played countless enormous numbers of digital hands and made millions of dollars in the real world and has bracelets. And I mean, I think it's all attributable to the fact that he's very good at math and that he has run so many simulations so many times that. So what I'm trying to say is, like, after enough clubhouse conversations, it's a little bit like watching every imaginable TV show and movie ever made. So it's like there can't be anything new. I've heard pretty much every permutation that could possibly be conceived.
Oh, I don't think Clubhouse is that diverse.
You know, America is Black America.
John, is your poker friend named Tom, by chance?
Yeah, Tom Coral. Crazy like a fox. People love poker. It's like a fascination. And some people, they know it's a risk, but they're like, I don't know, they're confident and they know, like, I don't know, intuitively that they're like a premium in the game or something. Like, I'm not, you know, I consider the poker table, and I know that there are people there who can probably think me out, maneuver out, experience, etc. So it's like, don't even waste your time. You see people playing slots.
That's the old saying. If you sit down at a poker table, if you can't figure out who the worst player at the table is immediately, it's you.
Yeah, that's me. Like my friend Tom Morgan was I bought like a big into some, you know, World Series poker tournament. He's like, dude, just withdraw your money. He's like, you're gonna get great money. You know what? I'll take your advice. Fuck it. So I took the money back out.
You know what you do if you're gonna play a tournament and you know that there's better players than you? You take their ability to play against you, all of the things that they can do post flop. You just take that away. And anytime you get in a hand with somebody that you know is better than you, if you have premium holdings, just shove all in. And even if you're behind, you're going to have better odds of catching up than trying to outplay a poker pro. And so, like, if that's the best advice somebody can give to somebody in a tournament, if they know that they're not, you know, like one of the high quality players. Yes, you can catch good hands, but you're just better off because you'll get outplayed. You'll get decisions. You might have like the fourth best possible hand, but if somebody shoves all in and they're a pro, you're going to be thinking, am I good? And it's fucking amazing the instincts that they have post flop. So all of your strategy should be pre-flop. You know, play position, wait for good cards, and then just get ultra aggressive. And then if you get lucky and get some calls, or even if you're behind, if you catch up and get lucky, you're just way better off doing that. And you know, to get the money. You're not gonna win the tournament, but you may get into the money.
Yeah, I mean, I like poker, and I like the experience, but, you know, it's a little bit like day trading. It's like a job, and it's time, and at least if it's a clean poker room, nobody's smoking cigarettes, like, then it's like, you can really experience that experience, but I just don't put poker out to anything. I don't gamble in the stock market anymore. It's like, I don't do anything other than, you know, having digital communications and everything. Because when I go to the casino and I see people playing slot machines, I'm like, don't you know it's just like a big blown up cell phone? It's just like hitting all your dopamine. I mean, it's just such a trick. It's so smart, but you can't reverse engineer it because it's that good. So, but it's just a blown up version of your cell phone, and it's costing you money to play your cell phone. It's like stupid. But I just got back from the Serb Fest. If you want to go to YouTube, you can see some gypsy Serbs dancing, eating sausages, drinking Serbian beer. It was so much fun, and I gotta say, so many beautiful people. And, the music and the food, it's like, it's magic, Serbia, 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 Serbia. And the moon was beautiful. I do want to say something about being stupid. There is like an aspect to life where overthinking and having chronic thoughts and all the anxiety you can create doesn't change the future. So in that way, to retard yourself or become stupid, meaning that you're no longer thinking that you're an objectivist or you're in the real world or a solipsist or a stoic in a way, like that type of perspective or personality could be a superior approach to game theory. It's basically like hermit. Somebody sent me something about somebody who basically pretends to be stupid to survive. But the Taoists would say it's like a tree with green grounds. You can't cut it for anything. So it's worthless. But is it worthless? No, it's alive. It's not getting cut up. So Clown House is like a road raging clickbait track to essentially see this app is very smart because it relies on us to hypnotize each other. It doesn't actually do anything. It's a fucking conference call. But because of the framework, it basically forces this reverse hypnosis between people here. And because people are such road ragers in their real lives, they come on here and they do this road rage dopamine game. But, in a way, it's like a holding facility for people, So it's like you're not really making any money being here. But other people are extracting your activity and replatforming it to monetize it. It's like, what are you really doing here?
I don't think anybody's monetizing anything.
I mean, I'm trying.
The scammers did earlier.
That's a long time ago.
Like Gary the Giraffe, Gary Henderson, the felon who was scammed.
Damn, that was a long time ago.
G.T. Fox, Grant Cardone.
Grant's still scamming people.
So I've got Ty Lopez. I've got Ty Lopez videos, Grant Cardone videos. See, Ty Lopez to me is like one of the worst because he claims he maybe 16% monthly yield. Cardone and his ads don't necessarily show you anything monthly or what, but literally his older videos, he's like drunk, coming out of the scene, flying out of plane, like literally you can tell he's totally intoxicated with like all these women running around. I mean, he kind of knew how to advertise, but it's all education business. It's all publishing industry. So you could call that a scam. But I met Matthew Lesko, who sells government secret books, how to get government funding for this and that. He's got all these government published books that he reformats and publishes. Matthew Lesko. I asked him once, I was like, what's your secret, Matthew? He goes, lots of good sex. So, that guy has made millions of dollars publishing himself on TV in a suit with question marks like the Riddler saying, I got a book of government secrets on how to get free money now. Matthew Lesko. I'm sure some of you met him. To me, he's like a publishing and a direct response legend.
That's a good point. I would say, though, that Matthew has probably created actual value for people, whereas I think Ty Lopez's job is just to steal your money until you stop paying them.
Well, one person publishes government grants and the other person publishes private industry secrets, which is basically like social media clickbait and bait and switch advertising.
That's true. Damn. So you make a good point.
Because if Google does business with it, Google essentially says, okay, you know, we don't care about the legality of your advertisement or your business proposition or this op. Like Google makes a lot of money from what you could technically call fraudulent or accepted advertising.
That's true. Even if you look at like Grant Cardone's online profile, even his Google knowledge panel is like at the level of like Tom Cruise.
We'll see, like, Facebook, you know, I don't know if you know what Billy Hayes Marketing is or whatever, it's like some San Diego guy who shows you how to start a Facebook media agency and things like that. So it's just all a biz op opportunity. But he, like, parodied Wolf of Wall Street. Like, I have filmed these people who put these biz op, they're very sophisticated and very good, you know, edited videos. And the thing is, it's the same thing as, like, running for Congress or Senate. It's all basically a performative experience, and you know that's kind of the scary part about reality, where it's like, you know what, everything is kind of a scam. You know, Scientology, the IRS, I don't know, like the military is like its own different aspect, but there's something about, like, I'm looking at all these books in my apartment. Like, I'll probably never be able to find the time to read all these books, but like, I just consider it like a collection. But what I'm saying is, there's just so much cumulative media from the past 100 years in America that it's a lot of information and data, and all the AIs are woke, and they don't give you the contrarian position. I am complete.
They will give it to you, you just have to ask for it. Now you can use AI to give you a summarize of the chapters, and you would only read the ones you would are interested in.
Well, I asked, what are 10 entrepreneurial businesses that you can start, you know, to essentially increase revenue from just that? Then I asked, give me the contrarian positions to those startup ideas, and the answers were kind of funny.
What were the top 5 videos?
I think the number one was asteroid mining. You know, it's just so stupid.
Oh shit. It's ridiculous. Would that require you to enter outer space?
Did you see that the government, the U.S. government, is planning on funding a nuclear reactor? Did you see that news article that came out?
No.
Well, I can find it or Google for you, but yeah, the U.S. government is going to build a nuclear reactor.
Oh god. Did you also see that they're working on technologies to grapple in outer space to try to knock them?
But that's kind of, if you look at the overall perspective over like the last 8 years, when Space Force, right? Everyone thought it was stupid as shit. But now they're talking about bombing or destroying satellites. You've seen Elon Musk, Starlight, fucking cut off service to Ukraine. Like, you've seen the way that I hate it because I'm not a Trump supporter by any means. But I almost want to understand why there was an intent to have some sort of military.
What?
I'm trying to think of the word, militarizing fucking space. It doesn't make any sense, but when we're talking, it doesn't make any sense when you talk about militarizing space. But when
when they're talking about building fucking nuclear weapons on the moon, or blowing up satellites, or cutting off internet access by satellites, sadly it actually makes sense. Militarized space.
Would anybody here take an all-expense paid trip to the moon, like a couple years into development? And would anybody here have the balls to fly?
I don't want to fly to fucking New York from Texas, okay? I'm not flying to the fucking moon. Not enough.
But also space
Okay.
is bad.
Also, in my defense, I'm also a little shell-shocked because I just went through 2 different rooms that said Roger was dead. So, I am also a little, like, I hate and love Roger.
Wait, let me ask
He's alive.
Sarah, let me ask Mojo a positive vibration question. Based on your survey of Clubhouse users, and
Did you buy him fresh batteries? Because I don't know how he has positive vibration
well, I'm asking.
unless he got fresh batteries.
I'm asking because he claims he wants to cut Social Security. Like he's got some major cuts that he wants to make to the budget. But I'm just wondering, like, after doing a very thorough survey of Clubhouse communication, like if this was, a micro or the smaller statistic of the overall American statistic, would your cuts affect, like people during Clubhouse or in a sense of how does Clubhouse play into budgetary and allocations, essentially?
Well, I think that my confidence that people are okay and can be self-reliant has been shaken a little bit because of my experience here in Clubhouse. So, if anything, Clubhouse has made me think that perhaps we need some sort of safety net for these fools.
Because there's a lot of Clubhouse users who are jumping from Clubhouse to Uber and Lyft. Clubhouse, Uber and Lyft. Clubhouse, Uber.
Hold on. I think there's one thing we need to look at is that it's not just, and I completely understand where folks come from when people are just living off the government from an excuse. Or what other people deem as an excuse, like because you're bipolar you can't function in the workforce, or I mean you probably see more mental disabilities than physical disabilities of why people can't function in the workforce. And I'm making up that bias on my own. But that's what I've seen personally, is that there's more mental disability than physical disabilities as an exemption.
Would you classify alcoholism as a mental disability?
No. Not at all. Fuck you.
So wait, if you spend, $200 a week at Costco.
Depression, anxiety, I understand to some extent. I understand debilitating anxiety, like I can't drive on the fucking freeway, but that doesn't mean I can't take the back roads and drive an extra 20 minutes.
Stay on topic. What's the title of the room? Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse?
Anyone who voted for Trump.
Okay, you and I haven't taken the survey. Let's time to vote to view the results. Who is the dumbest person on Clubhouse? Dina from Chillism, Nikki from Chillism, Concrete from Chillism, Ike from Chillism, or other? I'm gonna go with. I don't know. We're going with a concrete block. We're voting on a concrete block.
Do you remember the redhead chick?
Other. Ooh. You know what? I'm going other. You're right. That's the fucking order. That's what we call a teal color. The other color is a teal. Am I correct? Is that teal?
Roger, do you remember that redheaded chick?
The one that claimed to be in the Situation Room with 3 separate presidential administrations?
I'm pretty certain that's probably the same bitch.
Yeah, talk about it.
Well, they were asking who's the dumbest. I don't recognize any of the names they're saying, and that's the one person I could remember on here that I would really slam dunk it on.
Who was saying that I was dead?
Well, I did open a Roger Mayhem room once titled "I Have a Family Emergency," or no, something like that. And I was like, "I need you to mod the room. I've got a family emergency." And then they're like, "Oh, absolutely, Roger. Yes, yes, sir, of course." So then, I don't know, after that, the whole Roger Mayhem movie experience exploded after that one.
There used to be a classic troll move where you would jump into a room, somebody else would get there, and then you would put a crazy ass title, like just super offensive, and then mod the other person and then leave, and then they're stuck in a room with people about to come into it, and then it looks like they're the ones that created the room with the crazy title, and then you screenshot it and then show other people that they did that room. That was one of the times.
Call me like that, Roger. I would have been there all day.
See, that's the one thing about live streaming yourself on this app. Like, it's a little bit like lying. You don't have to remember anything you said. It's like, if you live stream everything, well, then there's like total transparency, total mirror effect. It's just a question of, you know, who you are, what you're saying, and what you're listening to. But like to live stream your experience in a way, like there's, you know, a kind of a reverse engineering aspect to it.
Well, it depends if you're a manipulative person that's trying to push an agenda or if you're just a genuine human being. See, I can never be caught in a lie because I don't lie, I always tell the truth. And sometimes those truths can be contradictory, but I'm not scared to admit that I contradict myself. I'm always going to say what I have to say. When people try to manipulate lie, they believe that in their own shit.
Sarah, what do you think my agenda is here in this app?
You want an honest answer, Roger?
Yeah, I want to go as deep as you can go.
I think that when you started out on this app, and I first met you about almost 5 years ago, you really wanted to spread a message. You know, it really hasn't been that long. And I can pull you up on Instagram where we were dirty talking to each other. But,
Please show me that. That'd be amazing. Please show me that.
not bad dirty talk. We didn't send nudies or anything.
I get up there. Please screenshot this stuff. I want to see this.
I don't even know if Instagram will show it because I never used Instagram. We just pretty much admitted we would fuck each other. That was it. Not too dirty at all. Especially not social media wise. But, jokingly, okay.
You're saying I said fuck you?
Yeah, we were joking. Okay, I'm not saying dead ass like we had a date. We just jokingly said, yeah, I'd fuck you too. Anyways, this is 4 years ago. Okay, this is COVID. Like, Clubhouse is still beta shit. And I'm only here because someone sent me an invite and I'm an Android whore and not an iPhone bitch. So, that's how old I remember Roger from. But I think Roger hold on, he sidetracked me. Roger started out here as someone that really wanted to bring truth and openness and conversation to people. I feel like he's been, I don't know how on this website because I don't see how people make money on this website, but I guess if you network between Clubhouse and all the other websites, you can make money off of it. then maybe that's why I feel Roger's become more controversial, and things that like we agreed on years ago, we no longer agree on. And every room I come into with you, like, you seem more about baiting for fights than actually having a conversation. And I think Clubhouse started out, like, I loved it 4 years ago because
Sarah,
it
the
was
now
people
is
having
all important.
conversations.
There's no baited
People have
conversations now.
conversations, and now everybody wants to fight. It's like the worst
Sarah, if you read the House rules, I would like to refer you to rule number 4.
You asked me what my opinion was, and I gave it, so I'll shut the fuck up if you're done hearing it.
What is the fourth rule of the House?
I don't think I got an answer. All I heard was that somewhere along the line you've got some Instagram conversation with me, is what you're claiming.
No, here's my point. Is that you act like you're getting anything.
Could you show me this, please? I want to see it.
Hold on. I will, but let's act like I never said that. What my whole point was is that
That's the most intriguing thing you said.
whenever I originally met you on this app, you seemed like a very intellectual man that wanted to fucking point out the injustices of our society. And I feel like now somehow, I don't know how, the only reason I could think that you changed up the way you did is if you're being funded. The only way I can think that you're being funded.
You Assad is funding me?
No, baby. What I'm saying is if you're using Clubhouse to network to YouTube and Instagram and companies.
By the way, this is being streamed to YouTube, courtesy of my partners at John Kitover for Congress.
So exactly what I'm saying. Companies that
Sarah,
are going
would
to
you
pay
like to be an
for
AI
interaction.
campaign optimizer for the campaign to elect John Kitover?
Instant reaction is suck my dick, but what?
I have an AI job opening for you that I think will be perfect for the campaign to elect John Kitover.
Okay. John Kidd sounds like someone I probably don't want to elect.
Well,
Also,
vote Kitover before the debt comes
how do
over.
you get an AI job?
So basically, you come on the social audio chat app. All work is done through Clubhouse in a conference call, and you actually post things to X, YouTube, Instagram. Do you want the job?
So is it AI learning through that conversation?
Absolutely, it's a publishing position.
It's not. Don't even try and sell me on that shit.
Well, just imagine that you work
If it was
for
a
a tequila
publishing
company,
position,
a
then
vodka
you would be
company.
offering royalties and all kinds of benefits going along with it.
There's plenty of
Not just
benefits.
show up and talk shit, are you? So AI can learn from your fucking shit.
It's all unfunded
Because at the end of the
liabilities.
day, everyone thinks AI is going to learn from itself. AI doesn't learn from itself. It learns from the programmers.
You might not get your
And then
benefits
they
right
pump the
now.
information you feed into it.
You might have to wait for your unfunded liabilities to kick in, but I promise you, the benefits are there with the position. Are you interested in becoming an AI strategist with the campaign?
Before you answer that, Sarah, I have a question for you.
You know I'm not saying yes to that, baby.
I have a question for you. It's 533 times 1,000.
Are you asking me to answer a math question?
Yeah, that was the question.
Well, you said 533 times 1,000.
Yeah, what is that?
533, 100,000, 3,000. I'm really fucking stoned as shit right now. But it's. There's six
You know,
zeros, so 500.
Christopher also answered that question correctly, sir. That's a diagnostic question. You passed Austin's house. Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Trying to quit drinking, so I'm smoking more weed, Roger. Which makes me actually more retarded, because I can't think straight when I smoke weed.
Sir, how much time do you spend in Chula?
And what?
Chula's, it's a house that's, I think it's appropriately, you know,
I think most of the
equally matched for you.
Roger, do you know how many rooms? Okay, you remember Jimmy Lee, right? I'm sure you're still in a lot of rooms with him.
No, but I actually saw Connie on this app for the first time, and like.
Yeah, I saw her. I saw her too. And I didn't see her like in the group.
What's your point? What's your point, Jimmy Lee? Go ahead.
He blocked me and got a bunch of groups to block me. So
Yeah, I hold on.
that was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I heard that you got drunk and you came on to him and his wife got really angry, and that's why you've been blocked by him and all of their friends.
No. Dude, I literally have fucking
screenshots.
I have the receipts.
Welcome to the room, Will Haiti.
Of him blowing me up saying you're a stupid piece of shit, fucking whore, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna have everyone block you because he got mad because I was good at counteracting his fucking arguments.
So moderators, it's 3:46
Seriously?
in the morning.
I
3:46
got
in the
on,
morning, Central Standard Time. We're trying to figure out who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse in the month, hosted by Mojo, Serenity, and Rilla. Sorry for the hard reset there, Sarah, but it's getting late.
Anyone that believes that I came onto a man 20 years my senior who's living off of another fucking poor innocent female because he can't get a job and pay his own bills.
Wait, Sarah, I hate to break it here, but
I
have you
am
seen
not
the
that
movie
pathetic.
Dinner? Have you seen the movie Dinner for Schmucks with Zach Galifianakis?
Of course I have.
So is all communication? The question is, Sarah, is all communication hypnosis?
Hey, Sarah, I got a question.
There's
You're in the sweet spot with that one.
hold on. There's a level of manipulation, and hypnosis is manipulation, but it's a very.
Sarah, can we go back to why Jimmy Lee blocked you?
He went on a drunk rant.
You brought it
He
up.
really did.
Yeah, you brought it up. So I'm just curious, why would he block you?
Okay, so the reason I brought it up is because most of the white groups on Clubhouse I can be in, I can't be in because of him. So,
Most of the people in the street have no idea who Jimmy Lee is.
I know.
You see that chubby Asian Christian advocate prophet? You know?
No, that's David Lee.
Literally.
That's David Lee.
Alright, hold on.
Hold on. No, Sarah, mute yourself for a second. So, Jimmy Lee is a libertarian who was with Connie. They used to do these libertarian rooms all the time. Jimmy likes the spirits a little bit. And so it's not crazy to me that Jimmy Lee and Sarah would have found each other somehow on this app. But Sarah did something so inappropriate that Jimmy Lee blocked her, and she brought this up. It's amazing she brought this up.
I did not.
You did. You just bring it up.
I did not.
Put one in the chat. You heard Sarah right there.
Don't make false accusations. Allegedly, I did something and say that. But don't flat out say I did something inappropriate because I didn't do anything.
Then why would he block you? Why would he block you?
He straight up got drunk one night, blew up my messenger, telling me what a piece of shit bitch I was, and how he hated me, and saying that Facebook did, like everyone on Facebook didn't want me on there, and there was a whole Facebook page campaigning to get me removed from fucking social media.
Why would that happen? What could have possibly gone wrong that would have happened?
Because I think it was like, I guess we connected as him thinking I was a leftist that became libertarian, and he was a Republican that became libertarian. And he became libertarian over the Massey interview. If anyone knows anything about libertarianism, you know all about Massey in a dark secret hotel room with a fucking, reporter. But they ignore
I can tell you, nobody in this room knows what you're talking about. But let's get to the fact of why Jimmy Lee, you brought out interestingly enough, why would he block you?
Because of the groups that I would want to follow, he had connections in that got me blocked on Clubhouse and Facebook. No, I'm dead ass serious.
What was
He
he
had,
upset about, Sarah? Sarah, what was he upset about? What did you do?
because he wanted to use me as this is the Democrat that turned libertarian. And after about 20 times of me saying no, I've always been a libertarian for the last 20 fucking years.
Wait, you're a libertarian?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so glad I left that mess.
But because I don't believe exactly what they believe, we're just more Republican than libertarian.
Hold on, you want me to believe, and you want the people listening to believe, that the fight that led to him blocking you had to
No, it was really that.
politics?
It was that fight. It wasn't politics, it was his ego. Because repeatedly, okay, so we'd have conversations like right now, right? And he would chime in and be like, oh, well, she's just a fucking leftist that turned a libertarian, blah, blah. And I would be like, no, I'm not.
Why don't you tell them about the back channel messages that you sent to a married man and Jimmy Lee on this app?
I never said anything inappropriate to him. Legit, dude. He's a goofy looking, scrawny old white dude with gray hair.
Excuse me, Sarah. I think Mojo might be violating rule number 7 in the house.
That's her property. She owns that shit. He's living off her. He posted all these videos like he's fucking, being this naturalist and growing all this shit and like, he's living off of her. He's manipulating and using her for control.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about.
The guy has a thriving career where he sets up concert venues for some of the biggest music acts in the country, and he's traveling all the fucking time.
Jobs a year. I know because he told me he works a couple of jobs a year.
Stick around because as soon as they wake up, I'm gonna take over the last. No, hold on. Hold on. Shut your drunk ass up for a second. Shut your drunk ass up for a second. I'm gonna tell you.
Last years because
You your fucking mic. When they wake up, I'm gonna ping them in here, and we can have this conversation, and we'll bring it full circle. We'll ask Connie, his wife, why Jimmy blocked him.
Connie's not as white unless they got married in the last couple of years.
It's amazing how much you think you know about these two. It's amazing.
No, he called her his wife for a long time, but they weren't married.
It's amazing. And again, why do you think he blocked you?
And no, but that's the thing is you want to act like that's me, but maybe that's the lies he told me. Did you ever think about that?
Well, I tell you what, we're gonna find out. This thing's gonna come full circle when I get Jimmy and
I want to screenshot of what I said inappropriate to him.
Confront you, and
I know damn well I never said anything inappropriate to him. I know damn well I never said anything inappropriate to him. So if you make that accusation, where is that?
Hold on, Sarah, get yourself for a second. Let me just ask one of the men on the stage, whether it's Tony or Roe or John or Christopher, for a married man, to block a woman on Clubhouse, what do you think is the most realistic reason of why they may have blocked a woman on Clubhouse, such as Sarah? Anybody?
Inappropriate. What was that, Tony? It could be just inappropriate communication, obnoxious communication, spam communication, too much communication, just non-stop verbalizing. At the bar, the nickname's called Bablerina. Bablerina is the name. Not your nickname, but at the bar, a woman who won't stop talking because she's intoxicated is called Bablerina.
Like one reason why they might stop blocking you is because
Not blocking her? That's not the problem. He started to block her.
oh, started. Yeah, I'm sorry, I just woke up. What reason for the block?
Dude, you opened your eyes and said, fuck it, I'm in the clubhouse room, I'm gonna jump in.
It's just like I did the night before. But yeah, one reason for the block is it's a power move that mostly girls make when you block. But he wanted to lessen something, and because he didn't have like earplugs or anything, what she was saying, or the fact that she was too much of a familiar voice, he could not risk that for the party on the other end.
Okay, y'all are ignoring the truth here. Is that he fucking messaged me repeatedly talking shit and then blocked me. I was not harassing him. He was harassing me. He was fucking talking
Hold on. Out of the clear blue sky, completely unprovoked, he started texting you and talking shit. Tell us more.
It's not out of the clear blue sky. We talked on a regular basis about groups.
Oh, you did?
Then there started, just like me and you argue, right, Roger? We argue a lot in groups, so we still talk to each other cordially when necessary. We were doing the same thing. All of a sudden, he started blowing up my fucking back channel on Clubhouse and on Facebook Messenger.
So we get the accusations, but the problem is you're in violation of the in the muff rules. We're dragging drama from another room into this room when we're trying to just simply identify who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse. Who is the dumbest, stupidest, most moronic, idiotic schmuck who runs his effing mouth not stop about nothing? Is it Beyond from Chillism? Ike from Chillism? Concrete from Chillism? Or other? I mean, other seems to be the clear defective winner because there are so many random stupid people in Chillism that it's obviously other because Concrete at least dominates word by word by word, but there are some really poor lost souls in Chillism looking for something, a fucking flame, a little glimmer of hope, of intelligence. So clearly other is the winner.
For once, I will give props to the old white guy with an American flag and a book that he's actually bringing. I'm not back channeling that motherfucker for. I've never back channeled anybody, but he's trying to bring the room back to the point. So, Roger.
What did you distracted him? You were the one that took us on this journey.
You're the only one that stuck on Jimmy. So shut up and quit defending him. That's what fucking.
You brought up Jimmy Lee, not me.
Wait, I
You
did.
fucking
Sarah,
deflected
please.
all the way to stuck off Jimmy.
Sarah, please. I want to talk about Chillism for one more second because without Nathan Superdome, none of that networking ever would be possible. Nathan is actually the semiconductor silicon of the future. He allows insane earbud into his brain while Tali also supervises the distance. These two people are like the cyborgs from Star Trek. They have been assimilated, and their room is essentially, a promotion.
Kind of normal society, though.
No, I am sorry. Nathan is next level. Nathan has essentially brain rotted himself with children.
So you're putting him on a pedestal? Don't put him on a pedestal.
Healthy
Stop
Debates is also brain rotted out as well, but I'm just telling you, Chillison takes the fucking cake for the most ghetto scraping garbage you've ever heard.
Not too much on safety and healthy debates.
At least he runs the room with, logically, and gives everybody a voice to get their
You ain't the greatest host on Clubhouse. Just make it stop. Somebody, please make it stop.
You can't make it stop. It's a dream come true. This is literally just the artificial Johnny Carson experience, or the Howard Stern experience, or the Joe
I'm
Rogan.
just the cracker in the corner. I'm just the cracker in the corner.
Anthony, I see you joined with violence.
Look at Sig down there. Sig opens some big rooms, and he really makes a big show of it. Daniel opens huge rooms here on Funhouse. And if you don't think that you can't create dopamine by being Joe Rogan on Funhouse, you don't understand, neurochemistry.
I'm just the cracker in the corner.
Why do you think Mojo keeps coming back to this app? It's not because he gets anything out of it. It's because he gets a neurotransmitter, a dopamine out of the experience. And it takes a dope to create a dopamine.
Shouldn't you plead the fifth on that?
No, it's a fact. It takes a dope to make a dopamine.
I mean, I understand that that's the narcissistic traits that are taking over our society that's really not healthy. Like,
JB is a narcissist, that's correct.
Sarah, do you think you are the right person to
I,
pull out what's healthy and what's not?
I said narcissistic traits, okay? That's different than actually suffering narcissistic personality disorder. And yeah, Roger, I actually think I'm more
cool. I think it's Dr. Jordan's territory. I think without him here, I don't think we should bring up narcissism.
See, narcissism is a little bit like an
don't
ego.
understand it.
You can't touch and taste a narcissist. It's a concept. But, so
That's
it's
why I said
very
there's a difference
conceptual.
between narcissistic traits and actual narcissistic personality disorder.
Sarah, may I
And
ask you a question? Sarah, may I ask you a question?
social media is
Sarah,
not
may I ask you a question? Sarah, may I ask you a question?
Sure, you interrupt me constantly.
I just want to ask you a question. Well, if you refer to the rules, moderators, when appropriate, can interrupt. That's what I'm doing. So, I just want to ask you a question. You good with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, why did you bring up Jimmy Lee?
Stirring the pot.
I was,
Stirring the
hold
pot.
on. I was referring to access to groups on the social media site.
It might have been a strange reference, considering the topic. We have a title to the room, we had a conversation going, and out of the clear blue sky.
No, hold on.
No, you can't interrupt me. Ready. Refer to rule number 5. Refer to rule number 5, in violation. I just want to ask this question. We had a topic going. Actually, you violated 2 rules because you changed the topic and you're interrupting me. But I want to ask this question just for clarity. So when you changed the subject to Jimmy Lee, you brought it up and you said that he had you blocked. Typically, people block people because they don't want to interact with them. Can you walk us through what you did to deserve Jimmy Lee to block you on this app?
Okay, so since it's a violation of the rules to change the topic, and I only mentioned him as a drive-by and another explanation, and you latched onto it because you knew who he was, and then I extended on that to try to clarify.
Opening that nobody would know who he was, if you just gonna slide this whole thing in without referencing the fact that you came on to a married man, and the reason you blocked him is because his wife got
him.
and those are facts.
No, it's not facts. I legit did not go on to this old scrawny fucking piece of shit motherfucker that has nothing at all to offer a woman. So no.
How would you know he has nothing to offer if you haven't discussed these things?
Because we were friends. And I knew he wasn't worth a shit. I knew he was using Company. I knew he was fucking personally and emotionally abusive.
Why was he your friend then?
Because it was an online friendship, and those things slowly come out as you start to see how fucked up a person is. Just like any relationship, it takes time as you learn how fucked up they are.
Hold on,
And how they respond to that.
Sarah, hold on. Mute yourself, please mute your mic.
Oh yeah, you keep asking for an explanation, but you're not
I
allowed
know, but now I'm asking you to mute yourself. I'm now asking you to mute yourself. I'm gonna ask a question to the room. Anyone in the audience, anyone on the stage can participate. Press 1 if you think that Sarah was having inappropriate conversations with a married man on Clubhouse. Press 1. Type 1 in the chat if you believe that.
Sorry, what was the question?
The question, or the instruction is, if you believe that Sarah had inappropriate conversations with a married man on Clubhouse, just put a 1 in the chat.
I mean, I got no basis of evidence, but I'm going with the one based on like her behavior and activity. Past that 30 minutes.
Sarah, this isn't looking good for you.
So there's no way that a woman can have value with friendship, political conversations, anything like that, right? The only reason a woman should have contact with a man is for sexual aspirations. Is that what we're getting at?
No, of course not. I'm just saying you sound intoxicated right now, so like I can see how you could possibly be flirtatious with some married man.
Again, he needed to censor the familiarity and what was being said out of the mic because he didn't have earphones and he could not continue to wear earphones and he had to mix it up. We bring him out of things to put a muzzle on your mouth, then he went on and blocked you. It's a girl move though.
Except I was never inappropriate. It was always only political conversations that we had. As for, is that Liz? Jesus Christ, Liz. If all your conversations with men are inappropriate, then you need to reevaluate your level of intellect and the kind of conversations you have with people.
Well, Sarah, I don't think you want to pick a fight with Liz if you think that I am like.
I literally have everyone sitting here.
Okay, I'll invite Liz on. Okay, alright. Release the Kraken. I'm gonna invite Liz on.
Everyone is acting like my own value.
I tried to warn you.
Sexual relationship with a man.
I hate to change topics, Sarah, but you still haven't answered the survey. Sarah, you still haven't answered the survey. Hey, you got a red ticket in the muff. Cash that ticket in, Sarah, and answer the survey.
It's the fastest growing house of the whole app.
You know, I gotta say, I hate to bring up this topic, but since it's a full moon and the menstrual cycle may be afoot, I'm just wondering, like, if you have a vagina, not an artificially constructed vagina, of course, but an actual vagina, is soap not your best friend for cleaning your vagina?
What the fucking fuck are you talking about?
We are in the muff, and I'm just wondering about,
Okay,
you know,
first of all, that's not
vaginal
how
health.
love works. That's not how periods work. That's not how hormonal cycles work. And I feel like maybe you're menstruating right now.
Well, I am eating a bunch of cherries to help hopefully prevent any gout flares in my feet. But, you know, in the muff is where I'm happiest.
You don't need to be high acid, that's for sure. Okay, I'm sorry. I really want to make jokes about gout right now.
Can we just finish the conversation about you and Jimmy Lee first, and then we can get back to the...
Why are you so obsessed with Jimmy Lee? Go suck his dick and shut up.
You brought it
Who
up.
fucking cares?
You brought it up.
You fucking. Oh my god. Does anybody else want to back me up here that you won't let it go? Like, nobody gives a shit, okay?
But
I
Sarah,
mentioned. Hold on. I just mentioned that Dickwad pulled some shit and he won't let it go. If you want to suck a dick, go suck a dick. Otherwise, him and me separate.
Sarah, I'm gonna meet you halfway. I'm gonna acknowledge...
No, you're not. Because you keep interrupting me.
You're not gonna keep interrupting me. You're not gonna keep interrupting me. I'm trying to... look, I'm gonna agree with you on one thing. I keep bringing it up. But I want you to also agree that out of the clear blue sky, you were the one in a conversation about the stupidest people on Clubhouse. You decided to bring up a married man who has you blocked, and you left out the key detail of why he has you blocked. And I'm just curious if we can finish off this conversation with you being honest about why he blocked you.
He has me blocked because he's a narcissistic alcoholic piece of shit that is manipulating and using the poor woman under his current control. And y'all will see that sooner or later.
Why were you talking to him if you think he's such a terrible guy?
Sarah, before you go any further, I have to announce that we have hit a new record on the YouTube Live right now. There's over 64 people watching this conversation live. We are the new Howard Stern Sirius XM Clownhouse Live stream. Thank you, Mojo Positive Vibrations. Sorry for the interruption, Sarah. Please continue.
Yep. Well, hold on. Since we have such an audience, I want to just let people know how educated the people on this stage are. So, Sarah, can you please tell the people that are listening on YouTube what 752 times 1,000 is?
752 times 1,000. Oy vey.
I'm not going to justify your baiting bullshit.
Fair enough. When you change the subject, we'll close the case of why didn't Jimmy block Sarah?
He's making up subjects, bro.
Does anybody else?
You're in control here, right?
Sarah,
Aren't
please.
you in control, Daddy? Isn't
Let's
that what you
get
want?
back to the title of the room.
You want to be in control,
How
Daddy.
is other 72% of chillism, knowing that you all know who Concrete is, who Ike is, who Eva is, who Nathan is, who Tali is, like, who is the dumbest? Is it Lion? Is he the dumbest person, in chillism? Are the things he says the extreme, despicable, horrible things that man says? Is he not the dumbest? The dumbest of the dumb?
was having an inappropriate conversation with Jimmy, he put a 4 in the chat.
That's a big 4. You know, 4 is the sacred number. It's like Yahweh, basically. Yahweh, or Yahweh, Jehovah.
If you think that most conspiracy is not the
Next
result.
times. Tell me this, why do you want to read? I remember the dash was going on.
Yeah,
This guy, Jimmy, looks like a fucking 110-pound stick with gray hair that can't work or pay for himself and lives off of women. You really think a grown-ass woman like me that takes care of myself and owns my own house is gonna be fucking simping over some bitch on Clubhouse? Get the fuck over that shit, man. Like, it's seriously degrading that y'all act like I would actually.
Sir, do you know
I'm
that
a
said
bad
typically
disrespect.
reserved for men?
And I like fucking his girlfriend. She's a good woman. To disrespect her like that is beyond what I would ever know. It is. I let him joke about it, but it's actual full-on disrespect to who I am as a person. I am not that kind of person.
We wouldn't think you're cool. We wouldn't think you're cool unless you're flirtatious. We expect you to be flirtatious.
It's not about being flirtatious, I'll also be motherfuckers ass, okay?
With a married
Like,
man. People are doing the laughing emoji, Sarah. You got a lot of
I
people
wouldn't
saying
do it with a married man, let alone that married man. Like, there's some fine-ass married men out there I might joke around with on the side and, like, just, you know, like, wish. Like, I've got my own fucking, you know, passes in Hollywood because I'm not married, so I don't have a husband to give me a pass. So, like, I have my own passes, but I know that their wives are so hot, I should never get them.
Sir, prior to you bringing up Jimmy, you said that you made a comment to me on Instagram that you wanted to fuck me. So you went on the very
No, I said, you said you wanted to fuck me. Or that you would. Not that you wanted, but that you would.
Listen,
And I fucked that.
if the question was would I fuck a gorilla or fuck you, that would maybe be the only way that I would come to that conclusion. But there's no fucking way that I would fuck you. Not with a stolen dick.
This is 4 years ago before we got to know each other. Obviously, we wouldn't now.
Listen, I hate to go
What
back
way
to
do
the.
you do this, Sarah? Sarah, go ahead and post the receipts of me saying that I wanted to fuck you.
You also don't post who you really are. So, you know, it always helps me in a fake person.
I hate to go.
Post the receipts. Post the receipts of me saying that I wanted to fuck you. I'm calling your bluff on that. And by the way, I'm pinging Connie. And the moment she wakes up, she's gonna come in here and she's gonna tell the whole room why Judy, her husband, blocked you.
Oh, we got content.
I hate to mention that we are violating some of the primary rules of Getting Off. So if we could get back on topic and obey the rules. Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse? Now that may sound like stupid phobic, or stupid is not like it's a mean thing and it's not nice, but we are actually really, because many years have been spent on this app listening to stupid people. So we really want to know, who have you heard on this app that disgusted you so much? Was it me? Was it John Kitover? Like Rohan disdains me. That's okay. I'm not going to win everybody in the audience. I'm just wondering who else on this app do you have disdain for?
Well, she recently just said that she had disdain for the guy that she was flirting with as a married man. So she'll flirt with people that she has disdain for.
I never said I flirted with
Sarah,
me in front of me. I'm flirting.
Sarah Rich in my YouTube wrote, his profile name was just here for the comments. He wrote, Sarah sounds like she smokes Winston. Full of flavor.
First, hold on. I need a cigarette too. Marlboro Red, 100.
Sarah, when we're talking about simping,
Do you know what a simp is?
When you're fucking pretty much sucking off a motherfucker to build your ego.
That's what a simp is, okay. What is the word simp a derivative of?
I'm not even gonna try and Google it and act like I know. I don't know the fancy
Is it
keywords.
simplification, Anthony? Simplification, maybe
Well, obviously, simplification is like a basic bitch, but there's.
Simp is the derivative of the word pimp. It's the opposite of a pimp. Alright? It's a term you know used to describe men. But like this is very, very odd.
Usually a man. Okay, hold on. And I understand this is used both sides of the fence, but no, hold on. Men will say a man is simping for a female because they think he's acting like a bitch or being her bitch. But women will say a man is simping because he's acting like a man's bitch. So like, I legit can say something political, religious, philosophical, anything, and will be completely attacked. And then a guy will turn around and say the exact same thing, and every dude is like sucking him off like he's the smartest man in the world. That's something. Because you're only giving him that attention because he's your pimp, I guess, so to speak, by how you just defined it, right?
No. We got Rich here in the audio chat on YouTube. He writes the word simp has a relatively long history, originating as a shortened form of, get this, simpleton. Or simpler. So the question remains, who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse? Is it you? Is it me? Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse?
That's what everyone just said is simp is the opposite of pimp. Simp is.
So I'm not sure what the Dunning-Kruger effect is, but Rich says that Antonio is one of the biggest people who is affected by the Dunning-Kruger effect. What is the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Simp literally stands for someone who idolizes mediocre. It's accurate.
It's a simpleton.
Define mediocre pussy, and I'm asking just for
You, a drunk bitch.
no, fuck you, asshole.
You are mediocre. You are sub-mediocre pussy.
Can I ask the room a question? And anybody but Sarah can answer this question.
You a question.
Hold on. I want to ask a question to the room. And anyone that's watching the live stream on YouTube can participate. What do you call a woman that has private messages with a married man that are so inappropriate that he has to block her? What do you call that woman?
Sarah. It's okay to be flirtatious.
Did you mean to make it sound like the Sega? The Sega's and you know when you turn the Sega Genesis on.
Sarah.
I would call her a Jezebel.
Scarlet letter, sir.
Don't disrespect Jezebel like that.
A married man.
Yeah, Jezebel took this from Marlboro.
Sarah, you love the attention, don't you? Like, this is the most fun we've had in hours, are we correct? This conversation is stimulating and fun. And you know what's really sad is I go to the bar, and I know people that really need flowers because they love to talk. And when you meet them at the bar, they really want to tell you a lot. But you know what I found about listening to really stupid people that waste of time talking about it is that by recording them, it kind of lessens the blow for me personally, as in like I'm making a record of this. Like there's no reason to get upset about how annoying these experiences and how much of a waste of time is, because in a way, every conversation is so special. So you need one in a trillion, one in quadrillions. You know, room here is like a star or a diamond or a snowflake.
Yo, you look like white trash shirt that's in your PTR. Just saying.
Well, not everybody gets to go to the Caribbean or Maui and take, you know, a PTR photo with their besties. Say, you're so rough on us.
I'm just telling you, man. She talks a lot of shit, man. You can't be looking like that, talking all that shit to me, Mark. Come on, man. Stop playing it out there.
See, you know I love you, see, but I just what's wrong with her picture? She looks good. That's her. Look at Gucci got her shorts.
Let me tell you what Lamb sees in that picture. That is white trash 2 a.m. special at the bar, man. Cigarette light bulbs and marbles and splits or whatever, that plastic bottle. That half-gallon plastic bottle of fucking Irish wild turkey or whatever that shit is. You find on the bottom shelf at Walmart with all the dust cakes up on it.
It's Kentucky Deluxe, get it straight.
Well, there you go, buddy. I'm just saying, man. That's what man sees on that picture.
Sarah, Sarah, I'll be
And
honest.
that's why I go home alone and I'm happy.
I've looked at a lot of dating photos. Sarah,
God, not be a shit.
Sarah, a bulldozer is not a good backdrop for like a dating app profile photo. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was a fucking, construction site in the middle of Caboon Town in Addison, Texas, 4th of July. And we just decided to go and play, take pictures on the fucking, toys.
Go back home, we'll get you on your back home. I'm just saying.
So
I
Dunning-Kruger.
also built a brick wall that day, but I was really fucked up, so.
Sarah, let me enlighten you. The Dunning-Kruger effect is a cognitive bias where people with low ability at a task overestimate their competence, while those with high ability tend to underestimate their competence. So the less skilled you are,
You told me, oh my goodness, he read me for filth.
the more likely you are to think you're better than you actually are. This is because the skills needed to perform well on Clownhouse are often the same skills needed to accurately assess.
I love how men think that they are the ones that set the standard and are the judges of who we are as women.
Listen, this room just wants to avoid gonorrhea. That's the only thing we're trying to avoid here.
See, Sarah, you
Well,
know,
I've never had an STD, so I'm good.
Sarah, you know, I offer you a position to be an AI campaign strategist with the campaign to elect John Kitover, and you just flat out denied it. But that's okay. The reason being, you
I
know,
didn't deny it. I just said, okay. Everyone here is witnesses. I am not hitting on John, okay? I will fucking screenshot all of our messages. If you would like to back channel me and we can discuss a professional situation, then I'm okay with discussing it. But AI is a lot more complicated than what you were trying to propose right now.
no, you're not listening. What I'm trying to tell you is the algorithm makes more of a determination than what men are making a determination about. And right now, we only have 4 likes on YouTube, but we have 41 people watching this conversation for over 37 minutes live
I
stream.
comprehend all of that. That's why I'm saying we can have a personal
No,
conversation
Sarah, I'm
where we
asking.
don't have to go with Roger saying I'm trying to fuck you or some shit.
Sarah, I'm asking you, have you seen the YouTube live version of this
You
conversation?
just said asking.
I'm asking you, have you seen the YouTube live version of this conversation?
No, and I don't give 2 shits about it. Fuck you too.
Alright, well, I'm not
It's
gonna
asking.
ask you again. Forget it, I'll put the link in the
Stop
chat.
asking me, okay? White men are scary enough. I don't need you
questions from YouTube, John?
Who is he talking to? Sounds like every woman I hear at closing time.
I told you to leave him.
I told y'all an hour ago I was gonna start getting high as shit, so
I told you I called this shit.
Closing time. So, Sig, you've put together so many interesting rooms into psychology, into the heart of the beast. The gates are hard, the gates are told the good and the bad. What have you learned about your fellow Americans? More importantly, about women in general?
I've learned that our women and fellow Americans, I've learned we have literally lowered the bar and lowered the standards of human civility and community. As far as women, as much shit as I talk, John, I'll be honest with you, it is sad to see so many women in the state that stares at just drunk, like trying to cope with the void that they have, and they're trying to fill it with sex and alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. And to be honest, John, it's sad. It's sad that our most precious members of society have been driven to this level. They've been brainwashed to this level, bro. It's sad. It's really sad. I'm not gonna lie.
And there, I think the hotel saying that in at least the past, like, well, say 8 years, that there was something that we all got to do done, or a couple of things that we got to do done. So anybody could, all stuff bullshit, and, you know.
So, Ann, what you missed here was Sarah talking about how Mary Mann had blocked her because she was in back channels being inappropriate. Could you please maybe say a quick prayer for her so that she can fight the temptation of being a whore when it comes to Mary Mann?
What happened? Where's Sarah?
Roger, diabolical.
He's pushing this rhetoric that somehow I jumped in some guy's back channel trying to flirt with him when that's not the reality at all.
She knows who Jimmy Lee is. You know Jimmy Lee?
I know she knows who Jim Lee is.
Yeah, so she brought out of the clear blue sky how Jimmy Lee blocked her. And I was just simply asking why she left out why he had blocked her.
Okay, and I didn't bring up out of the clear blue sky. I actually brought up you and Jimmy and a couple of other people from the very beginning. Like, they're not the very beginning, but my beginning, like 2021, of coming on Clubhouse. And the people that I knew. And Roger just latched on to the Jimmy conversation because apparently it's been spread around that I was trying to hit on Jimmy Lee, when in reality, Jimmy jumped into my messages on Facebook, shit-talking me, and told me he was gonna get me blocked from every single room on Clubhouse.
For no reason?
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to ask
For no reason.
Hold on.
For no reason.
Hold on, Sarah. Hold on. I want to ask him that. And see Christopher tell me.
No, but you're there. Okay? You're not back in a minute.
No, you're going to mute yourself. Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. I want to ask the man. For a man to talk shit to a woman and block her, she would have had to have done something, correct?
Can I add context to be smarter than her? Hold on, be smarter than her.
If you're smarter than him, he doesn't like you.
Hold on, Sarah. I'm gonna add a little context too, and then you guys can decide. So this person, very sweet, very kind. His wife, absolutely amazing as well. But he was known to be like a drinker on the app, and didn't know what kind of Jimmy you were gonna get. You would get like, well, eventually, by the time he was like done drinking, so like
Race, religion, and politics is definitely the three topics.
Okay, now go ahead.
So, just interrupting again, when you say you
Jump
don't
in,
know what
download
part
the
of Jimmy
Clubhouse
you
app
get,
today.
it's
Clubhouse
unintentionally hilarious.
is Google Android or Apple Store. Now, download this incredibly exciting app called
Well,
Clubhouse.
like Roger keeps trying to act like I had some delusion. Well, I'm just saying, man.
Well, they already got along, and then all of a sudden, he got angry. Here's another piece of information for you. So she went on to describe him as being
The worst human being ever, but she also, in that same pitch, said that he was he was a good friend. She described him as being like this piece of shit. She said he was unattractive. She said he was a deadbeat. He was taking advantage of his mom. Yeah, say all this bad shit about him. But she also said that they were in the back channels because they were friends. Make it make sense.
Okay, when you have 4 years of a relationship, friendship online with somebody, so it started out as a political friendship, and then we started having more not flirtatious, but more personal conversations where it's not just like,
he's a married man now.
no, but not like we all know each other right now. Like me, you, and Ann have all been in so many rooms over the fucking years. We know some shit about each other, but we're not personal friends. So we started having more personal conversations. From what I was getting from it, he was using the shit out of Connie and acting like it was his property, his land, his shit, and he was running everything. He got fucking. We had about a handful of conversations on Clubhouse where he kept going, oh, well, she's a Democrat that turned libertarian.
Would you say that if he came on the app, would you still consider him to be a friend?
Basically,
No,
the same thing, right?
not at
Same thing
this
as Apple
point.
News.
I'm
It's a Clubhouse
trying to
room.
get the layout of the relationship
It's a
because
fucking Clubhouse room right here. Look at that shit.
oh yeah, no, I love Connie. I think Connie's a wonderful human being.
I'm fine with
that.
Dynamic of their marriage in a public, like, clubhouse room.
Okay,
Being
but
disrespectful, do you think that's appropriate?
Roger's the one that won't let this shit out.
No, but he didn't bring up.
You were the one that
No,
brought
he
it up.
did.
No, Sarah, you the one that brought it up.
No,
He asked about people that you don't get along with on the app. I brought up Jimmy and he wouldn't let it go. And he'd been running with that shit before you ever got here.
no, and, well,
Like multiple times I tried to move past Jimmy, nobody fucking cares, and he keeps bringing it back around to that.
no, that definitely supposed to bear, but then, like, I mean, then.
But he's trying to act like I had some inappropriate relationship, and that's just horrible, and that's disrespectful to Connie.
So he blocked you from
Like,
signature.
Well, it's disrespectful to Connie that you're talking.
it's one thing for me to hate Jimmy and think that Jimmy's not a good guy, and that Connie deserves better. It's another thing to accuse me of trying to have some flirtatious bullshit with a guy old enough to be my father.
Would it be fair to say, Sarah, that maybe Connie saw messages, regardless if were messages from you that were completely innocent, that she took it in a way that didn't make her feel comfortable and.
I couldn't imagine any messages I ever sent.
I'm not saying that, but maybe that she felt uncomfortable with.
But other than like, hey, how are you doing? And are you doing good? Or something like that,
Again,
I couldn't think of anything that I would say that would be
right.
construed in some way.
If she felt uncomfortable about anything, like, then she has to.
I actually, once he got in a relationship, and okay, I get it, she doesn't want her business out there. Do y'all want to keep having this conversation? Or do you want me to speak my piece? I mean, it's kind of one or the other. Either I defend my position.
You're just
And that's, hold on, no, you know what? No. It's not even horse behavior. And you know what? She did just remind me this is on YouTube. I'm done. If anyone wants to like privately have this conversation and argue and talk shit, that's fine.
Don't you
But
think
I'm not.
if I get in trouble with
No,
you have private conversations?
no. It's the fact that this isn't just on Clubhouse. This is on YouTube, and this is two people. They can talk all the shit they want about me. I don't fucking care. I'm not gonna sit here and oust everything I heard and what I know, or my personal opinion or anything. That's just, I'm not going to. I'm sorry. I'm choosing to take the moral high ground, Roger. I know you hate that, but
You should have tried that before you were in the back channel of a married man being a whore.
I was never in the back channel of a married man being a whore. So keep with your lies. I'm not gonna play this game. So I'm gonna stay here and stand up for myself. Bet your fucking ass that. But I'm not gonna play that game. You baited, and you did really fucking good, and you got me going, and I'm stopping. I'm not. First of all, she deserves better than this. So it's really fucked up that both of y'all are trying to drag this shit out. Connie deserves better.
You have inappropriate conversations with her husband and you want us.
Oh no, I never had inappropriate conversations with her husband. Connie deserves better than y'all trying to drag her relationship bullshit out on the floor.
Welcome back to In the Muff, a Roger Mayhem movie experience. Mojo, positive vibrations. Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse? Is it Bima from Chosen, Ike from Chosen, Concrete from Chosen, or other? This interactive YouTube experience is sponsored by Congressman candidate John Kitover, running in the 16th district against Darren LaHood. We need a Rhino the vaccinologist and super debt creator Darren LaHood. Go to johnforcongress.com. Call or text 312-498-0517 or click my profile to view the live stream YouTube video of this, your American experience.
Do you think that Congressman John Kitover would, with all of the data he's collected in the past 4.5 years, that like he would want to seek some justice and not on some pretty awful people? Because I think that you would do that with John Kitover.
No, I'm not a vindictive person. I'm not looking to, ruin anybody's life, like reporting them to the FBI, to Dan Bongino, and Cash Patel. No, I wouldn't be looking to, have somebody's door kicked in by the Department of Homeland Security. No. I mean, if somebody opens a room on this app called John Kitover got my door kicked in by the Department of Homeland Security, I would fucking love it.
So I want to personally invite Arthur K. Arthur K. said the person who made this room is the stupidest person on Clubhouse. So if the other mods can also invite this person, that would be great. They left. I didn't click it.
Well, he's followed by Marshall Lincoln on Instagram. He sent these diagrams that are playing
Marshall.
beyond my 8th grade. John Kitover, we just like bring these diagrams. I can't even see
Whose
it.
profile?
Arthur, that's the chat and Instagram. That's his profile.
Those are all just, visuals for the self. Rich wrote in the YouTube chat, God, I hate Ann. Tell him I said that.
Who said that?
Rich, he said he's just here for the comments.
You know, it's interesting.
That's weird because I worked with a girl who said that that Rich Holden wasn't standing up for me yesterday, but
Here's what's funny about Rich. Rich had the audacity to call out somebody on the stage saying that they were racist. Well, all the while I was having back channel messages of recordings of Rich using the N-word multiple times in his face. It's just very weird to accuse other people of being racist while you're using the N-word. So, Rich, the reason why you can't be in this room, the reason why you're on YouTube watching the live stream, is because you violated the rule number 7. You cannot say the N-word. It's forbidden in the life.
who's Rich?
He's the guy with the 141 IQ, and when he gets really worked up, he talks a lot. And if you push his buttons, he'll have a little Tourette's outburst and say the N-word.
It's a nagger. One nagger places.
Stop.
What? That was
Stop.
What is South Park?
Stop. I don't care. We have rules.
We're not going to war here. That's a little independent.
No.
You see, have you ever seen an episode of South Park, man? Hello, is this a Trump America?
I know. Mom was like, no, we can't have Jackie in here. We can't go to phone. You gotta see Mojo. You gotta look it up.
I've seen the fucking episode. It's not funny when it's retold on Clubhouse for people that are trying to blur that line to be able to get as close to the N-word as possible. The next word you're going to use is the one, what's the word that you guys like to use in conservative Clubhouse? Niggerly? Yeah.
Oh, he said it. He technically said it. Mojo.
I did not. I actually said a word that's in the dictionary that you guys like to do wordplay with, which I think is, I'm not going to say it again.
Mojo is a homosexual. We don't care that he said it. We don't care.
Why do you hate your son?
He's gay. We don't care.
Axel.
You're a Trump supporter, so.
Axel, what's wrong with being gay?
I mean, in the Bible, you read it, you're an abomination and you're going to hell. It says it in the Bible.
Yeah, are you getting that from Leviticus 18:22?
Oh, King James Version, that doesn't matter.
No, I'm asking you what verse, retard.
The verse you just said, retard faggot. Yes, I got it from there.
So you got it from Leviticus 18:22?
Yes.
Do you also know that Leviticus says that you can't wear clothing woven of 2 different types of material?
No, you just let it like.
Yeah, well, let me explain something. Hold on. Let me explain something to Axel. All those cotton polyester shirts that you have in your closet, in the Lord's eyes, you're as bad as a faggot.
It also says that you eat poor people in hell, but I believe that it's true that gay people are going to hell. It's just my opinion.
So what if you're a gay
If you're bad, that means
You're going to hell, not people.
if he's a Trump supporter, Trump hate gay people, bro. Like, you're weird.
That's fun.
You're weird.
Wait, hold on. Who's the Trump supporter?
You. Aren't you?
Axel, man. Scott that's in it? Represent?
No, sir, I didn't.
He's a member of Trump's cabinet. He has a husband.
He's a member of Trump's cabinet. He has a husband.
Scott Pressler, what about Scott Pressler? That he worked with during campaign trail?
He's the Treasury Secretary. I don't think that Trump hates gay people.
Yeah, I know, I don't know.
Signing all these bills, no manatee, no sports, no trans bathrooms, no gay this, no gay that. He doesn't like gay people, bro.
Now, so has, like, banning men from competing in women's sports him hating gay people?
Because he doesn't agree with that.
Okay, no, but does it make sense? Where does it make sense?
I got a question for Axel. Hold on. Axel.
Not Trump, that's what I'm gonna say, so.
So who did you vote for?
Who else is there to vote for when I say not Trump, idiot?
There was multiple people on the ballot, you idiot.
This you're an idiot.
Who did you vote for? Who did you vote for?
There's two presidential candidates, everybody. I said not Trump, and he said who did I vote
Actually, there were several.
He said who did I vote for?
Hold on. Cornel West was on the ballot.
Running for candidate. There were two people running for president, a Democrat and a Republican. I said I didn't vote for.
No, you idiot.
You still actually who did I vote for?
Okay, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna actually mute you because you're a retard. So Cornel West was on the ballot in many states. You had Jill Stein that was on the ballot in many states. James Oliver was on the ballot in many states. The fact that you don't know that there's more than two people on the ballot tells me that you probably didn't look at a ballot, which tells me a couple of things. Maybe you're not old enough to vote. Maybe you're a felon and you're not allowed to vote. Or maybe you just don't care about politics and you're just too lazy, probably playing video games and eating Cheetos and getting all that orange shit all over your fingertips. One of those things is true. What is not true is you did not fucking vote. So what you're saying when you say there's only two people that you vote for Kamala Harris, let me ask you this. Do you believe that she's telling the truth when she said that she washes her greens in the bathtub? I'll bring your retard ass back up. Oh, the faggot left. I think I hit him in the feels with the felon thing. That's probably the most accurate.
That's racist, Roger. You're suing the black guy for nothing.
That's what it was. He was bad because he was kicked out of women's sports.
Hold on. My profiling him of being a felon had nothing to do with him being black. And by the way, I didn't see his PCR, so I'm not convinced he's black. But the reason that I think that he might be a felon is because he didn't know that there was more than two people on the presidential ballot. So I had to start thinking about, well, what are the reasons why somebody wouldn't know that? And I walked through all of those reasons. I think the most likely scenario in his case is he's a felon.
How's this message, Jim? The way Sarah's lips that, this can't be real, man.
She was trolling Irish. She was so. You guys are so.
Quick room reset. Welcome back, everybody, to another exciting In the Love Super Positive Vibration Mojo experience. Who is the stupidest person on Clubhouse? If you haven't hit that survey yet, put Beamer for Chili's, Mike from Chili's, Coffee from Chili's, or other. Who is the stupidest person on all of Clubhouse for all of time for the past 5 to 6 years? Who is the absolute dumbest person that you've heard on this app? That might mean that, the profession they said that they work in doesn't necessarily reflect the intelligence that you
if they were in the back channel of the married man?
It's pretty scandalous. That's some scarlet letter shit right there.
Trifling assholes.
It's all just birds and bees, though. You know, you go out to the bar, you see all these girls, all these guys running around. You're like, yeah, birds and bees.
Isn't that the violation of the sister code though? Like you shouldn't be going after other women's husbands.
So
If you actually think you spoke so fondly of them, right?
well, I met this Polish chick once. She told me that she was effing her best friend's boyfriend or husband, and that her best friend had come down with cancer. And I was like, don't you think that your best friend came down with cancer because you're secretly shooting, her boyfriend or husband or whatever it was? I was like, do you have any idea how sick that is? You know, like what you were doing and the fact that you were like secretly causing cancer with your friend.
I can't imagine, man, finding out a friend of mine is fucking my girl with my wife. Well, that's prison right there. It's straight to prison.
I feel like 4:57 in the morning at Clubhouse is a good time to maybe pipe in Clubhouse from another room so you can get a quick sample of, as we're trying to discover who the stupidest person on Clubhouse might be. I feel like some.
Well, you think we should pipe something from a lefty?
See what's better. Okay, well, we got White America. It's called the stupidity problem on the right. This is a Pepe. You want to hear a Pepe?
It's not very interesting.
We got research purposes. Who treats their women the best? And we got chillism. Steel Man Saturdays. I think chillism.
Oh, let's go. I think chillism's a winner.
Here we go.
Freedom at all is there's no choice. Another choice.
The Bible says that too, Ashley, ASB, interference and shit.
Why was
Asking me
she
a question.
punished?
I'm assuming she wants an answer, she's not talking to herself.
This is toxic.
Am I right?
And his name
Are you
is.
asking me a question or were you just asking yourself that rhetorically?
His name
Hey,
is.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna control the.
I was, you know what?
The shit's in motion. Right? It says clearly for the glory of God. This is God's glory in play.
Okay,
The
so
Bible says that. Jesus said that.
what we gonna do about it today? Today and moving forward. How does this
See, you're just running interference to the discussion.
Okay. So funny when you say that. No, I'm not.
There's nothing we can do today. That's
Yeah.
not my point. That's the point you missed when you jumped in and started running interference. Atheists will be atheists.
And my point is that there's hope for everyone. That if you believe in God and you ask Him for direction, you will, and you're sincere, then you have a choice. That if you choose to study His Word, if you choose these things, then you can be saved. So
Where's the Bible
there's no
say
point
free
to
will,
use
Ashley?
time
have a choice. The reason
That's the answer to that question.
you're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish because the
You're asking the same question over and over again.
No, I am
The answer to that same question is going to have the same answer when you're done.
not asking the question. Okay? I'm saying the angels in heaven do not have angel wings. I'm saying that the whole thing with humans was free will and that we would choose him. That, he has legions of angels to glorify him.
Hey, I
But
just
you're
wanted to
saying
let you guys know that Toxic, they're streaming your room in another room, and they're streaming it live on YouTube.
I don't give a fuck about your fucking 5 subscribers, blowjob.
They were saying something about the pubic hairs on your face, and so I just wanted to let you know, if you don't care, then
Probably.
Blowjob.
Hey, if it's on YouTube, my Cash App and bio, I want a little bit of that, power.
4 subscribers, Ashley.
If you're using us for your,
Randy, if you can go ahead and post the link of it, that'd be great. That'd be great, Randy, if you can post that for me. We're gonna go back to the other room where we made fun of you guys.
Alright, blowjob bags. Thanks for stopping by. Ashley, where's the Bible say free will?
It was like really complicated.
I'm getting a little infuriated. I need a few minutes free.
Okay.
I'm asking for an accommodation if you do not want to.
That's a scene. Welcome back to Who is the Stupidest Person on Congress.
John, by the way, there's a Rabbi McDickerson. That's it.
Ooh, that'll be a good one.
Comparisons. You know that's the ethical way to be, to speak on things you have knowledge of and you can share things.
Well, I was asking and we start, I don't know if we start hitting on here, especially a lot of fake ass doctors, fake ass financial experts or shit. But I want to say the youngest demographic that I came across are women. I didn't understand as a collective women are so dumb. Like, there's women that listen to gay motherfuckers on here all day. Like, how you a woman and you listening to some gay man complain about me? Shit's crazy. So, and I just hear women complain all day about men. I hear women talk about how they got education, but then they want to be a housewife. What the fuck you get education for if you don't want to use your goddamn brain? So, it's like I hear a lot of dumb shit. I hear a lot of stupid shit, but I don't know who stupid is, but just dumbass women. Someone with some dumbass men. A lot of dumbass men, but it's just sad how dumb these women are.
Jose, have you ever sucked a dick?
Never. I never thought about it, but I paid a whole lot of money. I know your daddy probably.
I'm gonna call bullshit. Yeah, that's not gonna, you're not gonna talk over me. No, you're not gonna talk over me. We can have a conversation. I just want to understand how many cocks you sucked. And you're lying when you say that you eat pussy because we know what Easy said about that community. You guys don't eat pussy, so I'll bring you back up here and you can talk about the line, I may be a woman beater, but I'm not a pussy eater. So I'm gonna bring your faggot ass back up and we'll hear about all the dick shit you sucked.
Got me scared, you really got me shaking. Then you go to all the
hours to get done. I know they're not work boots. Come on, let me talk. You told me you were going to bring me up here to talk. So can I talk? Go ahead, Megan. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on now. Move your little condescending lips. Go ahead. Move your condescending lips. I know your thumbs is hella small. You're a twister, huh? Yeah, I know you're a twister. It's okay. So, once again, bitch nigga, I ate a lot of them. A whole lot. I like petite bitches. What kind of man you like? I think the only sex you've ever had was in prison. No. But that's funny though, that's nasty that the first thing you ever said to me was in a sexual context. That's very nasty. You even introduced yourself to me first. You're nasty, nigga. You're a homosexual guy. You sound like a homosexual. You look like a homosexual. You are a homosexual. You like the tape? You are a homosexual. You're a tape? Homosexual. I know you're a tape. You're a homosexual. You're taking man food. You're a tape. You're nasty. You're a pillow fighter. Introduce yourself to me. The first thing you did was nasty. You wanted romance. You wanted romance. So you wanted romance. You wanted romance. You wanted romance. You wanted me to whine and dine you. You wanted me to whine and dine you. You have no man. You just go for the judge. I know you're a taker. I mean, I don't really want to say it, but you're a taker. You're a taker. I know you are. You're nasty. Very nasty. And you've been introduced yourself. Nasty dog. You're very nasty. You sound like you're like a creep. I know no one would want to be around you. You're a creep. A creep. And I know all the men run from you, but I know you're a special package. You probably run 4-1 fight. I know you fast as fuck. Light on your feet. Hella light on your feet. Twinkle toes. You're like a ballerina. I like this guy about follow. No. You're a faggot. Please don't follow. Well, you're the faggot. Don't tell me you like me now. No, please, you hate me. I like faggots. I hate me because I don't want to. I like faggots. I like faggots. I do not want to tickle your money. You're a nasty guy. You're a tank. You're a homosexual. No. Far from it. You bite power. I just left the club a few hours ago. You have stretch marks on your fucking lips because you're so proud. A lot of beautiful women that was shaking ass in front of me, and I was grabbing at them, and they was hugging me, kissing me on my cheek and shit, and I was squeezing them, kind of caressing them a little bit too, but not too much. I was trying to be free. But yeah, that's what I was doing. This is weird. No. I'm just telling you my real life. I know that's weird to you because you're a faggot. You're not used to being around me. And I get it. I understand. So when another man speaks about being around women, that gets weird to you. You don't understand that. You can't relate to that. I have a question for you. No. No more questions. All right. Well, I'm telling you shit. You're done with questions. All right. When you're ready to answer questions, we'll bring you back up. Now, I'm entertaining for a minute. I do have a question for you, though, when you're ready. Just anytime you're ready, let me know. Bring you back up. Did we get the Randy McDickerson? John? Do we have McDickerson?
Mojo, in no way God is trying to come back up and bring him back up.
Only if he's ready to answer a question.
Oh, so you, okay. Alright, he's not ready to answer a question. Bullshit. Eventually he'll want to be on the stage and he'll beg, please ask me questions so I can stay up here and hang out with the cool kids. We'll see. How bet you raises his hand again? John, you still there? I think the poll results surprise you.
Yeah, I'm surprised 70% other.
Well, the other is the entire field, so like there's a lot of stupid people here, so I'm trying to isolate. I mean, for Concrete to have 17% versus the rest of all Clubhouse, that still puts him well in the lead, being the stupidest.
Yeah, you know I like concrete, so I'm not gonna vote for concrete. I'm gonna add, who was this, FEMA? Yeah, I'm gonna reserve 15 right there. Myself, I'm not really sure who I is. Maybe I'm ready to clubhouse.
He was the guy that argued with Concrete for 45 minutes about people, but neither of them had read it. It was fascinating.
You know, as I've been in the room listening to this conversation for the past hour or so, I've come to the conclusion that this person, I'm not going to name this woman, her name escapes me, but we were in a healthy place room about a week ago. We were talking about that. I think it's the astrology CEO who got busted at the Coldplay concert with his mistress. And this woman comes in, who's been pretty prominent, big time on the app, and she was kind of cheering and rah-rah defending the mistress and trying to justify why the CEO and the mistress, why they got together, they're in love.
Who was it?
Her name escapes me, but if I tell you the details, you might know who it is.
Okay.
So she is making, speculating about the state of the marriage between the CEO and his wife. But all of a sudden, I said, somebody asked me my opinion about it, and I said, listen, my advice to women, they're like, what's your advice to women? I said, my advice to women is to quote a leaks next, closure legs to married men. Basically, they don't sleep with married men. And then, someone texted me and said, the woman that you just spoke after is having an affair with another prominent person on this app, whose name I won't say.
Oh, you're talking about Jonathan David Gaffney?
Yes, you were. So, I don't know. I don't want to get back any shit, but I wonder if she's the stupidest person on Clubhouse for coming into a room, and I didn't know anything about the staff and Jonathan David, nothing at all. So when I said close your legs to Mary again after she spoke, some folks thought I was directly to her, and I had no idea. But the fact that she came in, she's having an affair with a married man. She came in to defend some adulterers. I don't know. That might prompt me to categorize you under the dumbest person on Clubhouse.
Oh, I think she's just a whore. But the guy she's sleeping with is a fucking idiot. Jonathan David's probably one of the dumbest people. His name should be in this poll.
Yeah, that was wild. When I found that out, I was shocked. I don't know anything about Jonathan David. I'll be honest. I was in enough of those rooms back in the day where I thought he was an actor, very knowledgeable. I followed him on Instagram. I haven't seen this post in a while, but when I was on Instagram pretty heavy, I would see, photos of him, his wife, his children. So to find out he's come back and make content out of it. It's craziness. And that's definitely the intention. Because clearly they're not, the lack of attention in their personal life, in their romantic life, love life, and then they find it on social media, and it becomes content. Wow. Diabolical. And perhaps two other dark people on this app, they come from the dark side. They got together. I witnessed them flirting with each other for months. Finally, they got together allegedly, had sex allegedly. She got pregnant without telling him allegedly. Opened a room about it and bragged about having an abortion while he was on stage. He didn't know until she told the story, the abortion story. He had an epic meltdown, crash out on stage, and resorted to violence, death threats, stalking. To this day, he still reels about her, talking smack and gossiping over this alleged abortion.
We talked earlier about how Sarah Fox and Donut had hooked up, and then she gave him a disease, and he opened up a room talking about it. It was one of the weirdest claims. Again, like publicly opening a room to talk about the fact that he had the disease. Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. Yeah, both of them were body on stage together. That was the weirdest shit.
You guys remember a month or so ago when Donut got knocked out, was blacked outside the mini trial?
Yes.
That was hilarious. That was funny.
What happened to the Congressman? I thought we were gonna get Randy McDickerson and a potential. If you guys don't know who that is, that's the guy that told Anne that he wanted to sleep with her 11-year-old daughter. Quite some time ago, but last night, Nick Dickerson's friend Lou was in the room, and I was calling him out about it, and he was defending it. He said that it was okay for him to say it because Anne had called him a pedophile. I don't know the context in which she called him a pedophile, but it sounds like if he wants to fuck an 11-year-old girl, that he probably is a pedophile.
He doesn't say that'd be the last thing you want. It's like, oh, me and Nick Robert got show up to bank weird on this emails and his response is that that's wild as fuck. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like, look, I don't try to do the fucking tough guy routine or anything, but if there was ever anybody on this app that, like on site catches hands, it would be Mick Dickerson. Those kind of comments that you catch hands over.
Jojo, speaking of that, you said earlier, you said Slim Ready. I think you said Slim Ready. Slim Ready.
You have to find out. I think some people hear me talk about like politics and video games and just doing culturally dorky white shit. And they think that they forget where I grew up. And you know, you can live your life and get as far away from all that shit as possible, but under the right circumstances, I'm still who I am.
Where are you from?
Oakland.
Oh shit, okay. Yes.
I was just like that saying, you can take a man out of the hood, but you can't take the hood out of the man. You weren't that serious.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. So you had crazy white boy that Bill Burr jokes about when it automatically gets respect as soon as they hear about a bunch of good black dudes. So you know this nigga did something crazy, gotta be something kind of crazy to be able to hang with other niggas. Oakland niggas, is that a lot?
If you, yeah, we don't like saying the word, but if you guys ever see Shirt King on here, I grew up with him. He's the one that invited me to this app, and when he comes on this app, he cracks up because, like, there's a duality, like, when you've known somebody that long, and you can think about, like, what you were doing in your teens and in your 20s, and you know, and now I'm an old fucking guy, but like, it's pretty funny because I haven't always been, I don't know, I wouldn't refer to myself as a posh white guy, but I'm certainly far removed from the hood, but yeah, my name's still good.
Christy, you said in the comments, admitting to STDs, and Josh admitting to STDs. That's crazy work. Listen, I think it's part of the course for some of these people in this app. I was in a room not too long ago, one of the ratchet rooms, and they said herpes is normal. It's normal to have more herpes. It's no big deal, they said.
Well, it's a super high percentage. It's a higher percentage than you would think. It's kind of crazy. Like, I'll Google the number. Like, when I saw that, I was like, that's fucking nuts. I mean, it makes you want to triple bag it because it's out there. Let me go get you the stats.
Well, you'd be surprised. When I was on the dating apps, how many women openly broadcast that they are HSV2 positive. And there's no shame. No shame at all. It's crazy.
Listen, I know somebody who used to do the casting for Big Brother. She worked for the casting producer, and she told me 6 years ago that it got to the point, you know, we need seasons into Big Brother, because of the potential lawsuits that producers were facing from castmates because they would get them drunk and they would have sex with each other, not knowing many of them had STIs, STDs. So it got to the point where they, you know, part of the casting process was having potential housemates take STD tests. And the casting process, it got to the point where the casting process was, it took longer than it needed to be because so many potential contestants tested positive for herpes. Craziness.
So check this out. In the U.S., around for herpes simplex 1, around 48 to 50% of people ages 14 to 49 test positive. For herpes simplex 2, around 12% of people 14 to 49 test positive. You got those numbers up, that's 60% of the U.S. population. And if you think that's bad, the global population, 60%
super guy gets dead. And
Yeah, I've never heard it prefaced with super before. It makes me want to put a condom over my phone right now. Talking about it. Holy shit. I'm telling you, man, there's some nasty people out here. I literally, women I've had sex with before, I'm not a lot of condom. I've literally had women say, what are you doing with that? What are you taking it out for? I'm like, are you fucking serious? I'm like, are you fucking serious? It's crazy. I hear maybe people are nuts.
Horrific behavior is not hot. Like, it's just not fucking hot.
See, that's what I was saying in your room earlier when we were talking about body counts. Just like men don't think horse behavior or women with body count is attractive, some women feel the same way. They don't want to know a man's body count. It's just not a good look.
Oh yeah, I get it. You know, as far as protecting yourself and STDs, yeah, I get it. I totally get it. I'm not arguing on that one.
Some girls got mad at me in a room not too long ago when we were talking about the subject. And I was saying, women, I think we were talking about abortion and it's birth with baby, you don't want a baby, et cetera, et cetera. And I was like, women need to be more sexually responsible. They need to use birth control. At least it doesn't form for birth control out there. You always hear women complain about they can't find one that works, right? And they're like, guy, why don't you get on the bed? Why don't you tell men to be sexually responsible? I said, well, of course, it goes without saying. But you like, I'm saying this thing, this is what you just said about, your past experiences and women having really reacted some way when you pull out the condom. That just floors me. A lot of women are like that, aren't they? They want you to roll on them. It's wild. They don't want to practice safe-sex sexual responsibility. And then when the dude bails, they're left with baggage and burdens and complaints. And now all men are toxic. And it's like, no, bitch. All you have to do is use protection. Protect yourself, protect your womb. When you say that, and you man, it's craziness.
Yeah, there's a definite lack of accountability when it comes to women. And it's just so weird because it's just a simple concept of, you control your body. And it's like, women have spent decades fighting for autonomy, bodily autonomy, and, a good number of women voted for Kamala Harris for the issue of bodily autonomy and sexual reproductive autonomy. But then it's like, yeah, when you get yourself in a sticky situation, where's that accountability at? What do you ask for? What you fought so hard for? What you climbed to the top of the mountain and screamed so loud for? And I don't know, it's weird to me. It's weird shit. But in all reality, it's like I said, as much shit as I talk, and it is sad, though it does break my heart, man. And it's like, you care about women, you look at them as the vulnerable segment of society, the harbors of life. And just to see so many women have been brainwashed by this bullshit narrative, and they're just digging themselves in such a deep hole, man. And seeing these women, with no souls now, it's hard, man. It's hard looking at a woman and seeing she has no soul left, and she can
unfortunately, a lot of modern women believe that you know, the only thing they have to offer is sex, they only value sex, their only value is control in their big ass, et cetera, et cetera. We hear on this app a lot, they don't value relationships, they definitely don't respect other men, they don't value building and growing with a partner. It's been strange. It's interesting. I've always complained, you heard me complain. I don't get this whole and pick me culture. But then I said to myself, you know, these hoes want to be lonely, so whatever. I'm just gonna mind my business, enjoy myself life. I let these hoes be lonely, you know.
But it comes down to laziness. I think that's what I figured out. Since I've been getting into this shit, the psychology and evolutionary biology, biological psychology, relationship shit, a lot of stuff that I think it comes down to laziness because the sex part is easy. You know, it's easy to lay on your back and let a man come inside you, but it takes a lot of work to be a lady and, you know, attach yourself to a man that's of some type of value. I'm not necessarily saying like high value, some type of celebrity or billionaire, but even an average guy making $50,000, you know, a hard worker, family oriented, responsible. It takes work. It takes work, and I think a lot of women are just tapping out because they don't want to do that work. I think that's all wrong as a society. You know, I've heard the term. First time I heard the term on this app was infantilization, where we treat that segment of society like children, and we allow them to conduct themselves like children. So essentially, like any child, if you don't give them any responsibility, you don't hold them accountable for their adverse actions, they tend to turn into a spoiled, lazy brat. And I think that's essentially what we've done with the women in our society, to where they don't want to work towards relationships anymore. They just want things handed to them on a silver platter, and they'll take the easy route.
You know, what I like asking people when they say that they met someone and they fucked, I like asking the question, especially if they just met first night, boom. I don't care if it's male or female. I'll just ask them. I'll say, hey, what was the person's name? Don't give me a name. I'll ask for their middle name. They never have the middle name. I mean, ever do they have the middle name. And then you can ask, well, what was their last name? I'd say about 50% of the time they know the last name. People don't even know who they're fucking. Like, think about that for a second. Like, if you don't know their fucking name, like, what can you possibly know about them? Like, how can you make an informed decision that this is a wise thing to do? Sure, you might be attracted to the person, and you're gonna act on those instincts. But if like, male or female, if you're fucking somebody that you don't know their middle name, you are a fucking whore. Period.
Roger. I've seen it where they don't even know the person. If you ever watch like body cam footage, some of these interviews, these women who have been involved in some type of volatile relationship with a man and they're being interrogated, and the cop will ask them, what's this person's name? And they literally don't even know the person. They know them by their street nickname. Man, whoopee, you know, shit like that. They don't even know the person, bro. And it's just like, now this person.
So crazy. I mean, like, you ask them questions like, oh, or are they Christian? Are they Protestant? Are they Catholic? Or, you know, what's their religion? If you want to know that sort of thing, right? Like, there's some basic shit that you would want to get to know somebody. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have to make a decision that you will or won't screw somebody because of their religion. But you should at least fucking take inventory of what do you know about this person before you start acting in that way. It's crazy.
Wait, say, let me ask you something. And you stated, and I'm asking you because you said you don't think women want to put in the work to, you know, build on a relationship for various reasons. Do you think that applies to men too? Because men on social media complain a lot about women, and what a woman can bring to the table. You have guys now that don't even want to compete for therapy. So, I mean, you think that men just as equally don't want to put in the time to, outside of sexual interests, just like women don't want to put in, they have no interest in mental, laziness when it comes to trying to build a person and get to know them.
Yeah, I would say absolutely not. But I wouldn't correlate not paying for a dinner date because there are a lot of men who are doing that, and that's for a different reason. But as far as the guys who don't want to self-improve, we're talking, the stereotypical cliche phrase you hear everybody saying, the fat dude living in his mom's basement, working at Walmart, playing Call of Duty, and, drinking Mountain Dew and fucking eating Cheetos. That's the guys who are lazy, and those are what we call incels tonight. Those are the guys who don't want to put in the effort and work to make themselves attractive enough to get women. Those are the guys. But as far as paying for a dinner date, because I did pay for dates when I was dating, I rarely paid for dates, and that's because the men who have worked on improving themselves and become responsible and get themselves in the right mindset to take care of a woman, we're realizing a lot of women aren't wanting to put in the work and don't even know their role as a woman. These women are inserting themselves into the relationship market looking for a solid, responsible man, but they haven't even put in the work to even understand what their responsibility is as a woman to make that request. So, guys like me who said, fine, you know what? Because so many women out here are oblivious to what they need to do to get a decent man, I'm not going to invest in this woman because 9 times out of 10 it's probably not going to work out. So I don't want to walk away putting more into it than she has, and then I'm at a deficit when it ends, after the first date or second date or, so I would say that there's a difference. Not paying for a date doesn't necessarily mean that man's not putting in effort. That's more of a conscious decision based on the current dating market.
Yeah, I mean, I would never tell another man what to do, but for me, there's certain things that are just automatic. Like, if I ask a woman out on a date, then I'm paying. Like, that's just like rule number one of man. But I think there are scenarios where you don't have to. I don't think that you have to foot the bill for everything. And I also think that the really simpy guys are doing like extra shit. They'll make a chick that they know nothing about, take her to the fanciest fucking restaurants that they've never even eaten in before because they want to go impress somebody. It's like, you don't have to do all that shit. Fucking find out what she likes to eat, fucking take her there. Like, it's like, if she's worth it to him, she's probably not that fucking fancy anyway. It's like, the idea of taking a woman on a first date to a fancy restaurant is fucking crazy. But, yeah, but I will pick up the fucking tab. Matter of fact, like, even if I'm not interested, like, if I find out halfway through, like, I'm just like, okay, this is the price you pay for a lesson. Like, this is, and you learn something from it. Of like, you just get better at the selection process over time. But I would encourage people today, just don't get taken advantage of, because there are women and I know women like this, that they put themselves on dating apps simply so when they want to go out and eat, let's say they're broke, then they'll get to responding on dating apps simply to go get a fucking meal. They have no desire to put out. They might, if you play this cards right, but they're genuinely like navigating an app just to get a dinner. It's fucking wild.
And you're right, Roger. And yeah, I do get what you're saying. Like I said, I rarely pay for dates. The dates that I did end up paying for, because on that first date, that woman was just so sweet and so attentive, and the conversation was great. She was polite, respectful. I looked at how she interacts with the waiter at the restaurant, things like that. Even me going to the bathroom or something, and I come back and she took it upon herself to get my drink refilled. Like, that's what I look for. And yeah, right there, I'm paying for it. I'm going to treat you out on that. But if a woman's able to make it past the conversational vetting process and to get to that first date,
And then when I show up in person, I'm like, yeah, this is a no-go. Yeah, I'm not paying for it, man. I work hard as fuck for my money, bro. Every fucking penny I earn, I value, and I'm not giving it away to some skeezer that doesn't deserve it. You know, that's just how I look at it. But, you know, I hear you. I hear you.
I'll tell you the major turn-off is when women will literally, like, say shit like, you should take me to dinner. It's like, ugh. Like, even if they're hot, like, at that point, I'm thinking, how many times has she said those words to a man? Like, how many dicks have been inside that? Some of these women, if they had as many fucking pricks sticking out of them as they've had stuck in them, they look like a porcupine. It's just worse.
I think guys too, you know, I noticed talking to a bunch of guys, man, guys are having a hard time vetting, bro. I've noticed how many women are incapable of having a conversation, having dialogue. Um, you know, I didn't realize, I hear women shitting on me all the time, but I didn't realize how many women use the WYD or the acronyms for like, what you doing, how was your day, you know, shit like that. And then even the amount of women, when you initiate a conversation and you say, you know, hey, how's it going? You know, how are you? They'll just say, I'm fine, and then boom, just leave it at that. You know, and I see men chasing women like this instead of just cutting off immediately. It's like, if you're not getting a response back, oh, my day is great, how is yours? There's no interest in how you're doing, the reciprocation of interest. Like, instantly, that's a red flag. Swipe left, block the bitch, move on to the next one. But so many guys will invest so much time and energy and can't read the signs that a woman is just not interested in them. And they end up wasting a bunch of time and money, and it's pretty sad.
See, and you say you're married, so you're out of the nonsense. But when I listen to single folks talk on social media about navigating the dating scene, it sounds like a nightmare. People are so judgmental now, and I don't know if that's good or bad. I understand people trying to protect themselves. They don't want to waste their time, but almost like the slightest, the smallest of detail turns people off, and they don't want to pursue anything further. You know, everybody comes into a situation with their list of red flags. The person does this, that, and the other. They check them off. They don't want to, do not pass go without collecting $100. It's really unfortunate. And then, not to mention what I called earlier, the body count, which I think is an interesting conversation, but I wish it was one that we didn't have to have, because what I'm noticing is it doesn't matter what a woman says, the man doesn't believe her anyway. She could say, oh, I'm 25 years old, I only slept with 2 people. The man doesn't believe her. She could be like, you know what, oh, I'm 30 years old, I've only slept with 10 people. The guy doesn't believe the body count numbers anyway. So ladies, mind by stop sharing your body count. The men don't believe it. You could be like, listen, I was from a good home, I was raised right. I wasn't out these streets bouncing on dick to dick to dick, slopping on knobs, gargling the gravy. They're not going to believe it. Which is very, very troublesome.
Well, you know, most women give themselves away. Like, it's down to the point now, you don't even really have to ask. Most of them give themselves away. They start talking about past relationships, past trauma, and it's like, well, this guy, this happened, and that guy, that happened, and this other guy, that happened, and guys are keeping a tally in their head. I'm like, okay, you talking about 1 guy, 2 guys, 3 guys, 4 guys, 5 for instance, when women lead with, my daughter comes first, and I'm not here to just have sex, and or not, wouldn't say my daughter, my child comes first, and if you can't deal with that, this and that, and if you're a liar, and this is the stuff that they lead with, and so automatically, instantly, it's trauma, and it's when you look at the types of pictures they post. If they're in a bathroom, a lot of these bathroom selfie photos, that's a red flag, that's an indicator. Always having to show some breasts or butt, and sexualizing themselves in these photos. Pictures at nightclubs, pictures traveling, and like foreign high value destinations and shit, which women are paying for themselves most of the time. There's a lot of indicators even before you have the conversation with whom you can pick up on. Heavy filter usage, that's another one. So there's a lot of indicators now that men are starting to pick up, and we were noticing that, okay, if these boxes are checked, then odds are the probability is she has been reckless with her vagina. And we translate that as again, as a woman, your sexual purity and chastity, who you choose to give your body out to, because your body is valuable. Like, again, you harbor life, you give birth, your value, your body should be this trivial thing you're just handing out to everybody without getting anything significant in return for it. So we evaluate that. If she's got that mindset, she doesn't really value herself. So if she doesn't value herself, then the probability is she's not going to value me as someone who's going to go out here and work hard and protect and provide for her and treat her the way that she's supposed to be treated. So that's kind of a mid thing. That's our train of thought with it.
So let me ask you something. If you were dating and you took a woman out on the first date, what are some deal breakers during that first date? Like what are some of the things that she would have to say or do during that first date that would, by the end of the day, you have concluded, yeah, I'm not going to pursue this any further.
One of the things that I've noticed is how she speaks, unable to have a linear conversation. So if and as a man, I'm the one that needs to initiate the conversation. But if she can't keep up and follow along, um, that's one indicator. And I'm like, let me give you the first one. The first one is showing up, and she looks nothing like the photo she posted on her fucking profile. That's number one. That's number one. That's been the killer in most of the first dates. These women have either posted pictures that are very, very old when they were a lot thinner, and when I mean them, they have a lot more weight on them than they represented, or two, they put so many filters on their photos that they're unrecognizable when you show up to this place and you're looking for them, in the parking lot or in the lobby of the restaurant, things like that. So that's the number one indicator. My rule is if you don't look anything like what you posted and you falsely representing yourself, I just, when I see you, I just say, hey, you know what, I'm not interested. Sorry, but I wish you the best of luck, and I'll turn my back, hop in my car, and take off.
I love that you said you've been in the lobby because they look nothing like the photo. That's hilarious.
Yeah, it happens a lot. It happens a lot. And that's what these women don't realize. Is like they don't really understand that they're the ones that are initially lying first. And these are the women that have profiles that say, I don't like liars. I can't stand liars. Yet they falsely represent themselves, not knowing that that's the first lie that's being told in the start of this relationship. And that's how I'm looking at it as a man. So literally, you have lied to me before we've even met face to face. That's a red flag, man. I can't trust you, and sorry, it's either two things. You have guys like me that'll just walk the fuck away cleanly, or you have guys that will covertly deny them. And that's where a lot of women don't realize the men they're not attracted to, but they want to get boyfriend benefits from. Like Roger was saying, there's women that will just answer or reply to a profile just to get a meal. Those women will friend zone those men, right? Well, we have a friend zone as well, but our friend zone is called the sex zone. So when we see that you have been dishonest, or there's enough red flags or a big enough red flag, zones, that means you're absolutely getting zero commitment, but we'll sit there and lead you on. And when you talk about all the things that are important to you, oh, okay, yeah, nice, okay. We'll sit up there, nod our head, like they're starting to play the back end what they've been playing for a long time.
I really thought I would be the only one to vote for this woman, but there are more people who selected that option. I'm cracking up.
What do you mean by easier? Like you're gonna deal with it, easier to sleep with it?
Fuck.
Can't get enough draws.
Yeah, but yeah, they're still fucking making.
Yeah, I just changed my vote now with the explanation. You have an explanation. I changed my vote right there. It's here.
Women have definitely gotten easier though to get in the bedroom than before. I remember it was hard as fuck when I was a teenager trying to take tail, man. Like you had to have some game to put in some fucking work. Now it's like, hey, just as long as you got a decent looking profile, clean yourself up, look mildly attractive, man. It's pretty easy. It's not that hard. My first wife, man, I had to put in hard, heavy for her, man. Um, I ended up on Valentine's Day, and I found this company that decorates lawns. So it's like these teddy bears that are like about 2.5 feet tall, and these hearts. So I ordered this. It was like $350, but they in the middle of the night they went to her house and put these 2.5 to 3 foot teddy bears all over her lawn in these big old red hearts, and then they put this big billboard. And I asked her if she would be mine, and that's how I got my ex-wife. Nowadays you ain't gotta do all that, man. You ain't gotta do all that. Like literally toss some shit on an app, and then either you're going over there, the chick's coming over to your house, and it's literally Netflix and chill. You're smashing that thing, man.
Like, shout out to Netflix because they capitalized off that. And they say Netflix and chill because they knew these hosts want to stay in the house. They wanted to smoke some blunts, sip on the E&J, watch Freddy Krueger. Netflix created a whole marketing campaign around stay at home, watching TV, and getting it in. Netflix and chill. It is genius.
Yo, PCR night. That's what I did. I found the picture.
Say that's sweet. That's pretty sweet. The effort, the thought. I hope she appreciated that. I know you said she's the ex-wife, but in the moment, I hope she appreciated that. That's adorable.
Oh yeah, she did. That's why, that's the reason why I was able to, besides obviously getting her pregnant, but yeah, but like I did take her on several dates, that's one thing I gotta get, man, my ex-wife wasn't a bad woman.
content. We're on TikTok, all you names. Yeah, I agree. I think it's also generational though. So this guy in this chat, Jigsaw, 2 times, he says the vast majority of men are so sexually easy that they, I don't have my glasses on, so I'm trying to read this as best I can. Sexually easy that they make it hard for a man with discipline that can say no to sex. Women will believe that a man is gay. That's true. Because he'd rather not have sex with anyone. Vast majority of men are so easy, even a gay man can do it. Yeah. There is some truth to that, that women will call, a lot of these girlies will call a man gay when he's not a whore, right? He practices when he can be disciplined with his dick. Women can't wrap their head around that, so they can immediately default to, oh, you must be gay. I was out one day a couple weeks ago. I have a little garden in my backyard, so I was back there doing my little gardening thing. My house is near a road, and I can hear motion on the road. I don't know the same road. There's this woman chasing this man down the street, using her feet a pedal, and he tries to escape her by getting on the bus. When the public bus pulls up, she jumps on the bus too, beats ass the bus. The bus doesn't pull off. The bus just kind of waits there to get done. She beats his ass on the bus, pulls him off the bus, continues to use that score. He continues to run away. She chases after him. And the whole time I'm wondering, now is he really a pedo or did he just deny her sex? Because it's either you're gay for denying your sex or you're a pedo for denying your sex. I've heard women use both of those ridiculous reasoning towards men. Right? Sad fucking real reason.
The women are too like.
Wait a second, you're talking, I can't hear you. Or maybe it's just me.
Retarded.
No, you cut out.
Oh, I cut out.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit.
Oh, that's clear.
Yeah, that's bad.
What about now?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, yeah, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, and like you notice that now that women are proposed, that's dropped down as far as what's priority. And women are now starting to demand more sexual pleasure, and then also aesthetics. Women are now starting to put more focus on aesthetics than they used to. Um, so what is kind of forced men into that box, what you were describing, is that if a man doesn't have enough sexual experience, he is clown now. Men have always been clown like the 40-year-old virgin and shit like that. But it's got even worse now because women are expecting, hey, when I meet you, like, you gotta give me some good sex. So it's a couple things. It's now that, they're protecting and providing for themselves. So that's taken lower precedent as far as priority. And then two, now that women are able to have multiple sexual partners and get a lot more sexual experience than they used to have back in the day, now they have something to compare the current man to. And the probability is higher that they're going to run into a guy that is able to have a lot of sexual experience and knock their socks off in the bed. And then when they get with, let's say that doesn't work out, they get with the next guy, he doesn't have as much sexual experience. They're now comparing the new guy to the last guy that really pleased them sexually. And then you find a lot of women become dissatisfied. And then it starts, they start growing resentment for the new guy because he can't perform to the same standards as the last guy.
Yeah, I don't tend to talk about my personal life in this app. because I'm a writer, a creative, and I love characters, right? I oftentimes treat people like characters, and I say that respectfully, right? Respectfully. Why can't I speak this word? Word isn't coming out right. Um, I don't mean to say that I treat him like as a joke or I'm mocking him, but he's a character, you know? And throw him a bone, if that is a subtle, polite way of saying, have sex with him, no. No, that's okay. Let's go with that. Okay. All right. Yeah, no, I'm just curious from the personality, character aspect. Like, it's like 22. See, it's
Oh yeah, no, that's intense.
Learning tips, right? Like kind of nudge them in the right direction. Kind of tell them.
no, that I do. That I do. I try to help him out. Because I'll ask him, did you go out? Did you meet anyone? He's like, yeah, I went to the bar. Did you flirt with any girl? No, I don't know how. And so I try to help him in that aspect. So he's very, very great. So yeah, I'm fascinated by that.
And maybe you might get a new character, good character out of them.
I gotta retract my past statement based on what Steven said. No, I agree with Steven 100%, so I retract my last statement. Steven 100%.
No, yeah, he's definitely smart. You have to be vibrant in the signal. And you know what? Shout out to my girlies. Shout out to my Stella God group back girlies for it's the young bucks. No, I don't have any problem with it. Do you moves? Yeah. I don't know, Steve.
I was gonna say, night, if you like reading and you really want to figure out things from like a male perspective, Rollo Tomasi wrote a series called The Rational Male. Really, really good series. It's 3 books. Um, really breaks down the male psyche, how we think and analyze things when it comes to relationships. And there's a book called On Human Nature by Eagle Wilson. It breaks everything down on a evolutionary and biological level as far as the psychology of our patterns, our triggers, how history is kind of formed and hardwired us into the things that we desire, the things that we want and seek and look for. So between the rational male and on human nature, I'm telling you, I was saying that's what really opened up my eyes. And I was like, holy shit, the amount of information in both those books. Now I'm like spending a lot of time reflecting on all my past experience and my past observances of other people and their relationships, and now everything just makes sense and everything's 100% crystal clear.
I just found the rational male on Audible. What's the other book title you said? I'm searching for.
It's called On Human Nature, and the author is E, like the letter E, period, O, period, Wilson.
Oh yeah, I have it right here. Okay. about the comment in the chat about the first date put down?
Yeah, first take out.
Okay, so let me read it. So Mojo posted, if a woman puts out on the first date, a man should not marry her. If a man tries to fuck on the first date, the woman should run. Any disagree, Stephen? Or you agree?
Yeah. I think sexual compatibility is an important part of any relationship. And I don't think it's the only thing that matters, but it's a part that does matter. And I don't think it's like, I think if someone wants to have sex on the first date, it doesn't mean that they're just trying to hook up with you. It could just mean that they like want to connect in that way.
No, I agree, but I also feel like it is an indication of compatibility if one of you is like, yes, let's just fuck, versus the other one is like, hey, I want to get to know you, I want this to mean something, I want to see, are we aligned in other areas too? Like, dude, I like sex. I like sex a whole lot. I had a whole lot of it as a grown-up adult. But I am, like when I hear men talk about dating these days, I'm just like, I am forever going to be alone because your girl, she ain't putting out for just anybody. You don't have to work for it. I'm widowed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm widowed. So, I feel like, I don't know, like, there's just not going to be any hope for me because I'm just not giving it to anybody.
Okay, so wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. So what if you've been talking to, getting to know this woman for at least, let's say, a month, and then finally, it's all like chatting, so online, whatever, on the phones. Then finally you have the first date, Stephen. Well, no, because you said it doesn't matter how long. So Mojo posed the question. So Mojo, let's say you're talking to a girl for 30 days or longer. Finally, you have the first date, and she wants to have sex with you on that first date. Is that still a bad look?
It's a terrible look because you don't have enough information. Like, you just don't. You can have enough information that just is attractive enough to one lover. But you don't know if she's a good enough person. If you're gonna shoot your seed at an egg, you should be thinking of being a physical and a good lover. And you're not gonna figure that out on one day. I know you don't know, but as somebody that's learned the hard way that fucking wars is a bad decision, I'm not gonna take advice on Clubhouse from people that think that it's cool to act like a fucking whore.
No, I'm sure. I also think that people see this like sex or no sex kind of thing, like it's like this binary thing. And I would encourage people to think about it more as like a sensuality like spectrum. I think like sensuality is like a really good thing. Like even if it's something like maybe a massage or cuddling on the couch while you're watching TV, or like closeness or like holding hands can actually be a really sensual activity. It doesn't necessarily have to be sex, but I think like finding different ways to express your sexuality to one another is a really beautiful act, and one that should be celebrated.
yeah, that first date sex is
Are you a second date sex?
no, I'm not into casual sex at all, to be honest.
No, but I'm saying like, at what date though? Is it okay in your book? Date 3? Are you like date 3 is cool?
I can't come off it was my view like this reason. I'll be honest with you, but it really depends on how long I've been talking to the guy and how those dates are spread out. You know, if I meet him today and we go on a date tomorrow, the next day, the next day after that, no. Because I do agree with Mojo that you have to get to know a person. And plus, from my female point of view, I always think that men are very judgmental. And if you do anything sexual too soon, they're gonna judge you. They're not gonna get a chance to. They at that point they don't want to get to know you because you've already given up the cookie. So I can't really say. I really am about getting to know a person. There has to be some feels there. I'm not necessarily saying you have to be madly in love, but laying down, having sex with someone because I'm horny or because I want to, wrap my body around this individual is just not enough of a reason for me to kind of compromise the moral code that I have when it comes to sex. But I'm definitely a get to know you. We have to have some feelings going on kind of gal before we get it in.
Date 5, it sounds like.
I don't
Why is it date 5?
The thing is, I think Joby brought up a good point too. Like in today's age, like quote unquote getting to know somebody is that in real life by phone, by texting? Because I mean, we do live in an online dating era, and like for me, phone and text is great, but that doesn't really give me a sense of getting to know someone. Because like you gotta see, even if you get along great on the phone and you talk and you have wonderful conversations and you're like, oh, I think we really jive. There is that component of physical chemistry and what are we like together? Like, is that chemistry there and we're face to face and we're looking at each other? And I don't necessarily like the whole idea of is it a first date, third date, fifth date, 11th date, maybe in my case. Because everybody's situation is different. I think it has more to do with like how much time you spend with them and seeing how that in-person chemistry works out. And I don't think my way is the right way. I'm just sex for me is a very emotional thing. It's just very emotional. I can never do casual sex. I don't know. It's just a very emotional thing for me. So.
No, your way is definitely the right way. Don't save it or hold on to it. And that's the right guy. Guy that's one. There has to be a connection. Definitely has to be. Just what's all of the person. So your way is right, sir.
And I mean, I was married for almost 30 years, so, my experiences are persons.
Yeah, dating's weird. Man, I'm not really a authority in the matter either. I have no idea what to do. Definitely, just a dude on the internet. Hopefully it'll start becoming more of a priority for me soon.
Yeah, see, but that's just the thing, though. I think it's safe to say a lot of people don't know what they're when it comes to dating. They're just hoping to meet their other person, right? They're just hoping to meet their person. They're just hoping to meet their twin flame. And so I don't know if there's a right or wrong way to date.
a date, how many days does it take before you unmask this individual that you're thinking about building a home with? And sometimes that takes time. So, yeah, everyone puts on airs to their best behavior until they feel absolutely comfortable around that person. And with comfort level, that's how you can really tell, you know, gauge if you want to continue to grow or build dates or what. It's comfort level. When both parties feel really comfortable with each other, and you really see, you know, the masks are off, really see what that person's like. Then it's like, do I really want to spend time with this person? Do I really want to get this person my mind right? So you can't really tell that on the first couple of days, right? So, you know, I think you can get glimpses. I don't think, I think you're right, like, it does take time for anyone who's like real, like, personality checker. But I do think you can get this, like, these ideas, these broad strokes. Start understanding broad strokes. But let's take serendipity, for instance, right? Like the comment that she put about putting her daughter first and like making sure that she's graduated and that's her priority. That's a beautiful thing. That is like part of her. That's part of her. Like that's like the part of like real her. That's not a mask. That part is not a mask. I mean, she can talk. I'm sure. Like she can talk about like long walks on the beach, like you know, like I don't know what her favorite color is, and that might be a mask. But like you get hints of people. Like you need to sort of like take from what's truly important to them. And sometimes when you dig, you find really shallow things. Sometimes when you dig, you find these really deep, beautiful things. Yeah, I agree. Okay, well, if no one else has anything else to say, I have a question for the room. Um, where is the best place for me to find amazing women to date? Where should I go? Well, if you look on Ranger City, that has like, oh, Rick wants to come up, we might have an answer. Like, right. Russia. It's a way to get there. Certainly a path. I live in a small coastal town in Florida, an older demographic, but still, there are some places where you can find young people still. So I kept trying to respond to my attitude is only, I can't do it anyway. So you live in a small coastal town, there's some young people that you can vibe out with. Do you have a scene, you know, a bar scene, a club scene, not saying that those are the best places to meet potential dates,
I don't know how to approach women in public, and I don't know how to approach women at bars or at cava bars or anything like that because I just don't know how to do it. Part of me is like, I know that they know that I'm just approaching them because they're hot because I don't know anything else about them. So I'm like, uh-oh. I'm starting off on a very shallow note, so it's difficult for me to like get over that hump. I don't know, maybe I should just like.
Don't approach women at bars. Chat. Men have some advice. Mojo says don't approach women at bars. He says you can also meet women at golf clubs, cooking classes, and city council meetings. Have you considered these?
City council meetings, that's a new one.
I want to be very serious now. So in America, you're the luckiest in the world. You got TRT clinics for wall replacement therapy clinics and all that.
Yeah,
Rexwood, I don't know if he's moved now. He's trying to come back up. So, Mons, I don't know if we're going back up. Italian?
Judge Chip is in doubt.
Yeah, he's Italian and he's Jewish. Sorry, Rick, I can't bring you back up, sir. Stephen, I know. Sorry.
I'm just wondering if he's Jews. Apparently he doesn't hate Jews.
No, that's what it says.
No, I don't hate Jews. I think it's Mojo hating. My perspective, so that's okay. I just wanted to say, have you ever taken a hormonal panel, Stephen?
No.
And I'm very serious with this. I would advise everybody to do this, every man, to see what are your levels, and I think for the most of this,
That was quick.
Basically, he's saying that he doesn't think Stephen has enough testosterone. It's very insulting, especially coming from an anti-Semitic Italian.
It's hard to insult me. Well, I mean, I guess it's easy to insult me, but it's hard to feel insulted. But yeah, I don't know. Any other ideas would be appreciated.
Yeah, I don't know. I certainly, from a woman's perspective, don't. I'm not sure that I can offer any advice to you, sir, about how to enhance your game, how to approach women. I don't know. Maybe fellas might have some advice. I'm not sure. Um, I'm of the belief that confident, fully realized, take charge kind of men, not to say that you're not, sir, but they have game, they know how to approach, they'll take a chance, they'll even take that L. They know that if they take the chance, it's a possibility that they might have to take down, but it's a chance they're willing to take if they see something they want, so they go forward, right? So, I used to suffer with, I'm kind of introverted. In my career, I had to learn how to not be introverted. I had to learn how to get better at public speaking. I get very nervous, stutter over my words, and have to stop and think. So I get a little nervous, right? But in my business, I had to learn. It was tough. I had to learn to get over that. I have to do that. I have to public speak. I have to put myself out there to get photos. I work in the entertainment business. And I'll tell you something I learned about
biggest wallet, act like you only play, not cocky, not narcissistic, and just take it there. Take it there. You never know how your energy might manifest those feelings and give you the proper words you need to spit game with these ladies.
Thanks everyone. Great advice. I'll implement this today. Walking to the grocery store with I didn't know the grocery store baby.
Exactly. You own these bananas. You own these apples. You own this produce. It is yours.
They own that celery.
Exactly.
Right. It's already in the cart actually. It's already in the cart. Yeah, hell yeah, I can afford it. I can afford the celery. I can afford it. Oh boy, and why I need so much work. But I'll do it. I will still walk with confidence wherever I go. And I will embody this advice. So I think that this advice is not bad advice. It is good advice no matter what. So, you know, and I'll have some fun with it while I do it too. So, thanks, man.
Well, you never know when it might work. You know, you never know when you might have to walk into space. Just, you know, put on your big cowboy hat, you know, your lasso, take charge. And I'm really not trying to be funny. It sounds like I'm trying to be funny or something. I'm not.
No, you're good. You're good. I take it. I take it just. Well, no, I mean, I'm taking it seriously. I also poke fun at the same time. So, there's actually, you know what? I should ask a girl on a date out there. This girl I've been talking to for like a year online. And I met her in person too. She was like really amazing girl. She's also a poker player. I played poker. She was really cool. So you know what, Emily? I'm gonna ask her on a date.
Yeah, people talk to you for years. That's a lot of work. Wait, a year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I had my ex living with me for a while.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, and I kicked her out. And I got my own place. I'm in a place right now where I can like actually date, you know. So, yeah, I don't know. Baby steps. Working our way towards.
Well, speaking of baby sex, and I'm sorry to change the subject really quick. But you said something about piano. How long have you been playing the piano?
Oh, a little bit. You want to hear something?
Well, this is Mojo stage, so I don't wanna. I wouldn't mind, but I want to be respectful to other people that might not want the piano at this moment. I personally wouldn't mind, but out of respect for the host, we'll have to check it.
He said no.
Okay, but no, listen. Here's the thing. So I was gonna ask you. So, are you still interstellar?
Yeah, wow, yeah.
So the theme song to Interstellar is quite possibly one of my favorites. I listen to it every day, multiple times a day. That piece has. I know how to play guitar a little bit, but listening to the Interstellar piece, it's made me want to learn how to play piano. Because I want to learn how to play that piece. And I figure it might take me at least 10, 20 years to learn how to play that. Because I understand the piano is very hard. If you don't start learning once you come out of the womb, basically, I'm starting late in life. What's your advice to a late bloomer learning piano?
Start. Life is short, anyway. Life is short. It's a beautiful thing. You learning piano will help you. It will be easier to learn other new things as well. It will help you in many aspects of life. So don't be afraid. Be bad. Be proudly bad at piano. And have fun. And take joy
chess. I want to learn how to play piano and learn how to play chess. No, I'll teach you chess. Yeah. Yeah. Chess. Oh, look, we have chess lessons. Yeah, you can DM me if you want a free chess lesson. Now, how challenging is it to learn how to play chess? Not challenging at all. I can teach you in half an hour. All right, I'm sending you over here.
What's great about chess, I was terrible at it, but my roommate would always play it when I first moved in with them, and I wanted to partake. And I was a checkers guy all my life. I'm in my late 30s, and it's like my early 30s, but I would go on YouTube to learn new moves, and it took months, don't get me wrong, a lot of playing, but I remember beating both of them and being like, I have been welcome to your community. It's a great feeling. It's really rare. If you really clear, you know, if you want to, if you try, if you study, you're gonna feel a lot, but feeling is the best lesson, isn't it?
Yeah, chess is like, there's so many good life lessons to learn in chess.
That's what I feel too, and I also feel like there's a certain respectability that people have if they don't know how to play chess. They almost think you're very intelligent, highly intelligent. At least that's how I view chess players, because I feel like chess is quite complicated. But listening to you gentlemen speak, it might not be, right?
It's doable. It's doable, like, at a beginner, like, learning how the pieces move takes half an hour, but learning how to be good takes a little more time. Yeah, it's a great game. I mean, it's 750 years old. And what? If there's something to it if it's lasted that long. You know,
Like literally, in any amount of moves you can make, and there's moves to this day that haven't been made.
I mean, this is true. I am biased towards. I'm a professional poker player myself, so although I do love chess, poker is my game, and poker is a vastly more complicated game than chess will ever be.
So, going back to whoever was talking about playing piano, when I was 20 years old, I never touched an instrument in my life. And no joke, I was at my buddy's house, ate some magic mushrooms, put on my headset, and listened to the Beatles' White Album, which is like almost 2 hours long. I always remember to
Yeah. Like, as cute as I am, I just don't have a line of women out the door, unfortunately. Um,
That's because women know that men are judgmental. There are women who have high sex drives just like men. There are women out there who want to fuck again, just like men on the first date, second date. They'll fuck all day if they can't good. Especially, but they know that even though they understand that there are men out there who feel the same way, women still feel shame for their sex drive, their high sex drive, those women who have high sex drives. They don't know if the man that they want to hook up with is the type of guy who's going to be judgmental, like, oh my God, she wants to fuck right now, she wants to do all this. Sure, I'll give it to her, but I won't talk to her tomorrow because she's easy. Or she's just that, she's this, that, and the other. So, Stephen, it's all this stigmas around being sexually free and sexually liberated and finding someone who's like-minded who you can partake in these activities with without being shamed or judged. So that's just my take.
What about those times, like, I look at a girl, like, just at the bar, like, off work, and I just say, hey, oh, aren't you pretty? And they're like, leave me alone, but they're, like, wearing low tops and, like, skirts up here, and I'm like, God damn it, like, what did I say wrong? I was just admiring, like, you got the time, you took the time to get dressed, put your makeup on, get your hair did, and it's like, I said one nice thing, I wasn't hitting on you, I'm sorry. I was just admiring it as a nice person. That's the weird part, is like, you get treated, not all the time, this is 100%, but it does happen, it's like, hey, I'm just admiring what you took time to do.
I get it. I think women in that regard are way weird. I think this new age mindset where women get weirded out when a guy, shows a little bit of attention or pays them a compliment. It's a sad state of affairs, true, right? Because one woman doesn't get dolled up to go into town with her. She's just going out for herself, going out with the girlies, going out to meet someone. Um, I'm not going to say that all women are fishing for compliments, but take the time to beautify yourself. I think it's safe to say women, we don't mind being told, hey, you look good in that, or that outfit, the color compliments you. And I think there's a way to do it without coming off creepy. But I agree with Green Valley. These girls act like they're so offended and triggered when a man pays them a compliment. It's very, very. I blame the feminazis for this.
Yeah, I agree with you, Nye, because, yeah, when did things change where a compliment turned into anything other than a compliment? I don't know. I think it's very weird behavior too.
Yeah, compliment is fine. It's my issue, it's my opinion. It's always seen as flirting, boy, that. And that's another thing. You can't be friendly, Listen, Val, just like you said, you can't compliment a woman because she reads the wrong way. Same can be true to women. If you are friendly with a guy, then they think you're flirting or you want to stick. I was just talking about this in another room. So we have evolved to strange. I don't know how people date. I really don't even know how single people date. How do people get past the initial weirdness that we put on each other? You give a compliment or smile or something blurred or somebody a good day, then suddenly all of that becomes creepy. How do you even break through that to get to know a person and all just the nicest loud personality. Sometimes I like to say things for shock value, just to get a reaction. But I know the time and the place. So it just happened to be in a room where it was that time in that place. But I knew what I was about to say. Perhaps I had to touch the water. So the host of the event is like, text me what you're gonna say, and I'll say it. So I texted to him, and he thought I was talking to him, right? And it was only after I sent the text, I'm like, oh wait, is he thinking I'm saying this to him? Because I'm actually not. This is what I wanted to say to the room. And now later, I'm still playing this dude thinks that XYZ, and I wasn't referring it, I wasn't reading it to him at all. It was part of the conversation that I wanted to say to him. I thought it was too much, and now he thinks I want to fuck with him. Like, oh, you know, this didn't work out this way. Note to self, don't text anybody anymore. What you want to say on the table, just say it. Fuck it.
Sorry, I was ordering coffee. But yeah, I have been there. That's a good idea. Perfect. No, I think the worst thing that I ever texted anyone, anywhere, it was my, autocorrect. My autocorrect just kind of mind of its own sometimes. And it was a married guy on Clubhouse that is in one of these little smaller group rooms where we hang out sometimes, and we tend to share more personal information. Well, he wanted to send me something, and so he was looking for my Instagram, and I accidentally sent him my personal account instead of my Clubhouse account, and I was like trying to say, well, you know, oops, I sent this from the wrong account, and I was trying to say don't rat me out, and my autocorrect said don't eat me out. I was mortified. Mortified. Immediately, as soon as I said that, I was like, wait, no, stupid autocorrect. It was bad. I was so embarrassed. I don't talk that way. I'm so sorry. So bad. I was like, I should write this wife an official apology letter.
Alan, did you say something?
Like I was saying earlier, it's easier being a women, right? I was saying, right, being a very simple, but sometimes it's more complex, and women are kind of indecisive, even though they know what they want, and at the end of the day, they choose to get with a man as he talks to her and I. But when it comes to these or whatnot, what I have a question is, like, if a man is comfortable with himself, right, and he is actually invested in himself outside of a woman, or he has no good upbringing and whatnot, right, and he's invested in himself, he knows what it takes to time, energy, resources, all that in himself, right, to the point where he's happy. And he starts to like, be confident in space, right, and he goes to compliment women, even though they're not necessarily his type, but for him to be more, what I call it, like communicating with women, things really hard dynamics, right? Especially with the correction, I'm going to reference with that it's easier being women, and it comes from the standpoint of how we're interacting with each other, and we be friends.
back out. I mean, I'm asking you, I thought Barb's dead.
I think you feel that men and women can be friends.
No, I'm asking you so because I hear a lot of men say that men and women can't be friends. And, from a male perspective, he does not like a girl that he's dating or wants to date or married to, engaged to, that he's interested in romantically. She cannot have male friends. So I'm just asking you from a male perspective, should men and women be friends, just platonic friends? Instead of saying that, 5%.
And it's very complicated.
Now, what makes it complicated?
People are extremely attractive, right? And there's expectations that come into it. And the expectations that come into it is why you communicate with me.
I'll be honest, Chad. I got my buddy here. He's just listening because he likes us and won't do it. I'm gonna just say one thing. Randomly tonight, the song by the Spice Girls, just hear me out. It sounds stupid. The song Wanna Be came on, and my buddy looks at me. We're at the bar playing pool. He goes, what does that song even mean? And I ChatGPT, what does it really mean? I know what it meant. I told him. And then I deep dive. It's about how, whether it's women or not, in this particular instance, it's a group of girls singing. They're like, if you want to be my lover, you got to get with my friends. And the whole concept is you have to understand the balance of you have to let me live my life. You're all my friends. You're not suffocating me. You're not, preventing me from being who I was before I met you. That's probably the best relationship you can have, is knowing that compromise of time, space, needing, wanting, and listening, especially understanding. So, against my friend here, I'm gonna let him talk to you. I'm a real valid, hold on, just wait, hold on. Yes, men and women can be friends. It depends on how you were brought up and what environment you were around. I had sisters, luckily, who got it, understood it, and that's lucky.
Okay, now wait, let's say you're dating a girl and her best friend is Idris Elba. Could you still be friends with them?
Why not? I'd have to trust her. That's the whole point. So we don't know beyond that question. I could be like, oh, I know celebrities too, and I'm gonna go hang out with blah 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 today. Do you trust me? Yes. I've been with people who didn't trust me, and I've definitely, luckily, have people that do trust me.
Yeah, you're right. It's a matter of trust. Definitely a matter of trust.
That's the hardest part, but you would have to trust to begin with. One of my concerns, especially that I've learned over time, I'm in my late 30s now, and they're done that. My heart is calloused. And through heartbreaks, and through this and that, I was an asshole. Once I cheated on a girl, I was the asshole. I was him. I was that person. I was honest, and I owned up to it, because I won't ever go to my grave saying I lied, I cheated, and I did this. It was worth it to me. It was a long time ago, but what a lot of people don't understand is you don't rush relationships. Treat it like your best friends at first. I don't care if you hook up or kissing. Just take it slow. Learn about each other. Figure the depths out, your favorite color, what's your mom's middle name or maiden name, all those deep roots. Get to know each other before you cement it. It's the people that try to cement it ASAP because they're trying to fill a hole that's been dug deep and away, hard out of their heart, trying to fill a void. That's easier said than done, obviously, but treat it like you're trying to make your best friend. And you didn't know they were about to be your best friend. And you do your best when both meet in the middle. Someday, that's your person.
This conversation about men and women being friends always fascinates me, and I have to say, I'm always constantly evolving and changing my thoughts on it. Most of the time, I think, yes, friendship is capable, but usually one of them wants to fuck the other. In most circumstances.
circumstances. And I guess the other thing that, which is fine, as long as they can both keep it in check or whatever. I mean, if you're, if that person is happy being friend zoned or whatever, but I think you have to be realistic. I think that when you go into friendships with the opposite sex, you do need to be realistic with the fact that if I'm in a relationship with somebody, that's generally who I'm going to want to spend my time with. The first friends that are going to fall off the scope for me are going to be friends of the opposite sex because I don't want to send the wrong message to the person that I'm trying to get to know or that I'm trying to date. And I think as long as you accept the fact that those risks come with that kind of friendship, just like, for example, if I had a guy that was a friend and he started dating a girl, I would 5,000% understand her being like, yeah, I'm not real comfortable with it. Like, I get that. I wouldn't be comfortable with it either, probably. She doesn't know the dynamic, and I don't know. I just think you have to be prepared for the fact that when it changes for one of you, it's probably going to change your relationship.
That's great. 85, 85, maybe was a far way high. What's something to the conversation? I think it's important to be able to hold on to relationships with the opposite sex, friends. I'm fortunate enough to be able to have experience to be able to create friendships with women and then retain. I've had them retain and remain as friendships alone. Those friendships have helped me to become the person who I am today. And if one comes along wants to be a partner with me, then that's something that she would be able to accept. If she cannot accept or she finds jealousy that exists therefore, then we address it. But yeah, I wouldn't want to be able to let go of my friendships regardless of whether they're male or female. I think that actually lends itself to an unhealthy dynamic. End up being toxic.
I agree with you. Some of my best friends, and I think probably some of the people who've really helped mold and shape me, have been friends of the opposite sex. Guys that were willing to be real because there was nothing on the table between us. So, like, I get what you're saying about the importance and the relevance of it, but do you not, I mean, particularly when you first start dating somebody, I know that a lot of people fall back on, well, trust is an issue, but when you're getting to know somebody, that trust level hasn't really been established yet. Would you say that the context of that relationship with those friends of the opposite sex changes if you were getting into a relationship with somebody? I don't see how it couldn't.
I think that if there's a need to be able to change those particular relationships, then those particular relationships are not platonic in nature.
Right.
There might be elements being having platonic connection, but they're not platonic fully by nature. And look, I mean, it's not to be able to say we can have people of the opposite sex in our lives and to have like a stimulated level of connection that may have sexuality coming into play, and that still can be okay. But yeah, I think at the same time it's not to be able to exclude the fact that there might be some relationships you might need to be able to let go of because it does cross over boundaries of being platonic. Sure. I think it's a tricky one though. It is a tricky one, and it's one thing to be able to take the sensitivities of the new partner into play, and I think that takes sensitivity on both the person who's the current new partner, and actually all involved for that matter. Involve the friends you are with, okay, to be able to understand and respect that this person is new, doesn't know the dynamic, doesn't appreciate, just sees the male, the female, what have you, but
trust has to be the bonding factor, which is involved in to be able to trust people. Just, I think it's humility.
I agree, and I think it would, for me, like if I were starting to date somebody that did maybe have a couple of really close female friends, I think a big thing in my consideration of being comfortable with it is how comfortable is he with me hanging out with them? You know, like those are the kinds of things that I would be looking at. And I mean, it's pretty easy when you're sitting with a group of men and women together to kind of get a feel for the dynamic and the chemistries and maybe the nuanced stuff that you don't actually know.
It's alright for a second. If you're talking about drugs, how many people here that know how to date themselves?
Know how to what? Know how to what?
Date into
Date themselves. Yeah, sure. Why not?
investing in your own time, how much time it takes to like you said, invest in your own secret actually like and you meet people during that journey. And also when you invest in yourself, you invest in happiness, it's also investing in confidence. To the point where you don't have to really worry about trusting anybody else. It's your confident person. And then once you see that you invest in yourself, then they want to be around you. Ultimately, trust is not good. But if you invest in yourself, work, then you can show that, hey, no matter if I'm angry or not, I'm good. I'm taking the time and the energy to do what it takes to be for me, right? To the point when it comes to dating or talking to somebody else, whether you're attracted to each other or not, or sex or whatever also comes into the picture, right? But going back to the point of investing in yourself, like all girls said earlier, like trusting a person is kind of like people with expectations. I don't know how that really, I can respond to that. You know, I was saying earlier, and when I'm trying to like explain that, like you gotta start with how you can prove with yourself. Like a lot of people haven't literally, when they call it words, like I'm so like right now, I'm tired of that. A lot of people haven't really conquered their own personal happiness. And they're looking to be a person and trying to find a equilibrium of happiness with someone else. But they don't really know what makes themselves happy. Time, energy, effort, resources, right? Now, if you're investing in yourself, you're going to start to feel happiness. And be with that bar, the next person that you're going to run into is following you during your journey. Are you investing in yourself? Or do I have to invest in you? If my cup is not full or it's almost full to the point where now I'm being you, are you going to take away from me to where my cup is half empty? And that what trust is what you're worried about. Is someone letting you down, someone disrespecting you, or someone having multiple friends and whatnot. People have a choice to why be around you. It's not about their friends or whatever. A person is going to be loyal based on their own choice. You can't say, oh, you think that means friends or this is where the case is, you know, all this and that. And it's vulnerable to my feelings and my emotions. But your vulnerability with your feelings and your emotions have to deal with your insecurities and yourself first. And like I was saying earlier about making friends, right? Yeah, you can make friends, but you need to learn how to invest in yourself first. And if you don't know how to make yourself happy, mom, where you're going, forget dating in general. You shouldn't be dating. If you don't know how to make yourself happy, do what you meet people. Or not, what's the point of dating for whatever?
Where did you want to go?
I'm sitting with that, like, the way that so much people say about it makes a lot of sense. You can't allow the person to feel like something they don't think
relationship with another person if you can't relate to yourself. Yeah, I think it's just about blindly liking myself at all, but more about appreciating who you are, which is strengths are, which you manage to be able to offer, and also embracing your weaknesses as well. Yeah, and I think we go around at the same time thinking of fooling ourselves as well. I'm absolutely perfect the way I am. I think people can set themselves up for a failed relationship because you can't relate to yourself that way, which is this beautiful saying, which I found as being a bit of a nugget or a bit of it that goes like this: I'm perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. I'll say it again: I'm perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And it's just it's something that it not only gives me license for being fucked up in certain ways, but it just humanizes people. It provides a framework of what humanity is about. We're all just flawed, we're all fucked up in certain ways, we're also got our strong points, skills, and values that we can be proud of and hold up high. I think that's the starting point anyway.
I was just gonna say too, I think you're right. I mean, I do think the people that we tend to have the least amount of grace with is ourselves. Particularly when we mess up. I mentioned, okay, so I'm with it. My husband died, it's a little over 4 years ago. And
Sorry.
my daughter was 12 at the time. And it's funny how the mind of a 12-year-old works. Like, almost immediately when she got through that initial process of him dying, her first inclination was, are you gonna date again? I'm not calling anybody else daddy. These were things that almost right off the rip she started questioning me about. And of course, we were married for almost 30 years. Dating was the last thing on my mind. That was not even a consideration at that point in time for me. But as the years have gone by, I kind of had to wrestle with these because, to be perfectly honest with you, I moved out of my parents' house and I got married and I started having a family, and I never had to stand on my own 2 feet. And part of me kind of looked at his unexpected death as, okay, so maybe I need to just prove to myself that I'm capable of doing this because this isn't something I've ever done before. And I have done it. I mean, I lived to tell the tale. I've managed to support her and I and take care of things, and that's all fine and well, but I'm not happy not being in our relationship. Even after all of this time, but part of my considerations in dating were that I kind of played this game with myself that you need to be comfortable being alone before you're ready to try and date somebody else. That's part of the lesson here, is that you gotta be comfortable standing on your own 2 feet. And while I can certainly say that I'm content and I'm comfortable, and I ultimately decided to make the decision that I was gonna wait until she graduated high school to date, because nobody's gonna love her the way that me and her daddy loved her. And I just don't want that. She's 17 now, yeah. Yeah, she's 17 now. She just turned 17. And yeah, I kind of decided that, nobody's gonna love her the way that me and her daddy loved her, and I just don't want this to be a complication in her life. It's in the grand scheme of things, it's a very short amount of time for me to dedicate to her and prioritizing her. So I can say I'm content in my loneliness, but I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I think all the time about the fact that I don't want to grow old alone. I want to be with somebody. So I don't know. Maybe I'm not there yet, but that's just a little introspective on kind of where I'm at in that whole journey.
Well, thanks for sharing. I really appreciate that. I think it is a tough decision as to when is the right time to have a right partner, especially when you've got young kids and taking their feelings into account. And whilst listening to what your own internal compass is
tell you what to do. I think somewhere in between that there's a marriage in terms of what feels right, and it's not a matter of there is a right, but what feels right that at that very point in time. And to be able to tussle with perhaps the challenges that are added to that in terms of, well, hang on for a sec, I signed up for a lifetime, and I couldn't imagine myself being with anybody but, I guess, tearing yourself away from that paradigm. It's like, all right, I need to be able to embrace something that is different that I wasn't anticipating to encounter in growing as a child into from teenage years and idealizing what life is going to be about as well. Just accepting, like, wow, okay, this is a curveball. Great, I'm going to start this new chapter, and who the hell knows what it's going to look like. Now, having a degree of confidence in going out there and also recognizing that, the dating scene is very different now to what it was going on 20 years ago. Like, we look at that and go, how we were, right, as young as to say, there wasn't an internet, there was no dating apps. We just introduce you to friends of friends through parties and so forth. And this whole new paradigm is just completely fucking different. And I remember actually first going on my first ever Tinder date, which I went on a short spurt just to be able to check it out and say, okay, I'm done. Check. I said, hey, look, I gotta be honest with you, this is really strange for me. I feel somewhat uncomfortable. I find this challenging. This is this is the first time I've been on a date. Tinder, I prefer, I'm a much more organic person. I like to be able to meet people organically. This is very contrived. And anyway, she turned around to me, which is so nice to be able to hear advice. And she appreciated that I was being vulnerable, I was being really honest. I was just going to know where you got attached. And that was really lovely. We're in a different time, we're in a different period now, where we just need to be able to get used to different ways. But you can create ways of meeting new people that outside of what we see as the swiping environment, or the swiping culture. And try and embrace those. So try and think of that app which is online where people just meet up and go out walking and find Thank you. Exactly. Finding common interests and so forth. So fucking important. But even as much as simple as something I started doing, like going back several years ago, and just saying, hey, look, let's start off a brunch club and let's meet up every, once a month or once every 2 weeks and just go to different cafes and restaurants for a Sunday morning brunch, just get together, jeans and t-shirt, casual, forget the makeup, we just want to get to know each other and just sit around having coffees and a brunch. And that, just is another way of, getting to be able to meet people staying away from the bloody apps. Anyway, that's different.
Yeah. And I will say, like, this is one of those areas too. I came up to Clubhouse after my husband died because that just happened to be a fluke. But this is actually one of the ways that Clubhouse has really been kind of a godsend for me. Is I yearned having that masculine and that male influence, and to the point about guys and girls being friends. Like I did develop some close friendships with some guys just because I liked to have, I like to give basically my husband a voice, and sometimes, at these smaller private rooms with people that, I was comfortable with and we shared personal information with, just kind of having a sounding board because men and women, we think differently, and they've, over the years, they've really helped me to grow, to realize that, I don't have to settle. I can be patient. I can wait. And I can fill some of those voids in other places with those friendships of the opposite sex, because they have. Oftentimes I'm going through something with my kid and I'm just like, I don't know what to do. And they'll say something and I'm like, oh, her daddy would have totally said that. So like, that's where those friendships have been really, really pivotal to me. So I certainly don't want to give the impression to anybody that I was saying earlier, I don't think men and women should be friends, because I wouldn't have made it without some of those friendships.
cat has a lot like Kristen. I'd love to hear your rationale, brunches equal drama. I wonder what that's about. No.
Can you hear me okay? I don't have my earbud. Because I'm drinking my first cup of coffee. Good morning. Well, so the single thing, it sounds like a great idea, so I'm not dissing it, and I'm sorry if that sounded like that. It's not, it's been my experience that when people get together, and like mixed company, and then they do, little, like not, I don't know, it's really weird. There's a different kind of intimacy in a brunch. I think it's great, it's awesome. But people have to be real careful not to be petty, so it just depends on who you're mingling with. If people are apt to be petty and to be gossiping, that can be real dangerous. So if you're brunching with cool people who know how to behave and don't talk behind each other's backs, and especially the women that have, like, how women can sometimes be, they're just real competitive, and yeah, so when if you have a pretty good healthy group, which is awesome, and I believe that that's out there. It's just, how do you find? I'm similar to Dippity in the fact that I've been alone for a while, been single for a while. I don't know how. I don't know her very well, so I don't know if you've been dating or anything. I have been talking to people like online, whatever, but like a physical date and stuff, I haven't done. I just haven't been able to really afford it. I haven't been able to invest in that. I've had to really work on my stuff, build my foundation, and so I haven't been able to find that group of people in life, if you will, that are willing to do such a thing as meet for brunch. That's really a really cool idea. I'm just very wary. Another reason why. Yeah, so that's all.
I need a small response to that. Maybe give a little bit.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Many years ago, got separated and divorced, and like going out to a birthday with lots of people was just like, for me at the time, it's just like, shit, how am I gonna do this? That's how much I've changed. But I went to a gathering, lots of people. It was night time. It was hundreds of people there. It was dark. It was strobed, loud music, smoke, and it really was my scene when I went there. And then I just thought, okay, I'll try it out. And then 2 weeks later, when I took the kids, I thought, I want to do a brunch. Let's just catch up with a couple of minutes, half a dozen of us, and I just whilst I was having this brunch on Sunday morning, it's like, wow, okay, this is my jam. And so I'm going to make a point, because I knew at least 2 or 3 other people who were like more introverted and not as extroverted as I was at that point in time. And I said, right, okay, I'm going to book a table at a cafe/restaurant for 2 weeks' time on Sunday, and I'm just going to do it for 20 people, and I'll see what happens. So I made a booking, found a place, made a booking, then started putting the word out, said, hey, look, come down, let's do coffee, have brunch, very casual, come and have coffee if you want, leave, stay if you want. There's, no strings attached. And basically what happened was the security level, which was there, meant that it was you would only be there because you are a friend of a friend. So there was a level of security and safety that was there, right? And it just sort of grew from that. So 40 people somehow heard about it and decided to come along. Then I started off with the feedback was terrific. And I started, okay, well, I'm going to start a group on Facebook, and I called it the morning after, which I thought was pretty cool. And people started adding other people, and all of a sudden the community started coming along and said, okay, we're going to book this place for next Sunday, or this one place for 4 weeks away, whatever it might be, and I'll just put it out there. So it was a matter of actually waiting around for other people to still fucking look at myself, and that's how it got created. But you can find these places through meetup.com. People just meet up and do photography or whatever, but it's just, just doing brunch. You don't have to stay there for too long. You just have a coffee and go, yeah, no, it's not my jam. We can stay there, find a couple of people, go, yeah, what's your story? Start connecting people. I've got this thing which is called the Rule of 12. Alright, so let's say there's 100 people or 200 people that are venue at a function event. Out of the 12 people that you might come across, there's a sample. You're going to find that 6 of those 12 people you have generally good flowing conversation, right? The next 3 are the 3 people who, for whatever reason, you just don't get the vibe. And you might not feel it towards them, they might not feel it towards you, and there's just that, disconnection for some whatever reason. That's the 3. The last 3 are the 3 people who you might spend most of your time engaging with, having more in common in terms of experience, in terms of values, what have you. And you just have a really close type of connection for whatever reasons. And 1 out of those 3, you might find as the person that you want to go for a coffee with, know them a little bit better. So, anyway, that's a long and short. So, who is easier, men or women?
I had to ask myself when he put this poll up, is he talking about sex or just as people in general? Because my answer changes depending. Well, you are in the month. Exactly. That's why I went with men. Yeah, okay. So, right, let's say mine. There's nothing wrong with that. I think women make life more difficult. Y'all want to hear something funny? I told you, I talked about, men having a particular influence on, the way that I look at the dating life and stuff. Sick was actually one of those very pivotal people. And he doesn't even know it. I've never told him this before. I was sitting in a room, this was a few years ago, and y'all know how sick he likes his gender wars, okay? I was just down in the goo listening, and he was talking about, he and KP were talking about older women in particular. Hello, that's me. So my hair's perked up, and they basically made the inference that, older women were not dateable. And the primary reason that older women were not dateable was because we were just too set in our ways, and we had already been trained, and there was just no change in us. And went on this whole long tirade, and I was so mad. I was like, shame on you! How dare you? But then I kind of reflected on the comments that they were saying, and I said to myself, you know what? When I am ready to date, I am going to put the past in the past. I want to be that person that has packed up that baggage and said, this was a part of my life, and it was a great part of my life, but it's okay for the next thing to be new and different. I don't have to be set in my ways. The new is part of the fun, and the expectation that it should be different is also part of what's exciting. But yeah, anyway, just thought I'd share that little moment.
I see Sid's voice resonates throughout the app. I see. Right? Every space he goes into, a woman walks away with either her soul crushed or her confidence enhanced.
I've said women complicate life.
I agree. That from that perspective, I think women are definitely the more complicated, for sure.
So why, bro? Why do you think women complicate life? Like in what way? They bring a lot of drama to a man's life.
Oh, I don't think it's just to a man's life. I think it's just, they just, for some reason, find reason to be able to have more drama than men do in general.
Especially if they go to brunch.
Yeah, right, actually.
I don't see, I don't necessarily think yes, it can create drama. I think the reason women are more difficult in that respect is because women, by nature, we're thinkers. We tend to overanalyze things. We're a lot more self-reflective. And that can sometimes, I feel like, lead to kind of waffling on what we think or how we feel. We're all in our feelings. I mean, that is just one of the innate differences between men and women. We're emotional. And when you bring emotions into anything, you're going to tend to get more conflict.
I tend to agree. The internal tussle seems to be more of a woman's domain in so many different ways. But I actually feel like the gap is not widening, but it's actually narrowing. And I'm witnessing far more men who are literally being forced socially to be having a great level of EQ. And I think it's a healthy thing. Like the dynamic that I've noticed over this generation is that men are being forced to be able to look at themselves, understand themselves, also, and to be in touch with their, in quotation marks, their feminine side. The other side of the coin is that I found women are, in general, a lot more forced to have great levels of independence. And I think it's something that a lot of women are embracing, and others actually find, well, no, I don't want to, but I'm actually being forced to go in this direction. We're also finding within this generation, unlike many generations beforehand, that there's a great level of acceptance in terms of numbers of partnerships or family units that are broken down for a variety of different reasons. What was you'd find an anomaly to find a child with a parent at school, with parents at school that were separated or divorced, is now also not acceptable or expected, that it's around about 50%. So the change in that is basically forced that we've got more men and women being individual parents that are being forced into being having self-dependence rather than codependence within a family environment. So it's a big change in dynamics. I'll look at that.
Some for the good and some for the not so good too, I think. I agree. I think that particularly with, the emotional intelligence awareness that's kind of going around these days, like, my hope, I guess, would be for men to take that awareness and let me think, I'm trying to figure out how to even articulate my words. I feel like some men embraced that awareness a little too much. And I think that's why we have a problem in society today with men not necessarily acting like men. We took the very innate characteristics of men in masculinity and decided to call it toxic. And so you tend to see some men overcorrecting for quote unquote toxicity when, for me personally, like, I want a man to be a man. Like, you can have emotional intelligence with me. I don't want you regurgitating your bitchery all over the place. and acting like a woman. That's my job. I'm the woman. I get to be the female. And unfortunately, I think, just like the pendulum swings with a lot of things. In some cases, there's a little bit of an overcorrection there.
The other thing that's, the other thing that is, I've noticed that is coming to play in this last generation is that it's understandable. Let's say in general the women have been suppressed for generations. They haven't had a level of equality or for that matter equity. And this generation is far more equity and also equality that that's come to the table. And there's been a point of a level of repression and suppression of women. It's understandable that there would be a consequence to that. It's almost like I've used this analogy before, but imagine getting a bucket of water and getting a cork wide and then putting the cork in the water and then pushing it down with your thumb. And as you push it down, you can feel like the tension between the cork and your thumb as you're pressing it down. But when you let go of the cork, it doesn't go automatically to the surface and sit. It pops out from the bottom. It goes rising upwards, out the water, then drops down, and eventually it will get to a point of equilibrium at the moment. I'm using that sort of analogy. Women are still sort of bouncing up and down, trying to find that level of equilibrium. Some of the women are finding that there's still a level of oppression. There's no absolutisms about this, but there's a reason why there's, I guess, imbalance in terms of, or like a lack of awareness, from men and women knowing where they're meant to be and how they're meant to be feeling, what they're meant to be doing at this point in time. Hence a lot of confusion. Women that is raising their hands.
We have Jamel on the stage in KC. Jamel, do you want to answer the topic?
Well, yes, sure. Thank you. Welcome. I appreciate you. It's easier for men or women. Can somebody elaborate on what they mean by that?
I think initially the poll was intended from a sex perspective.
Easier. What do you mean by easier?
Like, who's, in your opinion, if you could just vote on the poll, do you think, again, to Serendipito's point, when the poll was launched, it was from the point of view of sex. So, do you think men are easier when it comes to sex? Women are easier, to give it up? They're both equally easy, and then, of course, you might be one, and you, speaking in general, where you don't even know what a woman is. We have those people among us, so maybe you don't know what a woman is, sir, and that's a whole other topic. Or maybe you think men are easier laced, women are easier laced, or they're both quite easy. So you can go about that, or if there's some submissions that you heard that you want to respond to, you can weigh in on that as well.
Now I understand. Okay. Well, women on the interview. So, I'm only experienced with okay, so I didn't understand the question, so I wouldn't be good for chiming in on this, unless you want to hear what I have to say anyway.
Well, you raised your hand to come up. We invited you up, so yeah. Whatever you want to share, go ahead. The mic is yours.
I appreciate it this early Sunday morning on this summertime 2025. In real time, it's a secret of love right now, but it takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. For 400 years, the Willie Lynch syndrome has lost its effect in the Americas. I've come from a long way to wake up all people who would believe. But first they would have to hear me. And the first one had to be sent. You've seen a lot of false prophets. And they led people astray because they couldn't make up their mind. Bisexual is both ways, and then unstable in all your ways, and the double mind. Now, straight is the way. That's the only way. And then there's the broad way. And there's many ways to get to the broad way. But the narrow way leads to a door. And that door is eternal life. And the only life is in the Son, for he is God. Now, it's not to bash no one, as a lot of people do, and a lot of controversy is built upon it. But now, in these days, 2025, summertime in Americas, you're experiencing greater works than these when you read about the previous days. They're happening now in real time in America, and it's a nigga reparations movie. Hollywood goes to Africa.
Wait, hold on, sir. Not to interrupt you, but we have rules in this house. We cannot say the N-word. Since you're new to the stage, give you the rule. We can't say the N-word, no variation of the N-word.
Forgive me.
No, yes. Continue, sir. But wait, I'm being respectful. I feel like you're taking us to church, and that's cool. It's Sunday, it's early. But just, one of those things where we're kind of like, read the room. We were talking about sex, and that's cool. You're bringing it back to a very mature, adult, less sinful place, and I appreciate you for that. Bring us back to center, bring us back to Christ. But,
yes,
let's land. Go ahead. No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Well, y'all sound like my kinfolk on here, and I love my kinfolk.
No, you're in the right room. I like to say your vibe attracts your tribe. So if you are vibing with any of the voices on here, you have found your place, sir. Go ahead.
Yes, I believe one has to know love in order to show love. Now, I just want to say, guess what? I've been checking out the lingo. I'm not good at computers at all. I'm all done when it comes to the network and technology and all that. I really, really missed a lot of years of education. But I was one who recently woke up from the fentanyl overdoses in Baltimore. Have you heard about it?
You on fentanyl? You was out there cracked down in the streets?
Fentanyl had me gone.
I'm so glad. Are you delivered?
I am cold turkey now.
I'm proud of you. How long have you been clean?
2021. August 2021.
Very good. No, y'all got to show this. Y'all give some heart emojis in the chat, man. Fentanyl. I watched those things.
I appreciate that. I love her. She's my kinfolk. I love her. She even received my hand raised. I like her. Oh, it says poor connection. I don't know.
That's okay.
Poor.
No, we can hear you okay.
On my call. Okay. Well, like you said, I figured I don't want to take it to church either. I just wanted to tell my testimony because I heard that we overcome by the blood and the power of our testimony. So I think it's a good way to introduce myself. Now, according to your topic and what you were saying about sex, and I only experience women, so women are attractive to me. I think women are so beautiful. I think women, the Most High had a great idea when he made woman. And I believe women are so beautiful. Now, ever thinking about what added that to
Jamel, I don't tend to cut people off, so I'm not trying to be rude. But I just want to know, as it relates to the poll, who do you think is easier? I mean, from a male perspective, do you think men will bang everything? Because most men will say, guys will effort. Do you think women give up the cootie cat?
easier than men are actually searching for.
Now you changed the question. I like that. Now it's even more clear. So this is different. Now the first question you were asking whether a man or a woman loves to have a man or a woman. But what you just explained now, you just said we'll give it up quicker. Now that's what I said. What you mean by easier? Now it's a little different. So who's more quicker? Women. Oh yeah, women. Oh yeah, women will give it up real fast. I mean, I'm talking in the Burger King bathroom, at the library, on the slow time, in the parking lot, of Walmart, cucumbers and all. I mean, they get down real faster than men. Men are slow motion. We're almost cavemen. Like, we don't move as fast as y'all, but oh yeah, yeah, real fast and seconds type stuff. Real fast type stuff. And real fast. And elevators real fast. But I'm glad it's a little more all thumbs when it comes to doing that. And that's just porn stuff. But a lot of us men, we really don't do it. That's like you saying, what the porn stars do. The ones that sell it, they will. You can get, people who do it for a living and they be really trained and have a lot of blue shoes on deck. But giving it up fast so quickly in regular life, women. Oh yeah, women. Thank you. Since you still want to hear more, I can just elaborate.
No, it's one of those things where we appreciate your share. I appreciate you 100%. You are free.
What happened?
I'm having a problem with my mic. It keeps ringing me because my phone is overheating. But no, I was saying, this room's been running for a while, so we might have these brief moments of where there's no silence. Because a lot of us have been talking for a while. The room's been going on for hours. A lot of people sleep. Side note, you said women giving up in the elevator. That made me think of this fabulous tale I once heard involving Scarlett Johansson and Benicio del Toro. Apparently, they met on an elevator at an award ceremony, and the story goes that he banged her right out on the elevator. And every time I see him, I think of that story, and I think, what a lucky girl, ScarJo. What a lucky girl. But anyway, I digress. Open mic, open stage, y'all can have it.
Benicio, what is that? How do you say his name?
Benicio del Toro.
Oh, he is so delicious.
He's so muy delicioso.
I don't know if I would do it in an elevator, but oh my god, he's delicious.
Yeah, I don't know that I would do it in an elevator either, but if it was Benicio or Idris Elba, I would make an exception.
What about a stairwell instead of the elevator? Is it like
I would definitely do it in an elevator.
serendipity is up against the wall, right?
That's right.
That's right, we got you. Just remember, straight is the way.
Okay.
It's a narrow gate. Narrow gate.
Tell that to your gym friends.
Straight and narrow path. Yeah, I'm talking to my kinfolk.
With my husband.
Somebody said in a song, she just wants the cocoa, I want the narrow. Oh yeah, that was Travis Scott. She wanted the cocaine, he wanted the cookie cat. Cookie cat. I can't speak, so I had coffee. So when you say narrow, I'm assuming you mean, yeah, never mind, it's too early. I'm gonna go ahead and shut up. Let's go get some coffee. I said,
No, I definitely want you to not like that was Travis.
you were gonna break down her bill, bro. Yeah. Hey, so let me shut up.
A little bit on the slow side, so like you just have to open that up a little bit for us, huh?
Also add cream and sugar in your coffee.
Oh, okay. No sugar. Okay, yes, so I do a little, Stevia, just a little, just a little.
Milk is the new cream, y'all. I've become obsessed.
What? Would you say oat milk?
Oat milk, yes.
Yeah, oat milk is very good, it's delicious.
I haven't had heavy cream in my coffee in a very long time. And I had it yesterday, and I was so sick. And, yeah, my body's like, we're not doing that anymore.
I heard Bishop Eddie Long say it was a dangerous thing to enter and exit. You can't change your mind.
Lord, methinks you protest too much.
Bishop Eddie Long, he was out there long stroking them boys, so they say, allegedly, living up to his name. Mm-hmm.
You can't change your mind.
He didn't change his mind about that dick, though, allegedly.
But you can change your mind.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, just depends. So we at the end of the, see, when we go get coffee on the show.
Yeah, but okay.
Jamel, why you come up here? You're bringing out the worst in me with these structured talk. You're talking to me, and I'm having the opposite effect. I'm a sinner. I have to pray. You're
Pervious this morning.
On the next big podcast, I'm coming soon. I want y'all to be a part of it. It's all love. It's gonna grow. I'm trying to hold it now. I don't have enough room to receive it. Its viral numbers is going through the roof. I gotta get my business right. I don't know nothing about computers. I may need some of y'all assistance. I'm accepting anyone who is willing to be born again. And it's all love. Who wouldn't want to be transformed and born again? And we can walk in love and really be successful and use money for what it's for. Flow on it. Because it use it for currency and growth and live an excitement in life and wait for, America to, we see this. One thing I am is sure of what I'm speaking of. I know who it is who will not believe. And love covers the multitude of sin. Just remember that.
Question though, this, born again compound that you speak of, is whiskey allowed there, sir?
If you would choose to have some, you may.
Very good. Something to think about. Seriously, this time of the morning that the conversation just gets very, it's different.
Just get ready for your brunch. I am
Right. Personalities pop in at this time of the morning, the conversation goes to the left. I think it's the morning lit.
Yeah, people go to the gym, meet their people, and then
It's alright. It's alright.
have brunch.
I understand. I do this for a living full time. I've been stopped serving Pharaoh and building pyramids. I work for the Most High now. I only serve one master. So I'm used to this all the time. People be all over the place with their moods swings. Sometimes they call me, they want to commit suicide. The next minute they want to see if they feel so good, they're happy, they don't know what to do. Up and down all the time, but they call me their counselor. You can call me for Shimon psychiatry. I've helped a whole lot of people.
Wait a minute, are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Some call me that, but I'm just a disciple of the way.
Disciple of the way, yeah. I call myself too, I'm a disciple of the way. I have a logo, disciple of the way. But if you happen to see me with that logo on in the hallways, in a room, we're not Hebrew Israelites. And no disrespect to the Israelites, but we're just disciples and followers of the way. So I think everybody had asked me.
There we go. I like her. I told you I like her. I like her. And she didn't change her mind also. Most High is good. I have a wife, and guess what? I think she's bisexual. Underneath all her love and
Wait. You said you have one.
I find myself as being trisexual. I'll try it.
look, my wife, look,
Roll
I
up
believe
the
that, you know,
bisexual, that's a topic. But Janelle, Rolla, how you can't just drop this and then go on mute. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? We're learning new aspects of you, sir. You're on silent for hours, and then it's, oh, by the way, guys, I'm bisexual. Back on
I'm trying, Charles, I will try everything at least once.
That's good. I mean, you know, Rolla. But wait. Jamel, hold on. My mute is not working. You say you're married. You think, how can you think this about your wife? How come you don't know this about your wife? Why have you not surfaced?
Before we answer this, what you might want to do is look at it and come back because it would be an act-related issue.
Okay, I'll leave it and come back. Yeah, let me come back because I can't. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, there seems to be a glitch with the app. I think it's something to do with the client-server relationship. Sometimes it's needed to be able to close the app down completely and to be able to rejoin. Nothing else seems to work for some. That's fine. So, have you had your coffee yet?
I am finishing it right now.
Yeah, okay. By the way, what you Americans call coffee, we call piss.
I know. Hey, I got a mocha.
Yep.
Yes, and started brewing espresso beans in it, and
Okay.
next level. It's like it's so different. It completely changed my coffee taste.
Exactly. Mocha is a step up. That's for sure. It's, from what I've heard of the mocha machines, there's one that is called a Bialetti. Are you familiar with the brand?
No. Let me look and see what my lab was. I don't think it was that.
Okay, let's see if I can get a link to that. Bialetti. Okay, there we go. Let's see if we can get images.
I'm just gonna snag a picture of the one I got.
So I'll give you an example of how that will work.
Oh, it is Bialetti. That is the one I got.
Yeah, so Bialetti is one of the most common brands in Italy, what they use. And yeah, Bialetti's brilliant. Really good. They're actually, if you want to get the best flavoring from Bialetti, there are actually videos that are out on YouTube that you can look at. I'll give you tips about how to get the most flavor out of the beans themselves. But they're fantastic.
Oh, it is next level.
Yeah, absolutely. So where I'm from, we are coffee snobs. A lot of people I know have got their own coffee making machines at home. Not Bialetti's, but probably sort of latte based machines and shit. I think I've got an image of one somewhere here. So okay. Alright, so this is standard sort of coffee machine that you find in
Are you putting it in the chat or your PTR?
yeah, I'm pretty much at just trying to find that link. Trying this out.
that's a standard sort of coffee shop we have here. For one of these.
Oh, Bravo's a good brand. See, I wouldn't even know what to do with that.
Yeah, but like if you love your coffee,
Yep.
that's what you get.
Alright.
Looks like he was into cakey stuff.
Hey, Chris didn't want to grind my beans.
You say?
Oh, no.
So maybe you can grind those.
So now, this machine, is it better than the mock-up?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah?
Absolutely. Yeah. So you get crema from the mocha machine, but it's nowhere near as tasty as getting a machine like this.
Okay.
So you get beans, you'll see that you have beans at the very top. It grinds, like this machine will actually grind the beans real time, so they're nice and fresh. You can use sugar in the top, then that's fairly sort of standard coffee machine. But the taste is infinitely better. Did you have latte? Where you at?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually right in the strike.
We are in Georgia. We are not in the sticks. For Pete's sake.
I mean, I know we might sound like it sometimes, but we're classy ladies.
I mean, just because I like to throw an axe does not mean I'm a stick person.
I mean, not too much on the axe throwing, okay?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're not really into the axe throwing over here, I promise you.
It's just become a new little thing down in these parts.
Y'all just throw around snobbery and insults down there.
But I tell you, they do throw around some good coffee.
How long's this one been going for? Oh my God, it's been going for 18 hours.
How do you know that?
18 hours, 18 minutes, there's been 2,400 people have come in. But a total of 971 people have come into the room. 26 in now, and there's been 2,400 comments through the chat. How about that? How about that for statistics? Hey,
He's all fancy and shit, y'all.
Okay, I've only had one cup of coffee. I can't do this.
Too many numbers?
Too much accent.
too much accent. Come on, it's easy to follow.
Kristen, have you noticed that around these parts, the more you're around people with an accent, the more you speak with an accent. It tends to come out in droves if you're around some really certain folk.
If the alcohol is flowing.
Don't even get me started then.
And if there's more sass, oh Lord. I'm hybrid though, so I am familiar with the southern drawl and I'm also familiar with the Midwestern accent.
Me too.
So, yeah.
I actually had somebody call that out in the chat last night. What? I know, I was like, really? You can tell that?
That's so funny.
I was raised down here, but I was born in the Midwest.
Oh, see, both my parents are Midwestern, and so I have a little bit of an identity
have my parents raised Midwestern tea. That has to be where it comes from.
Yep. I identify more with Midwest. The Southern, I'm like, oh no, I don't see a problem here.
I identify more with the Southern.
Yeah, that's cute. Yay. The ball peanut.
I love me some boiled peanuts. I had some yesterday.
They get me fat, girl.
I don't get them very often because I'm not doing gas station boiled peanuts.
Man, see, okay, do you remember that you could get on roadside stands, little oil peanut stands? I miss
Yes.
them. They were so good.
That's where we get ours, but you gotta drive like an hour to go get them up near the apple orchards. So I don't get them very often, but yeah, I like my peanuts bougie like I like my coffee.
I love a gas station peanut. I can't stand it. Makes me so happy. Okay, yeah, here's the crazy. So I love my boiled peanuts, but I also love my old-fashioned brandy, sweet. So, and it has to be made with 7-Up. I hardly drink anymore, but
See, I don't like the taste of liquor, so I'm more of a just give me 3 shots of tequila and let me call it a night.
so quick and dirty, and then you're done.
Exactly. I feel good for a couple of hours and then I pass out. And that's great.
Understood. What is that like anymore, though? Like socializing. That's how far like foreign it is from now.
Socializing is definitely not foreign. I have 5 kids. 4 of them are married with kids of their own. So I know, I got 7 grandbabies, girl.
For real? What? Oh my God, you're a sexy grandma.
Why, thank you, sweetheart.
That's so cute. You're like Catherine Keener in the 40-Year-Old Virgin. She's a sexy grandma.
I'm a Mimi, actually. I was too young to be a grandma, so I had to be Mimi.
That is so southern and cute. I want to cry.
It's really great too, because it's so close to mama. It's also one of the first words they say.
Oh, I can't stand it.
Every time I look at your photo, when you mention the children, you have to be a grandma, not a grandma, but a grandma.
Oh, I love that.
Look so young to have a gang of kids and grandkids.
Yeah.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, y'all are so sweet.
You know, I look like a day over 30. I'm like, what? She's got all these kids and grandkids? Girl, stop.
And she was hard. And she was real hard.
Oh. It just means you're seasoned. You're a big girl. That's all.
Right?
I love how we kind of took over.
I love coffee rooms in the morning, y'all. Coffee rooms are the best.
Especially when people start to wake up and say things, and it's like, what? What? Okay.
And then you get your Jamals and your KCs and
Meh. God bless him.
Bro over there drinking his poshy coffee.
He's very posh. He's even better than the prince.
I know, but I have to say, I do love to hear him try to imitate Southern accents.
Isn't it cringy? It's
That was so cringy.
Although I know one woman who actually, she's a Brit, oh my god, she's so good at it. She's really good. She does the most perfect Valley Girl. It's she's great. If anybody has a good accent, bring it up here. I want to hear.
Darryl, that's not true. I live in a red state.
Oh no, it's Darryl.
I know. I was like, I can't enjoy my coffee, okay? I don't have time for that yet this morning, Charles. God.
Although he did hear you. My dog is with me. He's very angry because it's spending more attention on Clubhouse than I am. Okay.
I love New York. Shout out to New York. How about that?
Ah, the brother from another planet. Welcome back, Janelle. My brother's name's
Jamil.
He spells it Jamil. Yours is Jamel.
Hey, that's all right. That's the sign. That's the sign. He said he came to open up eyes of the blind and to blind those that say they see. How about it? I love New York.
What if the blind want to stay blind?
Then they will remain blind.
Okay.
Well, who wants to remain blind?
The blind.
I'm sure there's blind that would rather see. Seeing is believing.
I don't know. That's by Gary.
I think you can see things without having to see.
Now we're talking about faith.
Yep. I have lots
Which is
of powers.
the substance of things hoped for. Now listen to this real good. The substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. Listen to that real good. Dissect it and break that one down.
It sounds like Australian cop.
Janelle, I gave up smoking pot. I'm drug free. Alcohol makes me goes apart, but I swear you're 2 syllables away from me growing one up. I almost feel like I need to puff and contemplate on these words, sir.
I hope that's a good thing.
No, because I've been good, detoxing the mind, body, and soul. No sugar, no drugs, no alcohol. Not that I was ever a drug user, I just like to smoke pot. So I don't want to go back to that life, sir. I've been delivered. But then you, the brother from another planet, swoops in with these testimonies and submissions, and I'm like, damn, I need to reanalyze my life and my choices. Or should I? You put me in a very complicated predicament this morning, sir. Life reflection. And I'm doing this without coffee. But I just got the coffee, so I'm going to go sip the coffee.
I was about to ask, have you gotten your coffee yet?
Baby, I just got it. The entire time I was a little sad because it's not as Gucci as Rolo's coffee situation. Yeah, I'm a little jelly.
Be happy for you.
Some people won't believe until they see. And there's others who believe without seeing. Just remember Thomas, who had to put his hand in his side until he believed.
I know this one, blessed be the fruit. And then you say, oh, you're supposed to say, I guess you didn't watch your things. All right, I'll go back with you.
Like Kristen said, some blind people don't want to see. Let's analyze what kind of blind people are they? What kind of blind people rather not see? Who is blind and wants to be blind? I was on fentanyl. I didn't want to remain on fentanyl, so I had to stop. My character is in such a way I wasn't going to be put in prison because I'm not a criminal. So I had to quit from my free will, cold turkey. And it was the hardest thing I ever did in my life. Come and find out, through my years of opioid addiction, I didn't calcify my pineal gland. And I was able to unlock the kingdom of heaven that's in me. So now the truth is being revealed. For years, false prophets have been running the church. Lies have ran America. Now it's time for truth. If you love truth, you'll love me. Whoever receives me receives the one who sent me. It takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. Podcast coming soon. The feds kicked me off Facebook, but I got the next big podcast on its way.
Thank you, Jamel. Of course, in Hollywood, we say, for those with eyes to see, it's a little bit more esoteric and sinister in nature. Nothing to do with what you're talking about, but of course, you say certain things and it triggers certain memories. And I'm reminded of the trafficking and sex rituals in Hollywood, for those with eyes to see. Anyway, I'm out of crank for my cough, so let me figure this out.
Yeah, I'm sure Titty Jakes and P. Diddy had cream in their coffee also.
In more ways than one, that's for sure.
Really, right? But you can change your mind. Now we see some light at the end of the tunnel. I guess it really is a dangerous thing to enter and exit.
Apparently somebody on this app got a little bitty cream in his eye. Don't say,
Oh, God.
don't say any names. Who got that bitty kiss in his eye?
I'm going to change his mind. He can change his mind. He can change his mind. Remember, you heard it before, and it offended you so much so that you turned from believing. Now it's a time for you to return. I'm only talking to a few. You can change your mind. Some of the ancestors are disappointed. You can change your mind.
I'm passing around the an electronic collection plate. We're gathering some funds for the house of Jamel, because he just delivered a word this morning to the Church of
I get.
And back to the topic real quickly, ladies, use your free will. Very smart this week today, and as you are navigating week the days ahead, next week, don't find yourself in the elevator being dipped down by Benicio del Toro or something in the library.
Damn it, bro, is everything okay?
Free will.
I have a dream.
She has a dream. Dream big, ladies. That's your dream big. Take off for the tape, ladies.
You know, just by thinking about it, you're already guilty of doing it.
Lock me up, Your Honor.
I'm glad you're honest. Conviction is good for the soul.
I just like to joke around your mouth. No, I have a very dark sense of humor. And I just like to say things sometimes for shock value. If a person opens the door for me to say something really effed up, I'm gonna do it. I don't really mean it. I just think it's funny. And I'm probably the only one who thinks it's funny. So that's okay. Just let it pass. We'll all come back to center.
I appreciate it, and I keep my cracked open to see somebody else walk through that too, bring them money and
I'm sorry too. I'm just not feeling convicted. The Lord has not convicted me about imagining elevator sex with my husband.
Those are the three right there. Krista, Serena, and New York. I love them. They should have their own show.
Well, just so you know, in case we find ourselves in similar spaces on this app, everybody calls me New York because they see the NY. That's cool. I don't correct them. I don't mind. But it's actually short for Nye. Nye from the Chi, Chicago. So if you want to call me New York, that's cool. NY, that's cool. Or if you hear somebody say Nye, they're referring to me.
Beautifully put. And she speaks well. Wow. Ain't that something? That's all right.
And you know what? Welcome to the month. We hope you come back.
Hey, I appreciate y'all having me this time. I don't want to, kids are up now this early morning, Baltimore West, Baltimore, East Coast. Shout out to the crab cakes. Cool here, but stay away from the drugs here. They're very strong, and the cops are very crooked. Not all of them, but most of them. And they running the Rick Ross program, flood projects. Well, anyway, that's a whole other subject. But shout out to y'all. It takes wisdom to understand this knowledge. Hollywood goes to Africa. Ever since the fires. X-Men, Super Friends, ever since I got up on the table. Fentanyl overdose. Shout out to God Almighty. How about that? Okay, kids. Okay, I got kids business to do. I love y'all though. And we're gonna get back together real soon.
Have a great day, Sam. Bye. Because I like to advocate for all people, for my drug users in the house, did you catch those key words? We said Baltimore has the strongest drugs. So just FYI, I pass no judgment on anyone. If you're looking for your next destination to trip out, Baltimore may be the place you want to go. Because I advocate